Ambati Raidu. So that's precisely what we are doing. Thank you very much,
Yes,
Anil
sir.
Kumble. Ambati, why don't you come here? We've just had a substitution and Ambati
Yes,
joins us as
Mr. Anil
impact.
Kumble, I request you to please remain on stage for a felicitation. I request our Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Services, Government of Telangana, Shri Vakari Srihari Garu, to kindly please present a token of appreciation, a memento. Yes, to Mr. Anil Kumble. Shri Shivasena Reddy Garu, Chairman Sports Authority of Telangana, joining in, and also our Special Chief Secretary to Government, Industries and Investments, CMO, CEO Speed, and YAT and C Sports Department, Jay Sanjan ji, also joining in. Thank you. All right, one group photo opportunity for our friends from press and media. Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025, ladies and gentlemen, this is the long-term economic and governance vision of Telangana Rising 2047, and we are continuing with the panel discussion, Telangana's Olympic Gold Quest. I hand it over once again to our moderator, Mr. Mazumdar.
Thank you. Can I have, yeah, thanks. Thanks, Anil. Kindly settle down because we've got to go on with the panel and some very, very distinguished speakers. Let me go to Gopi. You know, it's very rare, perhaps, I've not seen this in my 30 years of covering sport, that there is one academy which has produced 40 international medals. Pulela Gopichand Academy, 40 international medals, including Olympic Games, Asian Games, Commonwealth and multiple others. Gopi, you keep talking about physical literacy. It's not just about any high-performance sport. And what I see in Telangana is this emphasis on physical literacy. So your vision for Telangana sport in the years to come.
being down, and these numbers are scary and these will bring us down. So these are things which are more like a dagger in the heart problem, whereas in the years before this, sport was more like a thorn in the flesh kind of an issue. So this needs to be addressed, and I'm so happy that the state is addressing it. We also have a center which is actually supporting sport. So I think both together, I think we are ensuring that every kid has an opportunity to participate in sport, and hopefully the byproduct of it is that we win many medals. And Telangana Gold Quest and Telangana Rising, I think all are products which will happen when a fit, young population of ours is driven towards sport, and that's what we are looking at from Telangana's point of view.
Excellent. So, excellent. Excellent. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. if it's not a tech glitch, then you think artificial intelligence has taken over. So allow this. You know, these are all part of our day-to-day. So human beings are still in control. So thanks, Gopi. Thanks for that interesting point about how medals are not at the center. Vita, you've done fantastic work with Ultimate Table Tennis. I've seen you were part of our conference last year in Paris. To see a state like Telangana take the lead, bringing corporates, bringing champions like Gopi, Abhinav, Gagan, all of them together, Sanjeev, yourself, from the corporate world, signing of MOUs on that platform. How business has to thrive here, and I'm delighted at what I'm seeing. What are your thoughts on how this state is opening up corporates to come and do real sport by facilitating the growth of sport? Vita Dani.
First of all, I must compliment the leadership here. I think sports has been given its due importance at the right time. And we have to get ready for the cycle of 2036, with of course all fingers crossed. And I always feel that success of an athlete is a combination of the system around the athlete. Only if the system succeeds can an athlete really fulfill his or her dreams. And we are here to ensure that we are part of that system. When I talk about the system, it means grassroots, going on to school, district, state, nationals, and thereafter international exposure, and support in every which way, be it physical fitness, mental fitness, tactical, technical aspect, across all fields. And the Olympic quest would be the sharpener that will really get the best out of the medal, I feel. And OGQ is what will really play the important role. So we got to do this across sports. If you look at Dani Foundation, then we are working in all these fields. Grassroots, if you see, we have one of the world's best grassroots program in volleyball in Assam. We work in physical literacy, where of course Gopi is very much a part of it. Table tennis, we work at school level, we work at all national level, international level, talent identification. We look at football, then of course we have touched more than 100,000 lives. And if I put all our initiatives together, it would be more than 650,000 lives that we have touched so far. And we are willing to do more. We are willing to support more academies. In table tennis, we have 9. In soccer schools, we have almost 20. We have high performance center in boxing. So, and we operate in more than 11, 12 states already. And of course, we are willing to do more with keeping in mind Telangana as a state in center.
Fantastic. So I hope you do more stuff in Telangana. Clearly your vision is global and it's multi-sport, and that's something that appeals to me. Sindhu, coming to you, I've covered you practically all your career, whether it's Rio, whether it's Tokyo, despite COVID. I remember that jersey that you had to give me with that 6 feet distance, and you actually sprayed perfume so that, and I was confused what you were trying to do. You went inside, sprayed perfume and signed it for me. So fond memories, but you know, as we are calling it Telangana's Olympic Gold Quest. You've been there, done that. You fulfilled that gold quest. In 16 with Gopi, in 21 in Tokyo. So if there's one message that you want to talk about to the younger women who are picking up a racket or a cricket bat or playing soccer or boxing, take Nikhat, or a tennis racket like Sania, what is it that you are seeing in Telangana or you want to see? Sindhu.
Well, a very good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, Boria, I think to mention that, yeah, it was my jersey which I've played, so that's why I had to do a perfume on that and I give it to you. But definitely, yes, fond memories. Yeah, I think the most important thing is, as many of them mentioned here already, I think, you know, grassroots levels is where something we'll all have to start off with. But I think the most important thing also where it starts with is the support system when it comes to, you know, the coaching and the way they are coaching the athletes. I mean, there are coaches, there are trainers, there are SNCs who are actually coaching, but it needs to be very uniformed in such a way that every athlete gets the importance. And I know there are a lot of academies, there are a lot of stadiums, but I would say, you know, it needs to be focused on every academy and every stadium where every athlete gets the equal importance. I think that's where athletes come up. And when I say grassroots levels, yes, initially they start off and then there are coaches everywhere. But I think when the kids are growing up, that's when you need to make sure the foundation is very strong. And I think that's where I say, you know, the support system when it comes to a coach or an SNC, because every athlete is different. Every athlete, you know, they might think differently. They might need different things. For example, one might be stronger in a particular skill. Another might be weak in, let's say, in their strength or their endurance. So that is when I say each one needs to get a very good importance in terms of a particular SNC and a coach. So I think that here, being here, of course, I'm very privileged to be here today and talking about the Telangana Rising Global Summit. I think I can say that CM sir has been very kind enough to be very supportive towards sport, and I'm really looking forward, you know, in the next coming years, it will be really good. And of course, I have so much of experience in sports now, and sport has taught me so much, and I think for me it's time to give back to the sport, and definitely would give my best to give my thoughts and share my experiences whenever required. So of course I'm sure it will definitely be a very good state where to have a good stadiums and of course good athletes to come up and get medals for the nation and for the country as well.
You know what, 2016, after she won the medal, and India had won two, if you remember, Sakshi and Sindhu, about 2-3 months later, almost every day there was a felicitation. I remember meeting Sindhu and I asked, you are the toast of the country, what has changed? And she said to me, and I remember that statement, that yes, my life has changed, people's perception of me has changed, money and everything and fame, but I haven't changed as a person. Ladies and gentlemen, PV Sindhu. Azhar bhai.
జితేందర్ రెడ్డి గారిని సాధారణంగా వేదిక మీకు ఆహ్వానిస్తా ఉన్నాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. Azhar bhai, yesterday night also when you and I were chatting and I asked you this question, I ask again. When I see, firstly, your career, legendary cricketer, made a difference, one of our favorites, know you from 1986, 85, 86, that tour, 300s. But now, let me ask you a specific question. After the Women's World Cup, Mithali Raj, Arundhati Reddy, Sri Charani, the tradition is here. Are you planning something special to give the fillip to the women's game in Telangana? Because according to me, the opportunities are endless. And while we say that it's a level playing field, it's not. Match fees are the same. Central contract, 7 crores for men, 50 lakhs for women. So there is a big gap there. Are you, and the grassroots, practically no money. Are you going to sort of do something special in the light of the Women's World Cup to give a fillip to the women's game? Mohammad Azharuddin.
I think Boria, the Telangana has produced many women players who have won a lot of medals. 2 are already here, and then Sania is there, and Saina Nehwal is there now. Nikhat Zareen also, they won a lot of medals. So there is a lot of encouragement for women in Telangana, and they have won a lot of medals also. But I think the grassroots level thing, I'm also very in favor of grassroots level. But at the same time, I think what happens is, you know, even if you pick people at the grassroots level, first you have to look at the skill. If you don't have the skill in a particular sport which you are picking up, then there's no point going ahead with a player. Because I remember about 3 or 4 years back, and I took somebody to Gopi's academy, and he looked at that person and he said, okay, no, it's not possible that he's going to play big badminton matches. So That's what we need from players, from coaches also. Because I think when you have the skill, then only all these things come up. Dedication, application, everything, hard work. If you don't have the skill, even if I have a skill to play cricket, then if I start playing football, then I'll be wasting my time and wasting everybody's time. So I think the Telangana Sports Hub also has been created by the Honorable Chief Minister, who is also a very avid sportsman. You know, he plays a lot of football, and you will definitely see him in action on the 13th when he's going to play with one of my favorite players, Lionel Messi. And I think Telangana has already done a lot, and it's going to do well, because with this new future city which is coming up, there will be a lot of facilities. Because when I was growing up, when I was playing, there were hardly any facilities. We played on very, very different grounds. I want to tell you something, that I'm very, very lucky that I have not been injured very badly. I mean, the grounds we played and the wickets we played without helmets, everything, as a youngster, I'm very lucky. I mean, if you ask me to play now, I will not play, because it's not good. Because the facilities now have improved. I think you have a lot of coaches who are really very, very good. And then if you see, I mean, especially in the cricket, you know, you have more staff traveling than the players. You know, if I'm right, I would definitely say about that. And I think the facilities are very good. And the platform is there for the players, you know, but how well they use that platform. I mean, winning a gold medal, and it's not very easy, and an Olympic medal, actually, you know, Sindhu has already done that, and Jwala is also here, and Gopi Bhai is already, I mean, won the All England badminton. So I'm a very avid sports watcher. I mean, I like watching sports, but I think the most important thing I want to tell is that if you find somebody who's very skillful, who's very good, please take care of all his problems, starting from family till he goes up. Because what happens is, there are so many players who come up, they have a lot of family problems. Okay. They want to, I mean, their parents, a lot of pressure is there on the parent. They want their son to do something, get a job, and then get their sister get married, all the things. If you find somebody who's exceptionally well, you please take care of all his things. Just tell him, go and play. Don't worry about what is happening. That is the one thing we should do it. Because if you do that, you'll get many, many players. You know, because most of the players, you know, they just fall away because of this problem.
Okay. So opportunity. If you try and understand what Azhar was talking about, opportunity, and that's what brings me to Jwala. Jwala, to see a summit like this mainstream sport, this is clear mainstreaming sport. We've seen in India, various states, if there are, you know, convocations, congregations like this, sport is a silo. It's like, okay, there will be one panel, 20 minutes at the end of the day. Here, it's mainstream. Whether it's the CM's vision of bringing in corporates and sports people together, whether we are seeing what we are seeing on the dais. In your case, the word that was used for you, trailblazer. When you started out, no facilities whatsoever, to win a world championship medal in 2011, to be the best in the world in doubles, Commonwealth Games gold, and now, what are the changes, Jwala, you are seeing in Telangana that will enable the next Jwala Gutta to come up, pick up a badminton racket and make a mark?
Hi, good morning everyone. What I feel is that, you know, I was lucky to have a coach like Arif sir. I think he was a consistent coach whom I trained under, and that's what I feel. I feel we are not doing enough for the coaches. Every time when the sports is mentioned, we just think about the athletes and who are going to win the medals. But I think there are a lot of work which is done behind. Everybody, I'm sure everyone agrees, a good support system which includes coaches is not what we are focusing on. I think we need to, the sports policies have to mention the welfare of the coaches. I still hear that a lot of coaches are still under contract and they still struggle and don't have permanent jobs. I think that is very, very important. We need to support the coaching. People who are interested in coaching, take care of, because that's their bread and butter. And if you want them to focus on the athletes and to bring medals, we need a good, you know, system for coaches and see that they don't struggle. And I think I was lucky to train under Arif sir, and I had a consistent coaching and support system from RFSA, and that's why I think I could, even dream of doing something big. So I think I'll be really happy if the sports policies include coaches' welfare and uplift them. I always believe this, that good coaches, you'll definitely have good players. And Gopi Bhaiya is an example, so encourage other coaches, give them the stability and hold them, and give them the incentives which we as players get, and then I'm sure they will work hard towards. I think that's what is the missing link, is what I feel in our system. We don't talk about our coaches much.
That's a brilliant point. Taking care of the coaches. Yesterday, Gopi and I were sitting in his academy, and all of a sudden, and here, once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are important points. Telangana as a young state taking the lead.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. I want that our coaching system should become so strong that we don't depend on foreign coaches.
Absolutely.
In future.
Absolutely. So yesterday, and this actually brings me to this point, we were sitting and there were a few Mizo kids training out there. And I asked him, tell me a little bit more about these kids. And eventually I get to know that there are 10 Mizo coaches now working as part of the academy. So it's not just doing for Telangana, it's also doing for the rest of India. So Telangana taking the lead there, that's brilliant. So absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a state showing the way for the rest of the country. Stand out. Ambati, all of us are talking about coaches. You've just finished a career, accomplished cricketer, so much achievement. I'm going to give it back. Coaching, what's the thought? If there's one thing that you want to do as a possible coach, making a difference to the ecosystem in your state, what would that be?
Coming from Hyderabad, I've played here, I've grown up here, I've played junior cricket for Hyderabad. So Hyderabad has always had extraordinary talent. To nurture the talent, as Ajubhai said, we need very good infrastructure, very good coaches, and most importantly, I think coaching has to, develop a mindset to make sure, especially as a player, once you are transitioning into a coach, it is very, very important to put the player's priority first. So it's never about yourself, and especially coming from a team sport. I think sport as a whole, I feel, unites the community, unites a city like Hyderabad. People from various corners of the country come and live in Hyderabad, and in a team, we have people from different communities, different castes, different religions. It all brings together, and I feel the unison is what I feel is the greatest aspect of sport, and that is what Hyderabad should strive towards. And also, most importantly, what I feel, having played the sport for 30 years, is the sport is slowly transitioning towards people who have money. I think it is very, very important for the government to have a policy where even if a person who is talented has nothing and is a poor man, still should have the facilities that are world class for him to thrive and also come up, because that is very, very important. Because as you grow up, as Ajubhai would rightly say, we all have grown up with absolutely nothing. But today that is not the case, and I think it is very, very important to for the government to have a look at that.
Okay. Again, so grassroots, facilities, there's a chain that we are talking about. So that's kind of uniting this panel on stage. Let me come to you, sir. As the chairman of the Sports Authority, and by the way, one thing that is missing as part of this panel, but again, Telangana has addressed that. As the moderator, it's my job to put that out. We are all celebrating able-bodied athletes here. Yesterday in Gopi's academy, I met Deepthi Jivanji. Para-sport is something, disability sport, sensitivity, that's something that once again Telangana is taking a lead in. So Paralympic Games, para-sport, disability sport is something that I'm seeing being taken care of in this state, which as an analyst, as a scholar of sport, I don't see that happen. Sir, when I see Telangana, I see cricket, I see football, I see table tennis, I see badminton, I see boxing, I see Paralympic sport. So clearly, I see a holistic vision. Your thoughts on that?
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. తెలంగాణ ముఖ్యమంత్రి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు వీటన్నింటి మీద అంటే గతంలో దాంతో పోలిస్తే చాలా మటుకు ఉమ్మడి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉండే దాంతో పోలిస్తే తెలంగాణ వచ్చిన తర్వాత ముఖ్యమంత్రి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు స్పెషల్ స్పోర్ట్స్ మీద ప్రత్యేక టార్గెట్ పెట్టి స్పోర్ట్స్ని ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తే ఈ హెల్దీ తెలంగాణ అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ హెల్త్గా ఉండాలంటే ఫస్ట్ స్పోర్ట్స్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఆ స్పోర్ట్స్కు ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి అని అంటే ఫస్ట్ గ్రాస్ రూట్ లెవెల్ నుంచి మొదలు పెట్టాలని సీఎం కప్ను మొదలు పెట్టడం జరిగింది. అది విలేజ్ లెవెల్ నుంచి, మండల్ లెవెల్ నుంచి, అదేవిధంగా డిస్టిక్ లెవెల్, స్టేట్ లెవెల్ వరకు తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. అదేవిధంగానే కోచెస్ కొరత చాలా మటుకు ఉండే గతంలో. ఇప్పుడు ఆ కోచెస్ని కూడా స్పెషల్ కేసు తీసుకొని స్పెషల్గా కొత్త కోచెస్ని కూడా తీసుకురావడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. దాంతోపాటు ఇందాక వీరు ఇచ్చిన సజెషన్స్తో పాటు వీటన్నింటినీ రాబోయే రోజుల్లో పెద్ద ఎత్తున తీసుకోవడానికి అందరం ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి విజన్, అదేవిధంగా మినిస్టర్ గారి విజన్, జయేష్ రంజన్ గారు కానీ, సోని బాల గారు కానీ, జితేందర్ రెడ్డి గారు కానీ, అంటే ఎంటైర్ తెలంగాణలో ఇందాక చెప్పినట్లు ఇండియా నుంచి ఒలింపిక్స్లో ఒక్క గోల్డ్ మెడల్ సాధించలేకపోయినామని ఒక బాధ ఉంది. నెక్స్ట్ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో తెలంగాణ నుంచి ద బెస్ట్ ప్లేయర్స్ని తయారు చేసే విధంగా ఈరోజు కార్యాచరణ సిద్ధం చేస్తున్నాం. దానికి ముఖ్యంగా కావాల్సింది గ్రౌండ్స్. ఆ గ్రౌండ్స్ మీద ఇప్పుడు కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ చేసింది స్పోర్ట్స్ అథారిటీ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ. డిస్టిక్ లెవెల్స్ అండ్ స్టేట్ లెవెల్లో ఉండేటువంటి గ్రౌండ్స్ కంప్లీట్ చేసుకొని నెక్స్ట్ డిస్టిక్ లెవెల్ అండ్ విలేజ్ లెవెల్లో కూడా గ్రౌండ్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి. దానికి కావాల్సినటువంటి మినిమం అంటే ఏ విలేజ్లో ఏ స్పోర్ట్స్ మీద ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్గా ఉన్నారు అన్నది మన సీఎం కప్ ద్వారా ఒక లిస్ట్ అవుట్ తయారు చేసినాం. ఎవ్రీ విలేజ్లో అంటే ఒక అథ్లెటిక్స్ కానీ చాలామంది ప్లేయర్స్ దాదాపు 3.5 lakh పీపుల్స్లో 450 అంటే స్ట్రాంగ్ క్రీమ్ని ఈరోజు తీసుకురాగలిగినాం. వాళ్ళందరికీ ఇప్పుడు స్పెషల్ ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చి నెక్స్ట్ వాళ్ళని ద బెస్ట్గా తయారు చేయాలన్న ఆలోచనతో తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ముందుకు పోతా ఉంది. వన్స్ అగైన్ మరొకసారి మీ అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Okay, so I was just asking Ambati to try and translate for me my deficiency. And again, it pleases me to know the plan for the districts and the grassroots. Because you've created a clear pyramid, and that is what pleases me no end. Jitendra ji, as advisor to the sports department, if there's one thing that if you tell me that, okay, it's an Olympic gold quest leading up to 2030 Commonwealth Games or the 2036 Olympic Games, as Vita said, fingers crossed if India wins the bid. If there's one thing that you want to see, what I also think is Telangana should host a sport, because now it's no longer a city's games, it's a country's games. So if India gets it, whichever city hosts it, Telangana should also be a part of the overall thing, because that's what the IOC mandate is. But tell me, Jitendra ji, if there's one thing that you want to see over the next 4-5 years happen in your state, what is it?
Thank you very much. And the participant here, very good morning to you all. As you see that today in the rising Telangana, we have a very important role which is playing, that is sports. The earlier government last 10 years had totally neglected it, and we really didn't have funds also to run our sports and really see that our sportsmen had to participate in their games and all. But now, as we have got enthusiastic Chief Minister and as well as a very good Principal Secretary, Mr. Jyesh Ranjan, who is also taking up a lot of efforts into bringing sports back into Telangana, and we have got a enthusiastic sports minister, Mr. Srihari, Waket Srihari, and as well as a very good chairman here. And under their rule, now sports is really shining. As you see, many events in the last 2 years have occurred in Hyderabad, like the international football and the badminton matches and the hockey matches. And today, yesterday we had a supercross motorcycle competitions, and now on the 13th we are getting Messi also into Hyderabad. There is a lot of craze now because of the efforts from the government and as well as our Chief Minister. And with the efforts of our Principal Secretary, Mr. Jyesh Ranjan, we had released our sports policy, where sports policy has been released, and now he also has crafted a university for already our, I can see our Vice Chancellor sitting in front of us, who has, I think, resumed his duty just 2 days back. And we have got a lot of hope that as myself, Mr. Jyesh Ranjan, Mr. Shiv Sena, we all had visited Brisbane, Australia, the universities and all, and have seen the sports universities. Definitely, we hope that this Telangana University will be one of the best universities for the sportsmen here. And not only that, we have a FIFA academy which have been given for the first time for the girls also here, which is the first time in India, which has been here. Not only India, I think it's the second in the world also. And now, coming to, as you have said, that the events which have to be happen. As a sports advisor, and I am also the Olympic Association State President here. With this, we are meeting a lot of people in the central. We have met Mansukh Mandiaji, who is the sports minister in Delhi, and have requested him for Khelo India. As you have seen that we already have a good infrastructure in Hyderabad. Like we have already done the nationals here in 2022, and we have done the military games. The World Military Games were conducted in Hyderabad. So with a lovely infrastructure which we have here, we have asked them for Khelo India, and I'm sure that very shortly it will be announced for us. And also, we have met recently PT Ushaji, and have asked for the national games also to be allotted to us. So these type of events in which we are going ahead and we are progressing on to that, and events after events we are trying to make in Telangana, so that the past glory which we had in Telangana as for the sports will come up, and definitely in the Commonwealth Games, lot of our participants will participate. I think our great Azharuddin, who is a cricket player and a well-known stalwart in Hyderabad, has now again come back into the field. Sindhu is here, Jwala is here, Gopichand is here. With all their experiences and all, we think that Telangana will again rise, and it's already rising, and it will definitely reach the sun. That is what I think. Thank you very much.
Nice. One could have continued, this is a panel with which you can continue for hours. But obviously there's another panel to follow, and you've got a whole day packed events. The one point that I'll take from Jitendra ji is the link between sport and education. Having taught in universities across the world, whether it's Loughborough, whether it's Toronto, whether it's Chicago, I will tell you that the sports facilities, the integration between academia and sport is something that is lacking in India. So I'm absolutely delighted in seeing this initiative to do a sports university. One story from me, and then I'll close with Jayesh Ranjanji and our Honorable Minister. For me, what is sport? What does sport teach all of us? Sport teaches all of us to lose, because every loss is a stepping stone to success. This day, for example, ladies and gentlemen, is not a perfect day. Nothing is perfect. But the quest for all of us is to be perfect in an imperfect day. And that's what sport teaches us. Take the example of Nikhat Zareen. Good to give you, because a localite, and she's not here. So I'll tell you a 30-second Nikhat story and close with Jayesh ji and our minister. So when Nikhat started boxing, there was no facility here in Hyderabad. So she goes there and comes home with a black eye. So her mother says, "Shadi nahi hoga. Iske baad to family mein problem ho jayega." So somehow she continues to box, and she says, "Jab main world championship jeet jaungi, uske baad दूल्हों का line lag jayega, aap dekh lena." So she goes on, wins the world championship in the US, and the previous night she once again had a black eye in training. Now she gets on a call with her mother, and the mother sees the black eye and said, "What happened?" And she said, "Oh, training mein ho gaya." She said, "Koi farak nahi padta, aisa hota rehta hai, kal theek ho jayega." That's the change. That is the Telangana rising that I want to see. And now, with every Nikhat Zareen bout, it's her mother sitting in the first row and shouting, "Mar or Mar." That is the Telangana of tomorrow. The dominance, the lead, the leadership, and as I see, optimism. Jayesh ji, the one thing that you want to accomplish, being in a position of authority, what is the one thing that you want to tell my audience today that you want to see happen here in the next couple of years?
Thank you. Thank you, Boria, for moderating a very interesting panel. So, all the while we have spoken about sports persons and athletes who are serious, who can be groomed and nurtured, and hopefully they represent the country and bring glory. But I also want to emphasize on behalf of the government that we also want to promote a culture of fitness. So whether you become champion athletes or not, even for recreation purposes, play some sports, remain active. And of course, you began the panel by discussing physical literacy. So this again is an important thing. And schools are going to be the focal points. When you are a young student, this ambition, this hope that's becoming active and trying to do well in some sport is as important as doing good in studies. So that is again an important priority for us.
Brilliant. Minister Saab, you started the show, so why don't you tell me, because ultimately this is a world where we see wars, we see negativity, we see toxicity, but when it's sport, it unites us all. Do we know what religion? We don't care. Do we know what caste? We don't care. Gender? We don't care. Sport ultimately is real. It brings all of us together. Your final words.
Thank you. बात रह गई है जब अज्जू भाई और हमारा जमाना था, जब केले ग्राउंड जाते तो पापा मम्मी ने लकड़ी लेके आते थे, दे मारते थे, पहले पढ़ बाद में खेल विल बंद कर। आज ऐसा चेंज हुआ, अगर आज बच्चे लोग पढ़ने जा रहे के लिए पढ़ते, पहले जाके खेल, मतलब इतना चेंज हो गया सोचने में। और मैं ये मंच से जो बड़े बड़े यहाँ पे स्टार्स बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे चेयरमैन साहब हैं, हमारे एडवाइजरी वेरी एसोसिएशन प्रेसिडेंट भी है तेलंगाना का, और जयेश रंजन सर भी है, मैं सब ये मंच से मैं मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ। आजकल बच्चे लोग जो दिल लगा के नहीं खेलते हैं, एक बात याद रखना, आप बहुत किस्मत वाले भी हैं और बदकिस्मत वाले भी हैं। किस्मत इसलिए कि आपके पेरेंट्स आपको एनकरेज कर रहे हैं खेलने के लिए, बदकिस्मती इसलिए वो जो जुनून होना है प्लेयर को, जो इन्वॉल्वमेंट होना है प्लेयर को, जो जिंदगी ही अगर गेम बन के अगर नहीं जी पाया, नहीं खेल पाया, आजकल शौक ज़्यादा हो गया, वो अच्छा ड्रेस पहनता है तो कोई देखता रहता है, दोस्त फोटो खींचता नहीं खींचता करके, और खेलते समय उसके दिमाग में क्या रहता है, मेरे गेम कोई देख रहा नहीं देख रहा करके। अरे सब मेरे बारे में कुछ बात कर रहे नहीं कर रहे, उसका सोच रह जाता है। तो मैं वो प्लेयर्स के लिए मैं बताता हूँ, टाइम वेस्ट मत करना। अगर वैसा शौक आपको पब्लिक देखने की है, फोटो खींचने की है, प्लीज आप स्पोर्ट्स छोड़ दे के पढ़ा लीजिए और आपका समय बर्बाद मत करिए। अगर जिसको खेलना है, खेल ही भगवान है, अगर खेल ही माँ बाप है, खेल ही उसका दुनिया है, और खेल के लिए वो जिया है, और खेल के लिए जो मरता है वो ग्राउंड में उतरिए, खेलिए। आप दुनिया के लिए सोच रही है, वो सोचो मत। जब आप दुनिया के लिए सोचेंगे तो कुछ नहीं बन पाओगे। अगर आपका गेम ही दुनिया बन के अगर खेलोगे, सारी दुनिया आपके तरफ देखेगी, ताली मारेगी, आप कंधा उठाएगी, इस पूरा वर्ल्ड को दिखाएगी। प्लीज प्लेयर्स को मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, जब तक आपका इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं होता है गेम में, जब आप गेम को ही भगवान नहीं समझते, जिंदगी नहीं समझते, अगर गेम से कुछ हासिल आपको कुछ होता नहीं है, आपका जिंदगी खराब हो जाती है। अरे आप बहुत किस्मत वाले हैं, पेरेंट्स कई मतलब आशा लेके, कई पैसे इन्वेस्टमेंट करके, टाइम इन्वेस्टमेंट करके फ्यूचर बना के रखा है आपके लिए। आप जो है ना वो इन्वॉल्वमेंट छोड़ दे के खाली पीली टाइम वेस्ट मत करिए। आज तेलंगाना ऐसा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां सीएम कप के माध्यम से या नहीं जहां गांव से जो प्लेयर्स को हम निकाल के स्क्रूटनी करके उनको एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म पे देखने का दिखाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आज तेलंगाना तैयार है खिलवाने के लिए। हम सब प्लेयर्स को इनवाइट करते हैं, भाई आप दिल लगा के मन लगा के ग्राउंड में उतरिए, हम पूरा दुनिया को आपको आपका नाम दिखा देंगे, रोशन करेंगे। आपके ऊपर आपका पेरेंट्स एक ही निर्भर नहीं है। चाहे आप समझते होंगे अगर मैं अच्छा खेलता हूं तो मेरे माँ बाप का नाम आता है, नहीं, आप माँ बाप के लिए नहीं, आप देश के लिए खेलना है, तेलंगाना के लिए खेलना है। इंटरनेशनल में अपना देश का नाम जब रौनक हो जाएगा उसके लिए खेलना है। हम सब भी आपके ऊपर बहुत डिपेंडेंट है। मेरी तरफ से यही बताना चाहता हूँ, प्लेयर्स को मेहरबानी होती है अगर इस गेम में जब उतरते हैं तो दिल तोड़ के मतलब पूरा दिल लगा के उतरना है, अपन हासिल करना है। तेलंगाना में भी एक क्रीड़ा प्रेमी है जो समझे तो आज इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी पोन्नम प्रभाकर जी मंच पे आ जाइए, वेम नरेंद्र गाరు రండి, అండ్ మీ అందరికి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, చిన్నారులారా ప్రపంచం చూడాలి, నన్ను ఎవరైనా పక్క వాళ్ళు చూస్తున్నారా, నా ఫోటో తీస్తున్నారా, నా రికార్డ్ చేస్తున్నారనే ఆలోచనతో ఆడకండి దయచేసి. మీకు మీ పేరెంట్స్ ఒక్కరే కాదు, మేమంతా కూడా మీ మీద ఆశలు పెట్టుకున్నాం. మీరు ఆటనే దైవంగా ఆడండి, ఖచ్చితంగా ఆటనే సర్వమని ఆడండి. ప్రపంచం మీదకు చూసే రోజు ఖచ్చితంగా వస్తుంది అని చెప్పి తెలియజేస్తూ ముగిస్తా ఉన్నా. జై హింద్.
Okay, so I know the next session is almost there. So let's finish on this line. We are talking about Telangana rising. Next time when we meet, let's say Telangana has risen. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, test. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome on stage Shri Poonam Prabhakar Garu, Minister, Honorable Minister of Transport and BC Welfare in Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, we move forward with our felicitations now. I request our Honorable Minister for Sports and Youth Services, Shri Vakiri Sri Hari Garu, kindly please present mementos to Mohammad Azharuddin. I request you, sir, to please step forward to receive the memento. We also request Shri Shivasena Reddy Garu and Shri Jayashankar Garu to kindly please join in. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Veerendra Reddy, Advisor to Government Sports Affairs. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. And yes, Mr. Mohammad Azharuddin being felicitated, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Ms. Geeta Adani to please step forward for the felicitation. Yes, Ms. Geeta Adani being felicitated, and ladies and gentlemen, our honorable Minister of Sports and Youth Services, Governor of Telangana, our Chairman Sports Authority of Telangana, Shri Shivasena Reddy Garu. I now request Mr. Pullela Gopi Chand to kindly please step forward to receive the felicitation. I now request Ms. Jwala Pooja to please step forward to receive the felicitation. for this session, Musi Regeneration and Blue-Green Infrastructure in Hyderabad. We move towards this panel discussion, and I will be inviting our panelists for this session now. I request Dr. Rajendra Singh, Mr. Tapas Paul, Ms. Srija Nayak, and Mr. Arjun Shashidharan to kindly please proceed towards the stage. And also our moderator for the session, Dr. Bharat Sari. Dr. Arjun, I request you please. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025. We witnessed the first session of day 2. That was the Telangana's Olympic Gold Quest. And in a few minutes, we shall proceed. Yes. Dr. Rajendra Singh. Yes, we welcome Dr. Rajendra Singh on the stage for our second panel discussion, Musi Regeneration and Blue-Green Infrastructure in Hyderabad. Can I have the introductions like how they gave me for this?
So these are things which are more like a dagger in the heart problem, whereas in the years before this, sport was more like a thorn in the flesh kind of an issue. So this needs to be addressed, and I'm so happy that the state is addressing it. We also have a center which is actually supporting sport. So I think both together, I think we are ensuring that every kid has an opportunity to participate in sport, and hopefully the byproduct of it is that we win many medals. And Telangana Gold Quest and Telangana Rising, I think all are products which will happen when a fit, young population of ours is driven towards sport, and that's what we are looking at from Telangana's point of view.
Excellent. So, excellent. Excellent. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. If it's not a tech glitch, then you think artificial intelligence has taken over. So allow this. You know, these are all part of our day-to-day. So human beings are still in control. So thanks, Gopi. Thanks for that interesting point about how medals are not at the center. Vita, you've done fantastic work with Ultimate Table Tennis. I've seen you were part of our conference last year in Paris. To see a state like Telangana take the lead, bringing corporates, bringing champions like Gopi, Abhinav, Gagan, all of them together, Sanjeev, yourself, from the corporate world, signing of MOUs on that platform. How business has to thrive here, and I'm delighted at what I'm seeing. What are your thoughts on how this state is opening up corporates to come and do real sport by facilitating the growth of sport? Vita Dani.
First of all, I must compliment the leadership here. I think sports has been given its due importance at the right time. And we have to get ready for the cycle of 2036, with of course all fingers crossed. And I always feel that success of an athlete is a combination of the system around the athlete. Only if the system succeeds can an athlete really fulfill his or her dreams. And we are here to ensure that we are part of that system. When I talk about the system, it means grassroots, going on to school, district, state, nationals, and thereafter international exposure, and support in every which way, be it physical fitness, mental fitness, tactical, technical aspect, across all fields. And the Olympic quest would be the sharpener that will really get the best out of the medal, I feel. And OGQ is what will really play the important role. So we got to do this across sports. If you look at Dani Foundation, then we are working in all these fields. Grassroots, if you see, we have one of the world's best grassroots program in volleyball in Assam. We work in physical literacy, where of course Gopi is very much a part of it. Table tennis, we work at school level, we work at all national level, international level, talent identification. We look at football, then of course we have touched more than 100,000 lives. And if I put all our initiatives together, it would be more than 650,000 lives that we have touched so far. And we are willing to do more. We are willing to support more academies. In table tennis, we have 9. In soccer schools, we have almost 20. We have high performance center in boxing. So, and we operate in more than 11, 12 states already. And of course, we are willing to do more with keeping in mind Telangana as a state in center.
Fantastic. So I hope you do more stuff in Telangana. Clearly, your vision is global and it's multi-sport, and that's something that appeals to me. Sindhu, coming to you, I've covered you practically all your career, whether it's Rio, whether it's Tokyo, despite COVID. I remember that jersey that you had to give me with that 6 feet distance, and you actually sprayed perfume, so that, and I was confused what you were trying to do. You went inside, sprayed perfume, and signed it for me. So fond memories, but you know, as we are calling it Telangana's Olympic gold quest. You've been there, done that. You fulfilled that gold quest in 16 with Gopi, in 21 in Tokyo. So if there's one message that you want to talk about to the younger women who are picking up a racket or a cricket bat or playing soccer or boxing, take Nikat, or a tennis racket like Sania, what is it that you are seeing in Telangana or you want to see? Sindhu.
Well, a very good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, Boria, I think to mention that, yeah, it was my jersey which I've played, so that's why I had to do a perfume on that, and I'll give it to you. But definitely, yes, fond memories. Yeah, I think the most important thing is, as many of them mentioned here already, I think, you know, grassroots levels is where something we'll all have to start off with. But I think the most important thing also where it starts with is the support system when it comes to, you know, the coaching and the way they're coaching the athletes. I mean, there are coaches, there are trainers, there are SNCs who are actually coaching, but it needs to be very uniformed in such a way that every athlete gets the importance. And I know there are a lot of academies, there are a lot of stadiums, but I would say, it needs to be focused on every academy and every stadium where every athlete gets the equal importance. I think that's where athletes come up. And when I say grassroots levels, yes, initially they start off and then there are coaches everywhere. But I think when the kids are growing up, that's when you need to make sure the foundation is very strong. And I think that's where I say, the support system when it comes to a coach or an SNC, because every athlete is different. Every athlete, they might think differently. They might need different things. For example, one might be stronger in a particular skill. Another might be weak in, let's say, in their strength or their endurance. So that is when I say each one needs to get a very good importance in terms of a particular SNC and a coach. So I think that here, being here, of course, I'm very privileged to be here today and talking about the Telangana Rising Global Summit. I think I can say that CM sir has been very kind enough to be very supportive towards sport, and I'm really looking forward, in the next coming years, it will be really good. And of course, I have so much of experience in sports now, and sport has taught me so much, and I think for me it's time to give back to the sport, and definitely would give my best to give my thoughts and share my experiences whenever required. So of course I'm sure it will definitely be a very good state where to have a good stadiums and of course good athletes to come up and get medals for the nation and for the country as well.
You know what, 2016, after she won the medal, and India had won 2, if you remember, Sakshi and Sindhu, about 2-3 months later, almost every day there was a felicitation. I remember meeting Sindhu and I asked, you are the toast of the country, what has changed? And she said to me, and I remember that statement, that yes, my life has changed, people's perception of me has changed, money and everything and fame, but I haven't changed as a person. Ladies and gentlemen, PV Sindhu. Azhar bhai.
జితేందర్ రెడ్డి గారిని సాధారణంగా వేదిక మీకు ఆహ్వానిస్తా ఉన్నాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. Azhar bhai, yesterday night also when you and I were chatting and I asked you this question, I ask again. When I see, firstly, your career, legendary cricketer, made a difference, one of our favorites, know you from 1986, 85, 86, that tour, 300s. But now, let me ask you a specific question. After the Women's World Cup, Mithali Raj, Arundhati Reddy, Sri Charani, the tradition is here. Are you planning something special to give the fillip to the women's game in Telangana? Because according to me, the opportunities are endless. And while we say that it's a level playing field, it's not. Match fees are the same. Central contract, 7 crores for men, 50 lakhs for women. So there is a big gap there. Are you, and the grassroots, practically no money. Are you going to sort of do something special in the light of the Women's World Cup to give a fillip to the women's game? Mohammad Azharuddin.
I think, Boria, the Telangana has produced many women players who have won a lot of medals. 2 are already here. And then Sania is there, and Saina Nehwal is there now. Nikhat Zareen also, they've won a lot of medals. So there is a lot of encouragement for women in Telangana. And they've won a lot of medals also. But I think the grassroots level thing, I'm also very in favor of grassroots level. But at the same time, I think what happens is, even if you pick people at the grassroots level, first you have to look at the skill. If you don't have the skill in a particular sport which you are picking up, then there's no point going ahead with a player. Because I remember about 3 or 4 years back, and I took somebody to Gopi's academy, and he looked at that person and he said, "Okay, no, it's not possible that he's going to play big badminton matches." So that's what we need from players, from coaches also. Because I think when you have the skill, then only all these things come up: dedication, application, everything, hard work. If you don't have the skill, even if I have a skill to play cricket, then if I start playing football, then I'll be wasting my time and wasting everybody's time. So I think the Telangana Sports Hub also has been created by the Honorable Chief Minister, who is also a very avid sportsman. He plays a lot of football, and you will definitely see him in action on the 13th when he's going to play with one of my favorite players, Lionel Messi. And I think Telangana has already done a lot, and it's going to do well, because with this new future city which is coming up, there will be a lot of facilities. Because when I was growing up, when I was playing, there were hardly any facilities. We played on very, very different grounds. I want to tell you something, that I'm very, very lucky that I have not been injured very badly. I mean, the grounds we played and the wickets we played without helmets, everything, as a youngster, I'm very lucky. I mean, if you ask me to play now, I will not play, because it's not good. Because the facilities now have improved. I think you have a lot of coaches who are really very, very good. And then if you see, I mean, especially in the cricket, you have more staff traveling than the players. If I'm right, I would definitely say about that. And I think the facilities are very good. And the platform is there for the players, but how well they use that platform. I mean, winning a gold medal, and it's not very easy, and an Olympic medal, actually, Sindhu has already done that, and Jwala is also here, and Gopi Bhai is already, won the All England badminton. So I'm a very avid sports watcher. I mean, I like watching sports, but I think the most important thing I want to tell is that if you find somebody who's very skillful, who's very good, please take care of all his problems, starting from family till he goes up. Because what happens is, there are so many players who come up, they have a lot of family problems. Okay. They want to, their parents, a lot of pressure is there on the parent. They want their son to do something, get a job, and then get their sister get married, all the things. If you find somebody who's exceptionally well, you please take care of all his things. Just tell him, go and play. Don't worry about what is happening. That is the one thing we should do it. Because if you do that, you will get many, many players. Because most of the players, they just fall away because of this problem.
Okay. So opportunity. If you try and understand what Azhar was talking about, opportunity, and that's what brings me to Jwala. Jwala, to see a summit like this mainstream sport, this is clear mainstreaming sport. We've seen in India, various states, if there are convocations, congregations like this, sport is a silo. It's like, okay, there will be one panel, 20 minutes at the end of the day. Here, it's mainstream. Whether it's the CM's vision of bringing in corporates and sports people together, whether we are seeing what we are seeing on the dais. In your case, the word that was used for you, trailblazer. When you started out, no facilities whatsoever, to win a world championship medal in 2011, to be the best in the world in doubles, Commonwealth Games gold, and now, what are the changes, Jwala, you are seeing in Telangana that will enable the next Jwala Gutta to come up, pick up a badminton racket and make a mark?
Hi, good morning everyone. What I feel is that, I was lucky to have a coach like Arif sir. I think he was a consistent coach whom I trained under. And that's what I feel. I feel we are not doing enough for the coaches. Every time when the sports is mentioned, we just think about the athletes and who are going to win the medals. But I think there are a lot of work which is done behind. Everybody, I'm sure everyone agrees, a good support system which includes coaches is not what we are focusing on. I think we need to, the sports policies have to mention the welfare of the coaches. I still hear that a lot of coaches are still under contract and they still struggle and don't have permanent jobs. I think that is very, very important. We need to support the coaching. People who are interested in coaching, take care of, because that's their bread and butter. And if you want them to focus on the athletes and to bring medals, we need a good, system for coaches and see that they don't struggle. And I think I was lucky to train under Arif sir, and I had a consistent coaching and support system from Arif sir, and that's why I think I could, even dream of doing something big. So I think I'll be really happy if the sports policies include coaches' welfare. and uplift them. And I always believe this, that good coaches, you'll definitely have good players. And Gopi Bhaiya is an example, you know. So encourage other coaches, give them the stability and hold them, and give them the incentives which we as players get, you know. And then I'm sure they will work hard towards. I think that's what is the missing link, is what I feel in our system. We don't talk about our coaches much.
That's a brilliant point. You know, taking care of the coaches. Yesterday, Gopi and I were sitting in his academy, and all of a sudden, and here, once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are important points. Telangana as a young state taking the lead.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. I want that our coaching system should become so strong that we don't depend on foreign coaches.
Absolutely.
In future.
Absolutely. So yesterday, and this actually brings me to this point, we were sitting and there were a few Mizo kids training out there. And I asked him, tell me a little bit more about these kids. And eventually I get to know that there are 10 Mizo coaches now working as part of the academy. So it's not just doing for Telangana, it's also doing for the rest of India. So Telangana taking the lead there, that's brilliant. So absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a state showing the way for the rest of the country. Stand out. Ambati, all of us are talking about coaches. You've just finished a career, accomplished cricketer, so much achievement. I'm going to give it back. Coaching, what's the thought? If there's one thing that you want to do as a possible coach, making a difference to the ecosystem in your state, what would that be?
Coming from Hyderabad, you know, I've played here, I've grown up here, I've played junior cricket for Hyderabad. So Hyderabad has always had extraordinary talent. To nurture the talent, you know, as Ajubhai said, you know, we need very good infrastructure, very good coaches, and most importantly, I think coaching has to, you know, develop a mindset to make sure, especially as a player, once you are transitioning into a coach, it is very, very important to put the player's priority first. So it's never about yourself, and especially coming from a team sport. I think sport as a whole, I feel, you know, unites the community, unites a city like Hyderabad. People from various corners of the country come and live in Hyderabad, and in a team, we have people from different communities, different castes, different religions. It all brings together, and I feel the unison is what
like to mention. Why Hyderabad? Why our Chief Minister? And Mr. Revant Reddy was all the time mentioning about this blue-green infrastructure. Many a time, you know, most of the people who are also trying to understand about the Musi, or who are trying to understand about the lakes rejuvenation, or trying to do best how we can sail with the nature, not to disrupt the nature. The main our focus is how, you know, every restored blue-green space. Primarily, this is a basic objective of our Chief Minister, Mr. Revant Reddy, who is also holding the urban administration portfolio. You know, why we have given impetus for the blue-green space is it improves mobility, one, it helps in recreation, you know, it helps in safety, and it also helps in the real estate confidence. So these are all makes us to become the growth drivers for our economic growth. And all put together, this will reinforce our climatic security. That's the most important thing what we just thought. And our vision for this Telangana, we have three models. Basically, this city of Hyderabad has a great perennial river, the Musi. It has been dried up. It is about 55-kilometer long green river which has been unnoticed. And our job and our chief minister's specific agenda is to regenerate the Musi River. How do we do it? How do we make it as a blue spine? That is one aspect. And the second is, how do you really regenerate the lakes? And third point is, how do we increase the green network in terms of the urban forests and creating the new parks? And when it comes to the Musi River, I would like to mention, when it was clean, when it should provide the irrigation water and also a source of the clean drinking water for many of the residents in Hyderabad. Now when the population increased, when the demands have increased, and how do we regenerate? One is the natural stream, which originates the river, and that is also been disrupted by the climatic conditions over there. How do we regenerate? So the immediate task what our Chief Minister has taken is to link up with the Godavari river waters. And how do we clean this river? To build STPs and trunks sewer infrastructure. How do we connect on either side of the river? Construction of the new bridges and creating pedestrian bridges, and also see that, the river flows by nature. It also helps in our flood mitigation. Many a time in 2021 and the recent past floods have also, we have seen in 2021 it was a big disaster. Many people lost their lives, their livelihoods, and also I've seen the worst part of the floods. Keeping that in view, recently there were floods to that level, but the governance has taken as a keynote. We have put our administration on the foot all the time when a small drop of water, a small amount of rain happens that may culminate into heavy rain. Our municipal administration, the urban administration officials, along with the disaster response team, which has been specifically to counter the flood. And also, we have, educated, enlightened our civilians how best we shouldn't use the public transport or to go on the road during the times of the floods. So when Musi was pushed as an ignored periphery, now we are trying to build up as the nature's given property to be developed, and it has to act as a backbone. In terms of the flood safety, what we have right now is we have identified about 3,262 lakes have been identified. As rightly mentioned by Mr. Narasimha Reddy, we have the geographical limits. Now we are categorizing as cure, pure and rare, right? Core urban area and peripheral urban area and rural agrarian area where we will try to cluster them as our economies. In the outer ring road inside, we have identified about 476 lakes, and outside the outer ring road where many people would have traveled, we have 2,786 outside ORR. How we can regenerate these lakes? For that, a organization has been floated by name Hydra. Many of our real estate partners and well-wishers, have thought this could be not a nice idea, but now we have proven that this entity has identified many lakes which have been encroached or which have not been put to use, and we are building systematic channels for that lakes, and many lakes have been regenerated, and that has been appreciated by in and around inhabitants of these lake areas. For that, we are going to provide the legal protections like notification of the lake boundaries, including the buffer zone 2. Till now, 445 preliminary notifications have been given, and we are finalizing about 1,079 notifications, and more progress in terms of giving the legal protection will be given. And in terms of the lakefront too, I need not mention I have so many lakes right now before me. We are trying to protect them, which shall enrich the environment of our Hyderabad. You know, we know that every revived lake becomes a flood buffer, a groundwater recharge hub, and also a community space. And lake should not become a shrinking liability for us. So in that sphere, we are trying to work out. In the urban forest and the park, the green network, which is led again by HMDA, you know, our focus is on the blue resilience. I would like to mention here, sir, the place what we are today. This is supposed to be our Bharat future city. We are trying to create a city over here which shall be net zero. And while coming to the social forestry, we have adjoining about 15,000 acres. We are trying to cultivate the irregular forest as a social urban forestry and try to link those parks with the tourism on a sustainable model, and this shall become our green network. And we have also identified in this Greater Hyderabad limits about 213 urban parks, which we are on developing right now. We are trying to put walking and cycling parks, tracks in these reserved forest blocks. And we also have put about 450 lakh seedlings in and around this Hyderabad from 2025 to 26. We are doing avenue and median plantation, and we identified about few blocks as urban forest blocks, and the green corridor on ORR, which shall be supported by almost 78 lakh seedlings. And our flagship green tourism and biodiversity asset reflects on the eco park at Kotwalguda, which is about 85 acres, and they have 8,000 plus birds of 19 different species, largest aviary in India and second largest in the world. So as already mentioned, during rainfall, during heat waves, during extreme weather, why we resorted to blue-green infrastructure. While mentioning all these things, you know, to the elders on the days or the industry partners of the days or the stakeholders or the NPOs or NGOs who are sitting across, who are most concerned about our cities, whether, you know, our main focus, our government main focus is to give clear thrust into provide clean drinking water, clean air to breathe, and a clean environment to live. These are the basic features of our government, and our Chief Minister is very keen on it. And in the same sphere, what we are trying to project when we unveil the vision document of 2047, you know, these are our thrust areas, and we welcome, you know, few more initiatives if the elders who are more into this sphere of the climate or the green blue space of infrastructure. We are very, very open to include in our agenda to make this Telangana a blue-green capital for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Government of Telangana. Thank you so much, Shri Sridhar Babu Garu. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now move forward to witnessing the launch of audiovisual of MRDCL. So ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly please divert your attention to the screen. And the panelists here can look at the screen in front.
flowing through the heart of Hyderabad for centuries. The Musi River shaped the city's birth, identity and evolution. From the early Qutub Shahi settlements to the Nizam's grand planning era, Musi was once the lifeline that nurtured trade, culture and civilization. As Hyderabad grew into a global metropolis, the Musi continued to flow silently. Witnessing the rise of historic corridors, bustling markets, transport nodes and dense urban neighborhoods. The Musi Riverfront Development Project is a flagship initiative of the Government of Telangana aimed at rejuvenating a 55-kilometer stretch of the river from ORR West to ORR East, making it one of the longest riverfront redevelopment projects in South Asia, covering over 110 square kilometers of influence area.
మూసీ ప్రక్షాళన జరగాలి, మూసీలో ఎలివేటెడ్ కారిడార్ రావాలి, మూసీ సుందరీకరణ చేసి మూసీ నదిని పునరుజ్జీవింపజేసి ఆ ప్రాంతంలో నైట్ ఎకానమీని ఈ రోజు ప్రారంభించాలనుకుంటున్నాం.
The Blue Master Plan is driven by detailed study of Musi's hydrology, flow patterns and river behavior. It focuses on systematic river cleaning through desilting, debris removal and pollution control, restoring natural flow capacity. Advanced flood management measures including river profiling, retention structures and strengthened stormwater channels ensure resilience, protect urban areas and create a clean, safe and living river. A continuous 50-meter wide green buffer on both sides transforms Musi into Hyderabad's central lung, a seamless ecological corridor of parks, promenades, urban forests, cycling trails and public plazas that enhance livability, microclimate and biodiversity. The Infrastructure Master Plan strengthens city connectivity through the strategic east-west corridor, new bridges, link roads and multi-modal mobility corridors. This river becomes not just a water body but a structural backbone unifying Hyderabad's east and west. The Land Use Master Plan dynamically highlights a 500-meter influence zone on both sides of Musi, proposing integrated mixed-use development, walk-to-work concepts, TOD-based planning and sustainable urban zoning to redefine river-oriented living. Gandhi Sarovar emerges as a landmark of renewal, a new urban confluence where ecology, recreation and identity meet. It weaves together green mobility, serene water experiences and world-class public realms, creating a vibrant civic heart along the Musi and redefining Hyderabad's riverfront for generations to come. Miralam Tank, transformation of historic water body into a vibrant destination along with area development integrated with Nehru Zoo Park. Rajendra Nagar, emerging as a key mixed-use growth district along Musi. Riverfront showcases the first visible shift from polluted banks to people-centric vibrant waterfront. The Musi Riverfront Development Project is one of India's foremost urban regeneration initiatives, positioning Hyderabad's waterfront as a high-value investment destination. The Musi Corridor opens strategic zones for commercial, residential, hospitality and innovation-led development designed to fuel long-term economic growth and elevate Hyderabad's global standing. Musi, is envisioned as a future economic engine, unlocking responsible, sustainable, and transformative investment opportunities. Aim is to achieve these sustainable development goals. From a forgotten river to a living legacy, the Musi riverfront signals Hyderabad's rise as a resilient and globally competitive metropolis. This transformation is an invitation. Come, be part of this journey. Be part of the revival. Be part of the rise of Musi.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap loudly for that wonderful, beautiful presentation there. My dear friends, we begin today with a session that touches both heritage and the future, the regeneration of the Musi River and the creation of a blue-green urban ecosystem for Hyderabad. This conversation brings together experts working at the intersection of ecology, infrastructure, and urban design. We now move towards the panel discussion. So I'd like to thank our dignitaries for being present here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the discussion that will happen now, Musi regeneration and blue-green infrastructure in Hyderabad. I'd like to introduce our first panelist for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajendra Singh. He is known as the Waterman of India. He is a renowned water conservationist and chairman of Tarun Bharat Singh. He has led the revival of thousands of traditional water bodies and helped restore several rivers in Rajasthan. And he's the recipient of the Ramon Magsaysay Award and Stockholm Water Prize. He's a global advocate for community-led water governance. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Rajendra Singh, for joining us. He's our, panelist member here. I now move towards our next panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite, she's already on stage, so thank you so much for joining in, ma'am. Miss Alexia Michel. She is a senior water resource specialist and experienced team leader with about 25 years of expertise in integrated water management, covering rural and urban water supply, sanitation, irrigation, flood resilience, and climate adaptation across Europe, Asia, Latin America, and Africa. She has been with Asian Development Bank, ADB, since 2022, currently based in New Delhi, India, where she leads projects in irrigation, flood control, coastal resilience, and other water-related areas within the agriculture, food, nature, and rural development sector. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining in. Yes, can we clap for her, ladies and gentlemen? I now would like to, introduce our next speaker. Mr. Arjun Shashidharan. He is a specialist in hydrology, hydrodynamics, coastal ocean modeling, flood risk modeling, sediment transport, shoreline change modeling, and climate impact assessments. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. I'd like to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Srija S. Nair. Dr. Srija Nair's fields of expertise include disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, drought risk and mitigation, geospatial analytics, early warning systems, hazard and vulnerability assessment, disaster loss database, and climate resilience policy planning. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining in. We also have with us Mr. Tapas Paul. Mr. Tapas Paul's expertise spans environmental management, natural resources management, coastal zone management, urban and regional development, water resources, and infrastructure planning. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. And ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the session, Dr. Parthasarthi Rangarajan. Dr. Parthasarthi's expertise covers natural resource management, environmental economics, rural and urban planning, coastal and water governance, fisheries, irrigation management, and development policy research. I now would like to hand it over, this wonderful session, Musi Regeneration and Blue-Green Infrastructure in Hyderabad, to our moderator, Dr. Parthasarthi. It's over to you, sir.
The temple's redevelopment and rejuvenation, along with the improvement of connecting roads, with an investment of rupees 250 crore. These efforts
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. It's a very interesting panel, and we have a very interesting and an expert panelist also. Already we have seen the broad overview of what the regeneration of Musi River plan is about. And we also know that the Riverfront Authority has been created and the initiative has been going on. There are various experts here. I think we have 10 minutes each, given the up to the lunch interval. And we also have the Minister, sir, and the Managing Director, who will also have the final words. But what I would like to do as a moderator is to raise and flag some of the issues which my expert co-panelists can also come in. And if there is time in the end, I'll try and do the summing up. World over, when we had or we have the riverfronts being developed, even within India we have in Ahmedabad, we have in Lucknow, we have in other places. One of the things that catch my eye is that there is an absence of property rights in that. When we are talking about natural resources, when we are talking about regeneration efforts, it would be useful to identify the stakeholders and talk about the property rights or very clearly have those property rights. Because eventually what happens is that there are land acquisition that happens, which is inevitable, and we have the LAR Act, which came up in 2013, which has been very, very useful. And we also have other supporting acts like the all states also have. So which are very useful. So if we can have a comprehensive plan right from the beginning about identifying who the stakeholders are at various quadrants of the river flow, then it would be very, very useful to identify what the property rights are and how these will be utilized in the future. That becomes essential because if I think of Musi River, say 20 years back, near Patancheru, when we have seen, there used to be a lot of fishermen, also the dhobis. It had been a very useful dhobi ghat where people have been used, the washermen had been there. But over time, these things disappear and new forms will take over. But then what these new forms are and how we want to project, that is the point. That point also dovetails into the very famous concept that we have of tragedy of commons. Because eventually, when we have the riverfronts, there is land, water body, and which is being used by public, also in some places the private sector, and the government, of course. But who is to look after what usually becomes a tragedy. That's the tragedy of commons that we know. And therefore, from both these perspectives, it would be really useful to think about how we are going to define who the stakeholders are and what kind of rights that they have and duties, of course. The second point that I would like to touch upon is very interesting that we are developing new cities, new areas, new urban areas. And new urban areas is a must in a state which is already almost half of the state population, or half of the area is urbanized. And the urbanization is going to go fast, and it is essential that we have a good infrastructure and good cities planned. In the process of doing it, even within Hyderabad, we have more than 500 small lakes other than Musi River. And therefore, these are also the areas where the blue-green infrastructure will have to come. But what kind of blue-green infrastructure will come and who will have what rights, and that becomes very important. The cities, the transitional areas I would call, because these are not peri-urban areas anymore, the transition areas have a big role to play. And as they are transforming into urban areas, by essentially led by the government, it would be useful to identify those blue-green areas and retain them as much as possible. That really saves later, because once the city develops, like what we are talking today in almost all the cities. It's not, I'm not specifically talking only about Hyderabad. Good that Hyderabad is thinking about it. We develop the riverfronts, and then we also have the urban forests. Instead of doing it or planting it or transplanting it after the city gets developed, in those transitional areas which are becoming new city now, it would be, how far it would be useful to have those lakes, forest areas preserved. So those are, and it has to be like master plan that we have for the cities. It would be useful to have a transitional area master plan which also includes these resources. Another point that I hope my panelists will also cover is a land capture mechanism, the FSI and other areas that we need to concentrate on. And lastly, this has to be a bankable project. So if they become a bankable project, not only the riverfront, but almost all the other developmental aspects that have been dovetailed into it would be of great use. I'll stop here. I'm sure my panelists will also contribute more on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I will, on behalf of MRDCL, I would like to start this panel discussion. Sir, Rajender ji, आपके experience, you have a lot of experience. You have been working for last 50 years in this particular field of river rejuvenation. When we are planning for Musi rejuvenation, we have studied extensively about the floodplain and the pollution that is caused. And for 55 kilometers that is runs through Hyderabad, actually it was a lifeline. As you are well aware, every settlement happens on the banks of the rivers. That's how Hyderabad growth is. But at this point in time, after urbanization, definitely the developmental challenges are there. Then now this government has taken up as a flagship program to rejuvenate it, give that blue and green waters, green spaces for the better living of the citizens of Hyderabad. With your experience, can you please suggest us the plan you have seen? Just now I have taken you around our stall and what are the plans in place. With your experience, can you please suggest us if there is any improvement to be done, the way we are going forward, is it aligned with what exactly the rejuvenation is meant for? Thank you, sir.
The first of all, I congratulate to this young Telangana. Why? Because this state is really working on the light of Indian Constitution. The Indian Constitution, Section A40 and Section 51AG, the state to the lakes and ponds and rivers. This is the duty of the state, the protection of the lakes, ponds, river and forest. So this state is really on the right side. You know, the river have the three rights. One right is the land of the river. The land of the river you can't use of the industry or commercial complex. That land, the river land only for river. And this government done a very wonderful job. The river have the three type of the land. One is the blue zone, and second is the green zone, and third is the red zone. So they really marking the land of river. So this state is moving toward giving the right of the river to ride river. So I just congratulate on this line. And another thing, yesterday I meet to my friend Rajan, he showed the Hedra. And I visit, when I come and I go back to the visit on the side of the Hedra, I seen 3 ponds rejuvenation. That is also good work, because if you rejuvenate the river, so you decide the relation with the ponds and lake with the river. The river is flowing with the recharging of the water in the ponds and lakes and forests. So this is also good thing. So I am, why I am congratulate, first I tell you. And now I say something. I came from desert state of country where the arid zone and semi-arid zone called Rajasthan. The 50 years before, when I resigned the government of India and moved to the field of ground, so that time people is displaced. Nobody, the young people living there. Just some old people living there, and they are the sick from the night blindness due to the malnutrition. So that time I am a doctor. Today I am not doctor. That time I am doctor because I am in the government of India. So I resigned and I moved to field. So I start the treatment. After the 9 months, lot of people cured. And one old man stand up and speak to me, "Oh Rajendra, what are you doing?" So I told, "You not seen anything before, now you can see in this world." He say, "But you know, when I see this world, my pains is increased." So I asked why? Because before, the all people of my village, they are putting the water in my pot. And when I see this all world, they can't put the water in my pot. So I am, that time he is the 73-year-old. So he say, "I am going fetching, drinking water 10 kilometers far away, so you create my pains." So that time, I start the de-learning of the education of university. And I learn from my community. And I start the work is the water conservation. And due to that conservation, after 15 years, my river are very flowing perennial. That is the seasonal river. And dry and dead region, no recharge. The rains is not coming due to the heat waves and the climates, all climate disaster there. And they at that time, the singing the song, my old people, you listen. The clouds come every year, but we don't know the angerness of the clouds. And where go these clouds? Due to the heat waves, the barren land, due to the mining, that area is the barren. So when the angerness of the cloud is start, my son and the wife of the son moved to the city of Delhi. So you can understand what is the crisis that time. And why this disaster come? Because our technology and engineering, that technology and engineering not really with consciousness and concern equal to the need of the human being and nature. When we are using the technology without consciousness and concern, that technology creating disaster. So, my dear friend, now in last 50 years, the change the song. The clouds come, now no angerness in the clouds. They are giving the rain to every year. and my son and the wife of the son returned to the home, and now they are doing agriculture. So, if your rejuvenation of the river Musi and you really respecting the right of the flow, the two right of the river, the one right of the land and second right of the flow. That flow, if your flow is not clean and continuous flow with freedom of river, so that is creates some problem. So just I request you, first suggestion, your plan is very good. I welcoming your plan, but just bother about the clean and continuous flow with freedom in the river. Just the simple suggestion to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's really experienced suggestion. Would you like to respond on this, sir?
So what you have mentioned about here is clean and continuous. That's the real reason I was mentioning about, because of the nature's imbalances, the origin of the river, the stability of the river should be there all the time, and that's how we are trying to connect with the Godavari river basin. We are trying to lift the Godavari river. 3 TMC of the water will be lifted into this river so that the continuous flow of the river will be there. And coming to the cleaner, this thing, we have put about 50 STP packs. We shall be cleaning this river water all the time. So these are the two important aspects what she told. We are taking due cognizance of that. And times to come, we will try to interact with you, try to put the papers in front of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
I welcome this idea because if we are really bothered about the clean and continuous flow, that flow making a culture and the integration with nature. And this way you can create a green jobs and green infrastructure. The green job and green infrastructure is always moving to the sustainability. So the sustainability word come in India more than 1,000 years before. But now we can really move, as per the minister says, now due to the pressure of the population and different type of the commercial pressures from the river. So we can think in a new way, in an innovative way, what we can support to the flow of the river. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is to Mr. Spa. You have been working with World Bank, and you have been working on various areas, particularly the flood plains, how to control the floods and all. So, with your experience, how can we integrate the sponge box, floodplains, relays, and urban wetlands into the Musi river corridor?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So thank you very much. It's a very important question, and I would think that from whatever we have seen in your video, what you have taken up is an ambitious plan. Say compared to Sabarmati or Jaipur, it is 55-kilometer stretch. It's ambitious, but allow me to say that for me it's not ambitious enough, because we are looking at 2047. You are looking at Hyderabad of 2047, and you are looking at a area of intervention or influence which is 110 square kilometers. Now, unfortunately, even if it was our lifeline, even if Hyderabad came up because of the river, we have converted the river into a drain. And when you intend, your intent is a drain, you will get a drain. Now, if you have this entire city has made the river its backward. It turned it back to the river. Now, if you do not change that, turning the cities back to the river, you will have a cleaner drain, you will have a bigger drain, but you will still continue to have a drain and not a river. And now that we are talking about 20, 25 years, we should be more ambitious because if Hyderabad cannot do, because Hyderabad is like 60% of economy of Telangana, no other city in any other state can do. So you have the opportunity and you should actually create the benchmark, true benchmark for India. Now I would think that you need to think about a larger influence area in which the city makes the river its front. And it cannot be done through a 100-meter strip of work or 300-meter or 1 kilometer. It has to be larger. Now, within that, then the question is what Rajendra ji talked about, right of the river on the land. We have to give land back to the river. Now, 110 square kilometer, you have to give 80, 90 square kilometer back to the river. How do you give that? You have some elements of your design. I would suggest that we actually need to rethink Hyderabad regional plan and make it a spine for development. 2031 HMDA regional plan should be revised and make this a spine for development. Make it really the spine with selected high-rise, high-density area, say 30 square kilometer of high-density area, so that you can release 80 square kilometer of land to the river. And that will include the sponges, the wetlands, and the other ecosystem services that the river also needs. So high density development in very select areas, and I will give you an example. For example, we think Bombay is high density. It's not Bombay. So for example, Bombay's FAR is less than 2, 1.5. New York is 15. Floor area ratio permitted in New York is 15. Comparable cities, 88 lakh people in New York, 122 lakh people in BMC area. Comparable. FAR is too high. Building density, 5 times the building density in Mumbai. But New York has more than 20 times, 26 times open area compared to Delhi, Bombay. So I think this is the strategy you need to really think about, and within that mesh all the pollution management thing, which is for today, 50 STPs will work today. Maybe you need another 50 STPs, you will need constructed wetlands because your cost of operation will go up. So we need to actually think about your 40,000 crore capital investment also means that we need to cut down the maintenance cost to 2,000 crores, for which you will need wetlands. And also you have to have enough revenue every year, 3,000, 4,000 crore revenue has to be generated. And that will come through mixed, multi-functional development, not entertainment, not recreation only. So that would be my...
Yeah, thank you. Basically, what exactly goes back to what Rajendra was telling. Give the right after the right river. Let the river live along with us, then the river live our life. So that's the major thing. And how to also develop, you have been talking about that is also when taken. Coming
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much. Actually, for Musi River, like us, it's like there is a buzzword like cure, pure, and rare. So actually, our focus is first to cure. So we need to focus more on cleaning the river and let the water to be pure first. Then cure it, and then we need to maintain it. So that is another thing we need to look into. And the last part is like we need to make it something which is rare, so that it should be sustained, not for this generation but also for the future. So here like I want to bring into the concept of risk sensitive planning. When we are doing the riverfront development, we should focus more on risk sensitive planning. It's a very interesting thing about Hydra, like it is taking care of both disaster management as well as asset both together. So that is one of the good approach towards risk reduction. Earlier it was like vigilance department which was taking care of the disaster management, and that is a good move. Like in the national scenario, like now we have a new disaster management bill. Like 2005 there was a Disaster Management Act, and now there's an amendment. The bill is now almost at the final stage and will soon be amended. So in that there is a mandate that every state or the corporation has to come up with the city level disaster management authorities, similar urban disaster management authorities, similar to the district disaster management authorities and state disaster management authorities, and it is mandatory to prepare the plans considering the geographical, environmental as well as the socio-economic factors. So it's all the three pillars should be given equal consideration while preparing the plan. So a river basin approach, a watershed based approach should be done while carrying out the vulnerability and risk assessment, especially to the floods. That is something which is to be considered. So that is my suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, it is a good suggestion. Basically, we have to look at the flood control and other things. Having said this, we have done extensive studies of flood control, considering last 100 years. But this is the question to Mr. Arjun and Mr. Siddharan also. Because you are an hydrology expert, and you have done hydrology well studies and also hydraulic people study. We have extensively studied with the help of consultants and also the National Institute of Hydrology. Actually, this question also relates to what Dr. Srija was mentioning. So when it comes to the flooding and flood control measures, see, as Rajandarji was mentioning, the river was free when we have not obstructed that. We cannot bring it back to that stage, but in the given situation, what are your ideas and what are your suggestions? How to make Musi as a free-flowing river again? Can you please elaborate on this?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And first of all, I congratulate this government for coming up with such a courageous and such a beautiful idea of rejuvenating a river. I would like to add on to what Dr. Srija was saying about the risk-informed flood mitigation measures. And see, we all who all are sitting here, you have been witnessing the latest torrential rains. For example, in September 2025, you had a huge rain and it almost flooded the entire city. That's one thing. It's not just one single event. Look at the 2000 August flood, where you had a recorded 124-hour rainfall of 250 millimeter in a day in Hyderabad. In IMD station it was recorded. Go for 2016 flood or 2013, 2023. Every year, this intensity of the rainfall is increasing. The duration is getting narrower. So probably the rainfall that is happening over a complete month is the same. or probably the rainfall that is happening over a year can be the same. However, the torrential rain, the duration and frequency is been changing. That is what is happening in Hyderabad as we talk about the climatic change and things. Only out of these torrential rains which has actually flooded Hyderabad, only one flooding can be tied directly to a Bay of Bengal deep depression that occurred in 2016. So there are 3 points that is actually preparing, having giving constraints. One is exactly as she said, we have lost the river which was there. So the area, the water carrying capacity of the river has come down. Along with that, the duration of the rain has come down, but the amount of rain which is happening has been increased. The third one is a compound effect, where you have torrential rain, you have high water lines in dams, and you have high water in river. When in such a condition, you don't need a huge rainfall of around 240 mm per day. You need like 50 mm, 100 mm rain is enough when you have a higher water levels in Musi. That can create a havoc in the city. So what we usually do to address the flood, in engineers, I know that a lot of engineers are sitting here. We always go ahead and design for a particular return period. So then when people like ADB, people ask, like, you have to put in climate change into it, what is usually you do? You say, okay, you're designing for 10-year return period, go for 25-year return period. Simple. Or just add 10%, 20% addition to the existing IDF curves. Is it scientifically correct or statistically correct? No. It's just to add on to whatever the financial agency or whoever is financing, just have to impress them with just adding a kind of thing. So I would like to suggest something called, a statistically or probabilistic method to address this particular flooding event. How it's been done in other part of the world. See, now, as you said, you have a single 1 in 100 year or one particular return period. And what you say is you have 1 in 25 return period, wherever it's flooding, you don't make anything. 1 in 100 year return period, don't make anything. Instead of that, we have constraint of the space, we have constraint of the area. Why don't we think about something different, which is being practiced in elsewhere in the country? So see, we have a lot of numerical methods like probabilistic method of analyzing data, right? So right now, what we are doing is we are planning for using the yesteryear's climate. We are planning the future infrastructure using yesteryear climate. However, the climate is changing. You have torrential rains are changing. The amount of flood or the rain which is happening is changing. At the same time, the city is developing. Your nalas are coming narrower. Your rivers are coming narrower. So instead of going for a single value, go for say, a Monte Carlo approximation, so that you don't know what exactly is going to be. Can be a trend that the warmer temperature can be increasing the torrential rains. It might be bringing in more water. It can change the other way as well. We are not so sure. See, in 2024, we had a cyclone Asna. That cyclone originated in desert. Cyclones are not supposed to be originating in desert. In such an uncertain conditions, you should go for something like a probabilistic approach for having a range of values for projections, which will give you a realistic, more probably robust, probably practical, viable, economically viable solution to address the flood issues or inundation issues. And again, as I said, the compound effect of different parameters, a moderate rain plus a moderate water level in Musi can create havoc in the city because of the constraints. So whenever the green, blue infrastructure that is being proposed for the Musi, you should look into the issues that has been already prevailing in the city. Our city especially was grown around Musi River. So this compound effects has to be studied, has to be hydrologically analyzed, has to be identified and come up with a protocol instead of just making embankments and then creating a 50-meter buffer. Use this probabilistic approach and you give weightage to the infrastructure, give weightage to the socio-political, economical, natural vulnerability, and then decide where to give green buffers or blue buffers instead of just making a buffer all around the city. You don't need that. You do have low-lying areas, use that as a buffer. Create a playground there, create a football ground there, have a flood, let it flood. It's not going to make a lot of environmental or economical impacts. Let it flood. Let that be a recharging thing. Just like a lake, if you're not able to connect the excess water that is coming in Musi River, connect it to a football ground, make a football ground or a park in a low-lying area where the probability of flooding can be less than or higher than 4%, like more than 25-year return period flood.
Yeah,
Use that
understood.
as a buffer.
Yeah. So, in order to mitigate the floods, try to understand the hydrology, the drainage pattern, and the drainage pattern particularly in the cities. It is nalas, address nalas, and how to take care of the low-lying areas you have been telling. That's actually exactly the part of our planning. So not only that, but how to treat the sewage that has been coming for so long. So that is also taken into consideration, and the plan includes. Coming to Miss Alex, you have heard all other panelists. So with their experience and with your experience having worked in ADB for over 25 years, so how you define Musi? And thanks that ADB is now also partnering with us, and you will be guiding us in making our DPR perfect and then getting into the execution. When it comes to the water management, flood management, the nature-based solutions, and also how to connect to the people, this is also very, very important. So what is your thought into that? And can you please give your thought?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us to this panel. This is a great honor for us to be here. The Musi River is deeply embedded in the history and the identity of Hyderabad, as we could see during this fantastic movie that was shown at the beginning. So the Musi River has accompanied the city through decades of remarkable economic and spatial transformation. However, this comes with challenges that need to be addressed. Indeed, as the city has expanded, the river has gradually taken on multiple challenges, and we have extensively discussed about this, such as receiving wastewater, stormwater, solid waste also that is going into the river. All this is placing increasing pressure on its natural capacity to function as a healthy river system. Also, the development along the floodplains and evolving hydrological patterns, as we discussed also, have also altered the river's natural behavior, leading to higher flood risks in some areas. Water quality challenges affect environmental conditions and public health and well-being. These pressures are widely recognized, and most importantly, they point to a clear opportunity. With sustained investment and coordinated action, the river systems such as Musi River can be restored as a resilient and productive urban river. So in terms of opportunity, last June, ADB President, Mr. Masato Kanda, after meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, announced that ADB will invest up to $10 billion over the next 5 years to transform urban infrastructure and support India's growing cities under the Urban Challenge Fund, designed to catalyze innovative, performance-oriented, and private capital leveraging urban investment. These blue-green infrastructures that we are talking about today, such as proposed in the Musi River Rejuvenation Initiative, combining environmental restoration with economic productivity and high-quality public space, is exactly the type of transformative, result-driven project that the Urban Challenge Fund seeks to support. Blue-green transformation is most effective, as we discussed also, when it's planned through an integrated water resources management approach, which looks at the entire river basin as one interconnected system. And very important, and this relates to your question, at the center of this project are people and communities. Strong community consultation, participation, and local stewardship are essential for long-term sustainability. This means ensuring that communities along the river benefit directly from the improved environmental quality, safer public spaces, better access to services, and enhanced economic opportunities. Riverfront development also opens pathway for new livelihoods and green jobs in waste management, for example, ecosystem restoration, riverfront development. Ecotourism is also an important part, urban agriculture, and the development of small enterprises. Another important aspect is women participation, youth engagement, and community-based monitoring that will be also important drivers for lasting successes. Now, coming back to ADB's international experience and what we bring actually as our international expertise, ADB and World Bank's 100 City program in India demonstrates how blue-green infrastructure can move from concept to city-wide systems, strengthening drainage, water supply, and urban resilience simultaneously. Another example outside India is that is particularly relevant for river rejuvenation and ecological restoration is the ADB's long-term engagement for integrated river basin management in China, in the Yangtze River Economic Belt and in the Yellow River Ecological Corridor. Just to give a quick word about the Yangtze River, you have Shanghai at the downstream of the river, and of course, all the development of Shanghai is taken into account, and there is everything that Shanghai can do to clean the river on its own territory. However, if it's not allied with complete integrated river basin management, it's a very difficult challenge. So this is what ADB has actually provided. Since 2014, ADB has supported around $3 billion in ecological restoration investment in these river basins, benefiting more than 70 million people. These projects integrate wastewater control, wetland restoration, green urban development, and also a concept that is called payment for ecosystem services, which provides sustained financial incentive for upstream watershed protection and ecological flow maintenance. Another example is in the Philippines, where ADB has its own headquarters. ADB is revitalizing the Pasig River that is passing through Manila with integrated policy, planning, digital technology, and cross-sectoral investments. So this is in support of the Pasig River Urban Development Authorities and in support of their priorities, which are the water system rehabilitation, transportation, recreation, mixed-use development, tourism, and sustainable human settlements. So to conclude, this Musi Riverfront Development Project has the potential to become one of India's most compelling examples of how cities can align economic dynamism with environmental restoration and social progress. This is not only about reviving a river, it's about shaping Hyderabad and more largely river cities' future around resilience, quality of life, and sustainability. And with the combined momentum of state leadership, national initiatives such as the Urban Challenge Fund, and long-term partnership with institutions such as ADB, the Musi River program can be structured as a scalable, financially sustainable, and climate-resilient investment platform that can serve as a national and regional model for blue-green urban transformation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alex. As you said, Musi Rejuvenation is not a project. It is shaping of the Hyderabad ecosystem for better living standards, social aspects, and giving the blue and green environment to the citizens of Hyderabad. Very good thought into that. Last question to Rajendra ji. आपने बहुत सारे रिवर्स रिजुवेनेशन वहाँ पर राजस्थान में करे, अब आप इससे पहले आंध्र प्रदेश जब था आप एडवाइज़र भी थे अपने रिवर रिजुवेनेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स पे, मूसी पे, जब भी आपके जो भी थॉट प्रोसेस है वो आपने को बताया था. And now coming to this particular rejuvenation project taken up by Telangana government at this point in time, As everybody pointed out, we have considered every aspect, the hydrology, the floods, given shrinking of the river bed, some points in some areas. And we are trying to also give the hydraulics and the cross section so that the river should not be obstructed anyway. At the same point in time, we are also thinking, not only thinking, but we have mandated that 50 meters on each side of the river will be kept as buffer zone. We will not allow any kind of development in that. And after 50 to 100 meters, this is also again a restricted development area. So as per the CWC guidelines also, it is mandated that we have to look into the regulated development within 50 meters to 100 meters. That is also being taken care. As rightly pointed out by Alex, we have to win over the people also, who are the main stakeholders. And at the same time, what Tapas and others were mentioning about the economy to be thriving and not investing much into that, how to leverage the resources what we have and take it forward. All these are considered. And now we are at a stage that finalizing the DPR, actually draft DPR already done. Only one aspect that is coming into our mind is that how to get over or how to win over the environmental challenges that are coming now, the cloud bursts and other things. So ये एक अपने मन में चलता है. जब भी अपन प्लान करता है रीडेवलपमेंट के लिए, rejuvenation of any of the river, we take 100 years data. But the rains that happened over the 100 years are not similar now. So in the given situation, आप पुणे पे भी एक मूसी का पुणे पे भी एक रिवर का रिजुवनेशन, हाँ, वो रिवर पे आप काम कर रहा है, वो भी एक अर्बन प्लेस है. We have studied extensively. Our team has been sent to South Korea, Japan, and various other countries to study how the development happened there. Of course, we have brought in all the factors into this. But Indian context में आपका एक सूचना अपने को देना है. You want to give a final advice to us. What is that we should keep in our mind to take this forward?
Very good. This question is really very much near of my heart. क्यों? क्योंकि मैं आपको थोड़ा सा पहले अपना अनुभव शेयर करता हूँ, फिर उनके सीधे सवाल पे आता हूँ. जब हमारी नदी सूख गई थी तो लोग उजड़ के शहर चले गए थे और वो जो प्रेशर था गांव का वो शहरों पर बढ़ने लगा था और शहरों में केवल नदियों के किनारे ही खाली जगह मिलती है. तो उन्हीं गांव के लोगों ने आके नदी की बैंक पर दोनों साइड में जो फ्लड प्लेन था एनक्रोचमेंट किया और फिर जब उनके गांव में पानी वापस आ गया, पानी तो ऐसे ही नहीं आता, पानी को लाने के लिए टाइम लगता है. यू कैन चेंज मेक द हिस्ट्री सम आवर्स, बिटवीन सम आवर्स, but if you are making change in the geography, taking years and years. So मुझे तो 10-12 साल लगे जब मेरी पहली नदी अरवरी पेरेनियल हुई और मैंने देखा कि दिल्ली, बम्बई, अहमदाबाद सब जगह से लोग वापस आके अपनी ज़मीन पर खेती करने लगे. तो वो जो एक बड़ा चेंज था, उस चेंज ने मेरी ऊर्जा बहुत बढ़ा दी. और मुझे लगा यार मैंने तो कभी ऐसा सोचा ही नहीं था कि ये रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हो जाएगा और लोग वहाँ से अपनी ज़मीन पर आकर खेती करने लगेंगे. तो एक तो ये है कि ये जो नदी है ना, ये केवल फ्लो नहीं है. नदी रियली बेस ऑफ योर कल्चर, सिविलाइजेशन एंड नेचर इंटीग्रेशन. नेचर, कल्चर and civilization integration name is the river. तो जब आप अपने समाज को अपनी नदी के साथ जोड़ देते हैं तो सर आपका काम आसान हो जाता है। तो फिर क्या हुआ, जब हमारी नदी बहने लगी तो लड़के वापस आए और इन लड़कों ने सबने गन्ना बोना शुरू कर दिया। तो मैंने कहा यार राजस्थान में गन्ना थोड़ा ही हो सकता है, तो 1 साल में 2 साल में ही दोबारा सूख जाएगी। अच्छा, हमारे लड़कों की शादी नहीं होती थी तब पहले, क्योंकि पानी नहीं था। तो जब नदी में पानी आया और ये लड़के वापस लौट के आए, इन सब की शादी होने लगी, इनकी सब की नई बहुएं आ गई। तो ये लड़के तो मेरी बात सुने नहीं, क्योंकि उनको तो गन्ना मिल गया था, गाड़ी में भर के शहर में बेचने जाने लगे थे। मैंने इनकी सारी बहुओं को बुलाया और बुला के कहा कि देखो, यदि ये गन्ना बोएंगे तो फिर ये गांव उजड़ेंगे, और यदि गन्ना बोना बंद करोगे तो तुम दोनों पति पत्नी यहाँ गांव में रह सकोगे सब। इन औरतों को समझ में आ गया। रियली आई कैन से द इंडियन वुमन इज ऑलवेज साइलेंट एंड बिहाइंड ऑफ द मैन, बट यू नो शी इज रियली deep concern with nature, and she have the character of the nourishment of nature and human being. इन औरतों ने कहा तो फिर क्या करें? तो मैंने कहा कि यार देखो, इन पतियों को समझाओ कि ये गन्ना वन्ना नहीं बोए, ये इलाका गन्ने का नहीं है। तो इन्होंने कहना शुरू किया, पर पति कहाँ सुने। तो फिर मैंने कहा इन औरतों से कि इन पतियों को कह दो कि यदि तुम गन्ना बोओगे तो मैं तुम्हारे साथ नहीं रहूंगी। मेरी हिंदी आपको समझ में नहीं आ रही है, पर ये दिल की बात तो मैं अपनी दिली भाषा में ही कह सकता हूँ। सर, दैट इज द बिग चेंज। इन लड़कों ने अपना क्रॉप पैटर्न को रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक करना शुरू किया, और फिर हमने पूरी रिवर की एक रिवर पार्लियामेंट बना दी, जहाँ से नदी शुरू हुई थी और जहाँ नदी मिलके दूसरे उसमें जाती थी। वो जो रिवर पार्लियामेंट ने है, उसने हमारे क्रॉप पैटर्न को हमारे रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक कर दिया। इसलिए आज मेरी नदी बह रही है, नहीं तो कोई नदी 50 साल कॉन्टिन्यूस बहेगी क्या? जिस तरह का डिस्चार्ज बढ़ रहा है और रिचार्ज घट रहा है, हमेशा हर जगह खेती करना चाहते हैं। तो मुझे बस एक ही छोटा सा सुझाव आपको देना है कि आप जो रिवर रिजुनेशन का काम कर रहे हैं, इसमें मैनेजमेंट की दृष्टि से, गवर्नेंस की दृष्टि से, टेक्नोलॉजी की दृष्टि से आप मुझसे ज़्यादा अच्छा जानते हैं, और इन सब लोगों को मिला के आप अच्छा ही करेंगे। पर मैं एक चीज़ कह रहा हूँ जो आप नहीं जानते, वो ये है।
वो तो इम्पोर्टेंट है।
वो ये है कि हमारी मूसी नदी के जो लोग हैं, उनके दिल में ये नदी कैसे बहने लगे। जिस दिन मूसी के लोगों के मन में आप उनकी नदी को बहाने लगेंगे, उस दिन जो नदी है वो फिर कभी सूखेगी नहीं और कभी मरेगी नहीं। वो नदी पेरेनियल होकर बहती रहेगी।
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, as you said, people at the center, people are very, very important. We are trying to make them the main partners into the development. That is how it is entirely planned. आपका जो सुझाव है हमें पूरा मंजूर है, वही सुझाव के साथ हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। With this, I thank the moderator Parthasarthi, Professor Parthasarthi, and all the panelists for their insightful thoughts and perspectives. So with what I came to understand while sitting in the seat as Managing Director of the Musi Riverfront Development, my task is to balance everything, particularly the ecological restoration, scientific understanding, and strong governance. So with that, and the most and very important aspect is community participation, as highlighted by Rajendra ji and every one of you and Alex, the inclusivity of every section, the women, the youth and everyone, the river front actually is going to be the activity-based development, and keeping in mind of the Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So we have to keep them in mind, as what we have been seeing across the world, how the Gen Z is proactively participating. We will also make them participate in this. That is the inclusivity we are looking at. This, with all these things, we are thinking that Hyderabad definitely will become a vibrant, resilient city with a resilient river system. So we want to flow with, the development should flow with the river. That's what is the thought, and with this thought, and I once again thank all the participants here for participating, and the panelists for giving your inputs for making this a beautiful riverfront development and rejuvenation of Musi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Over
much.
to you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed a very informative segment right there, and I'm sure everybody absorbed a lot of information, details, and indeed we are looking forward to the blue-green Telangana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I request Shri E.V. Narasimha Reddy, IAS Managing Director, MRDCL, to kindly please present mementos to our esteemed panelists here on stage. I would first request Mr. Rajendra Singh, what a man of India, to please step forward to receive the memento. Request Ms. Alexia Michels to please step forward to receive the felicitation. I request Mr. Tapas Paul to please step forward. Our moderator for this session, Dr. Parthasarthi Rangarajan, to kindly please step forward. We can now have a group photo opportunity. I request everybody to please step forward for a group photo opportunity. Yes, I request some members to please join in. Yes, MRDCL team, I request you to please join in. So this was the Musi regeneration and blue-green infrastructure in Hyderabad. What an interactive and I should say wonderful, interesting panel discussion that has been. Thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we move forward to lunch. I request you to kindly please reconvene. Please come back by 2:15 for our next session, which is Building Telangana's Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Ease of Doing Business 2.0. So I request you to kindly please come back, reconvene by 2:15. It's time now for lunch. We'll be waiting for you right here. 2:15 we begin with our next session, which is Building Telangana's Entrepreneurship Ecosystem and Ease of Doing Business. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Good morning to everyone. आज ये
later in the day, precisely at 6 o'clock, and I have been involved in
Thank you. Good morning to all. Good morning to everyone. आज ये स्पोर्ट्स का है तो एनकरेजमेंट तो चाहिए ना. Good morning. Thank you. ये अंग्रेजी में लिखा हुआ है, इसमें रख देता हूँ. मैं 2 मिनट आपसे बात करता हूँ, सिर्फ 2 मिनट. सर तो बोले थे हमारे जयसूर्य सर ने, मैं पुराना प्लेयर हूँ. अरे जब मंच के ऊपर हनुमान जी बैठा हुआ है, 1, 2, 3, 4, उनके सामने हम छोटे छोटे बंदर हैं. वो देश के लिए खेले, तो एक मंच आपके पास बैठा हुआ है. देखिए अजू भाई यहाँ पे, हमारे हिंदू जी है, और क्रिकेट के मैं फैन हूँ. कुंबले जी यहाँ है, रायडू है, देखो हमारे चेयरमैन, कितने बड़े बड़े लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए. आज मैं ये बात बताना चाहता हूँ सारी दुनिया को, तेलंगाना भी एक ऐसा पोटेंशियल स्टेट है जहाँ मुख्यमंत्री अपना रेवंत रेड्डी साहब ने जो विजन से जय चंदन सर, हमारे चेयरमैन, मुख्यमंत्री सर, सब मिलके एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना चाहते थे, जो प्लेटफॉर्म जो 2036 में ओलंपिक्स में जैसा देश से या अपना तेलंगाना से कोई ना कोई मेडल इस बार जरूर जीतने का एक ख्याल रखते हुए काम कर रहे हैं। बस इसी के बदौलत हम ये प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। हमारे स्पेशल चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब बहुत ही गहराई से ये प्लेटफॉर्म को बनवाया और हमारे सीएम साहब ने भी, जैसे हम एक तेलंगाना 13 को मेसी भी आने वाला है, मेसी से सीएम साहब का मैच भी होने वाला है। हम पूरा देश को ये बताना चाहते हैं कि तेलंगाना भी आज तैयार है मैदान में उतरने के लिए और तैयार है जीतने के लिए। वो दिन चले गए जब दुखी की बात होती है, सब लोग मिलकर बात करते थे। उस दिन हमारे प्रिय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बताया था, इतना 140 करोड़ आबादी है इस देश में, जैसा 4 करोड़ आबादी है तेलंगाना में, जो पिछले ओलंपिक्स में हम एक भी मेडल नहीं जीत सके। बहुत गम से बोले थे, वो बात हम सबको दिल के लग गया है और हम ये प्लेटफॉर्म सीएम कप ये माध्यम से हम गांव से लेके मंडल से लेके कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी, वहां से लेके डिस्ट्रिक्ट, वहां से लेके स्टेट्स और नेशनल इंटरनेशनल के माध्यम तक हर प्लेयर को मतलब ढूंढ के निकालना है और इस देश को बताना है तेलंगाना में भी ऐसे एक स्पोर्ट्स है, जैसा हमारे पास अज्जू भाई है और हमारे पास कबड्डी राइड है, जो ये खेल पूरा विश्व को दिखाता है। जैसे हमारे प्यारी बहना भी बैठी है यहाँ पे और हमारे 2 बहनें बैठी हैं यहाँ पे, जो तेलंगाना का एक रौनक है, एक रोल मॉडल है। हम ये मंच से सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं और जो इसमें यहाँ इन्वेस्टमेंट करते जो हर आदमी से हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, किसी हाल में अब तेलंगाना 8-10 दिनों में अगर आप चाहे तो भी इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते उतनी बड़ी संख्या में, जैसा हमने इससे पहले भी देखा टेनिस में भी अपना गोपी भाई बहुत अच्छा खेल खिलवा रहे हैं। తెలంగాణలో ఈసారి స్పోర్ట్స్ పట్ల ఒక పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఒక స్పోర్ట్స్ పాలసీ తీసుకొచ్చి గ్రామ స్థాయికి నుంచి క్రీడాకారుల్ని వెతికి మండల, నియోజకవర్గ, జిల్లా, రాష్ట్ర, దేశ స్థాయి వరకు వారిని వెతికి తీసి తయారు చేసి ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్నటువంటి గ్రౌండ్స్ అన్నింటినీ కూడా ఇదివరకే జయచంద్రన్ గారి దగ్గర మేము చైర్మన్ గారు మిగతా మా స్పోర్ట్స్ టీమ్ అంతా కూడా కూర్చొని ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి గ్రౌండ్స్ ఎంతవరకు మనకు ఫిజికల్ గా ఫిట్ ఉన్నాయి, దాని తర్వాత కోచ్లు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు, మనం కోచ్లను ఏ విధంగా ట్రైన్ చేయాలి, ఇక్కడ ఉన్న యువతకు ఏ విధంగా మనం సహకారం అందించాలి, ఓకే అనుకోవడం గొప్ప పని కాదు, దానికి ఫిజికల్ గా ఏం చేద్దాం అనేటువంటి ఒక ఆలోచనతో ఉన్నాం. కాబట్టి మరి నిన్న స్పోర్ట్స్ సంబంధించిన చాలా ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ కూడా వచ్చాయి. మనం అందరం కూడా ఆలోచన చేయాలి. గ్రామ స్థాయిలో ఉన్నటువంటి క్రీడాకారుని వెతికి తీసి ఈ దేశానికి కోసం ఆడిపించే విధంగా రాబోయే 2036లో ఒలింపిక్స్ లో ఖచ్చితంగా భారతదేశం లేదా తెలంగాణకి ఎటువంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో కూడా మెడల్ వచ్చే విధంగా మనం కార్యక్రమాలు తీసుకోవాల్సిందిగా మీ అందరితో కోరుతూ, దీనికి సంబంధించి మీ సలహాలు, సూచనలు లేదా వాళ్ళు భవిష్యత్తులో ఏం చేయాలనుకున్నారు, 2036లో ఏ విధంగా తెలంగాణ ఉండబోతా ఉంది, దాంట్లో ముఖ్యంగా స్పోర్ట్స్ లో ఏ విధంగా మనం ముందుకు రాణించాలి, అదే మాదిరి 2047లో మన స్పోర్ట్స్ లో ఏ స్థాయికి ఉండాలి. మనకంటే చిన్న దేశం, తెలంగాణ కంటే చిన్న దేశమైనటువంటి సౌత్ కొరియా మరి ఈ రోజు 36 మెడల్స్ గెలుచుకున్నది. ఆ 36 మెడల్స్ గెలుచుకున్న దాంట్లో ఒక అమ్మాయి 3 మెడల్స్ గెలుచుకున్నది. మరి మనం ఎందుకు చేయలేమనేటువంటి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన విధానం, తాపత్రయం అంతా కూడా ఈసారి సమ్మిట్ లో పెద్ద ఎత్తున స్పోర్ట్స్ పట్ల ఒక మంచి ఆలోచన చేసి ఒక మంచి ప్లాట్ఫామ్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలని చెప్పి అనుకున్న విధంగా ఈ కార్యక్రమం తీసుకుపోతున్నాం. కాబట్టి మీరందరూ ఈ కార్యక్రమం ఇచ్చేసినందుకు మీ అందరికీ కూడా, వేదిక అందరికీ కూడా, ముఖ్యంగా చైర్మన్ గారికి, మా జయ సంజయ్ సార్ గారికి నా మనసు పూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ కార్యక్రమాన్ని కొనసాగించవలసిందిగా కోరుతా ఉన్నా. జై హింద్.
Thank you so much.
universities here, which is sort of given in the US. You can walk into it. So the vision here, when you're talking about 3 trillion, of course, your form should be filled quickly. Instead of 10 steps, you should have 3 steps. Agreed. But what Telangana is thinking is way beyond that. So how to create a ecosystem here where the best people, best innovators and best investors sort of find it convenient to come here, and then create whatever, we are talking about 22 years. Who knows what will be the dominant industry 22 years from now? Who knows how world will operate 22 years from now? So that seems to be the philosophy. State becoming a facilitator for talent and creating an enabling environment of doing business. Of course, these basics should be taken care, forms should be filled quickly, accepted quickly, but the thought is way beyond that.
I think, thanks for having me here. Energy sector thrives on industry. Energy sector thrives on industry, and we strongly believe that a strong manufacturing sector or a strong MSME sector, which is going to be a good power consumer, forms the backbone for an energy sector. And my experience with Telangana had been that it had been one of the states which has encouraged a lot of industry development, and there has been a continuous upgradation of the policy. And I have worked on a pan-India basis. I have worked across different states. So I have always found that not because I hail from the state, but it's because we have actually set up. So in most of my stints, I have set up some manufacturing entities, and we had the privilege of setting up the first wind power project of 100 megawatt, which is the only 100 megawatt project which is operational. So I think Telangana as a state is a more user-friendly state when I am talking about enabling policies, enabling things, and we have actually seen that it's more of a productive thing. So I think manufacturing, certainly I think with the kind of policies that have been brought in, and with more and more new entities actually looking at Telangana as their manufacturing base, and the excellent part for the state of Telangana is its connectivity. Okay, so you talk about the connectivity to the western part of the country or to the rest of the southern part of the country. Telangana is actually a very centrally located place, and I think the availability of a lot of trained manpower, probably because of most of these public sector undertakings which have been part of Telangana for many years. So be it your skilled manpower. When I say skilled manpower, I'm not talking about the IT and the software people. I'm talking about the core engineering people also. So the availability of core engineering people actually makes Telangana one of the best manufacturing states to have. And of course, the enabling policies are what actually matter a lot here.
And now the present government has given a bigger push in the same direction. So there is stability. there is law and order stability, there is less crime, there is general peaceful environment in the state. So that is one. Second is scale. When we talk of large enterprises, we need a lot of land, we need a lot of resources like water, electricity, manpower. All that is available in scale here. And the third is competitive advantage. When we talk of competitive advantage of Telangana, there are 4 or 5 points which I want to highlight. First is a very sustainable and robust power infrastructure. For a large-scale enterprise, power is the key. And Telangana delivers reliable, uninterrupted, high-voltage power, which is very essential for people like me in data center business, and also for other businesses as well. Apart from this, Telangana has a very beautifully integrated renewable energy policy. So global, we as large-scale enterprises, data centers, we have global sustainability targets to be met. And for that, the subsidized corporate power purchase agreements that are possible in Telangana, then the access to free access renewable energy, these give us advantage over other states. So that is, one is about power. Apart from this, the 100% exemption in electricity duty that is available in Telangana, the power tariff concessions that are available, the concessions in wheeling charges that are available for power in Telangana give us a great advantage in Telangana. The second point that gives us advantage in Telangana is the framework of regulation, the regulatory framework. The streamlined approvals that are essential in a very quick time are very essential for large-scale enterprises because the investment is so high. Our deadlines, our operational deadlines are so tight that we need to ensure that our approvals come in time. And in that context, the TS iPass system of Telangana really scores. It is the biggest differentiator between Telangana and other states. Similarly, if we look at the talent and the ecosystem growth that has happened in Telangana, we have engineering colleges, we have institutions which are producing brilliant minds. We have a tech focus in the state in general. We have a focus on artificial intelligence, on machine learning, on cloud policy adoption. These are the next generation workloads which are driving the data center business, at least in Telangana. So that is one. Then the ecosystem growth. Now, when people like us operate, big data centers operate in Telangana, they develop an ecosystem of, EPC firms, cooling vendors, security providers. This helps for new entrants to come with supply chain risks being reduced. So our presence helps others to come in. So that is another advantage that we have in Telangana. So, and the other is world-class digital connectivity and physical connectivity. So if you look at the digital connectivity of Hyderabad, the fiber density in Hyderabad, the multiple entrances that we have into Hyderabad, it provides a low latency pan-India transmission of data. So that really helps. Similarly, if you look at the land and the financial incentives that are offered in Telangana, we get land at subsidized prices, which is a very big incentive to start with. Then the financial incentives like the subsidy on capital, the exemption on stamp duty, the reimbursement of SGST. These are things that really give Telangana a competitive edge, not only within the country, but across the world. Thank you.
Well, that's a very long list, Mr. Trivedi, that makes Telangana an attractive state globally. But Abhishek, let me put you on the spot because we've heard plenty from everyone about why Telangana stands out. You look at the logistics in the land space more closely than perhaps some of the others here. Tell us what you observe. I mean, an integral part of setting up the entrepreneurial ecosystem is having the logistics, having the infrastructure, having the land in place. what are the gaps or the challenges that still remain there that you'd like Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti to address?
Yeah, thank you, Ritu. Logistics and industrial is my DNA, and I'll put forth my point of view on that. So, when you look at logistics and industrial, supply chain perspective, first thing is geography. So Telangana today enjoys an advantage, right? City that we are sitting at Hyderabad right now, it's kind of an equidistant from your western coastal line to versus eastern coastal line. That's about 700 odd kilometers. So the world opens up for you on either side when you are sitting over here. That's the first advantage. Second, Telangana as a state has been very adaptive. It is continued to grow on conventional industries, whereas it is also welcoming new age industries. And that's what we have seen the buzz around, that the new industries that is coming up, and the focus especially on that. When you talk about medical device park, you don't hear that across India, that somebody is focusing on developing an ecosystem for medical devices. We hear medical is a big thing, but then medical devices becomes very niche and very welcoming. Pharma has been a pioneer over here. So these are all the things, and plus the talent pool which is available over here, which is very adaptive to what is coming their way and delivering the best. That gives a very unique advantage. Now, adding a new dimension to it, which is kind of talking first about the India level, and that's plus where Telangana can again stand out, because it has been a pioneer in terms of rolling out policies, taking new initiatives for industries to be supported, is the new MSME sector. While we have done on the real estate side, our research, on an APAC level, we found that India's domestic value addition, which is the composition of how much you're getting domestically procured in your overall manufacturing index, is only 17%. Whereas for the other economies where we are competing, it is as high as mid-40s and even 50%. So it gives you a huge breakthrough that what is lacking. We have all the big corporates which are coming up, but then they also need a support ecosystem which can thrive for them, which can manufacture for them and then thrive. So Telangana, even to support that, has all the check boxes, that it is geographically well located. It has got all the incentive policies. Now what is required for these guys is, to be support to set it up, to handhold for the initial few times to grow, get initial stuff done, expand, and then grow globally, compete globally. You can have suppliers based out from Telangana, which is supplying to global corporations, and they could be Telangana based. And that's a very proud thing to have, and which is very much possible. And that's the new dimension I see from the perspective that, yes, on the logistics industrial side, Telangana has an advantage. It has stepped forward than others in the country, and that's the way forward for them.
All right. Since we're talking about entrepreneurship here, let me put the entrepreneur on the spot here, Chaitanya. Just give us a very unfiltered, real person example of, when we talk about entrepreneurs, when we talk about young startups. Bangalore is the word everybody first thinks of, yet there is a thriving industry right here in Hyderabad. Just give us your perspective, apart from the fact, of course, that you call this state your home. Why you think Hyderabad has an advantage over some of the other states?
I'm a personally big fan of Hyderabad, so
yeah, apart from the fact that it's
very
your home
difficult
state.
to give unbiased, but okay, let me try. So we started 10 years back in Hyderabad. So while it happened by chance, but when I reflect with the benefit of hindsight, I think that is one of the best things that happened to Darwinbox, because if you take a startup, especially product-based technology startups like Darwinbox, our IP is people we hire. So they produce the product, and that is what we sell across the globe. So end of the day, the availability of human capital, that is what pretty much defines the success of a startup or a company. So if you think about Bangalore or Silicon Valley, it is not about the valley per se, right? It is about availability of the talent per se, right? That's what makes them great. So at least in Hyderabad, off late, it is becoming very easy for us to attract talent. Because one, the infrastructure is amazing. So probably it is pretty much country's best infrastructure. So I can't think of any city where you can get off a flight and go to office in half an hour, complete the discussions. I mean, Bangalore, I don't think that is possible. So do all the meetings and again go back and take a flight very comfortably in the evening. So it may sound very trivial, but that's very, very, very important. So.
But Chaitanya, would it have been as easy to attract talent had you not been in Hyderabad? Had you been in a tier 2 city in Telangana? Would it have been the same?
So in a technological world, probably it is not the same, to be honest. So it is more a Hyderabad advantage, but I think we will get there. And so one, the stable infrastructure, a quality of living is probably the best in the country, and naturally that's when people want to move and live here, right? So that is what the opportunity here is. Not just companies to set up in Hyderabad, but also for leaders and decision makers to attract them to come and start living here and build the ecosystem here. I think that is the biggest opportunity. Just to give you an example, in last 2 years, we hired at least 10 VP level people. So all of them moved from one of the other cities to Hyderabad. So and for all good reasons. And in fact, it is actually becoming a sort of a bait or a value proposition when we are hiring now. Earlier, it used to be a disadvantage. So now, in fact, it is becoming an advantage. I mean, people want to move and settle down here. See, these things, won't happen overnight. The credit goes to the government for creating such a great, ecosystem and consistent investment in the infrastructure and human capital.
Well, Mr. Trivedi quickly wants to ask something before I toss this to Mr. Nikhil.
I just want to add to what Chaitanya just said. We must, when we talk of the creation of entrepreneurial ecosystem in Telangana, we cannot but mention the T Hub, the T Works, and the V Hub that have been created by the government. These are the driving forces behind the innovation, the technologies that are coming in. The T Works actually prototypes the products, and V Hub is the most unique facility where women entrepreneurs are being encouraged.
No, absolutely. Women entrepreneurs, there's policies to encourage SC/ST entrepreneurs, there's inclusion at the state level. But Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, let me just toss what Chaitanya said to you. I mean, it's easy to attract people to Hyderabad. In fact, they want to relocate to work in Hyderabad. But perhaps it's not so easy when you look beyond that. Just throw some light on the kind of initiatives the government is working on to ensure that this ecosystem expands beyond just the city that we're in, into the wider region, into tier 2, perhaps tier 3 cities in future.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. As part of our ongoing efforts to spread the IT to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, we have already constructed few IT towers in almost 9 other districts as well. And in fact, I'm proud to say districts like Nizamabad has full occupancy of the IT towers. We do give some to the local startups, and of course, till the new startups are there, we are utilizing it for other services as well. Apart from that, as Trivedi sir has already told, we have been giving differential incentives. If the industry wants to locate the industry out of the RRR region, we are giving extra incentives to them, whether it is capital subsidies, whether it is SGST incentives. We are more welcome in that way because the world has grown that way. We don't need to have to reinvent the wheel with respect to that. The pharmaceutical sector growing in Solan, in Himachal, or in Uttarakhand is all because of the tax incentives, and the growth of industries in the SEZs is also because of the incentives. So we also have to, as our Honorable Minister has said, we are following the Guangdong model. If we want to go for the larger scale, equal development across the state, we need to push and also give some advantages to the industry there. Of course, they have certain struggles with respect to manpower availability and of course availability of talent and certain infrastructure, but we are more than willing to set up such world-class infrastructure, industrial parks there. Of course, IT towers are part of that effort. We were we had a dream of creating quality infrastructure in the district headquarters. With that aim, IT towers have been built, and now the current government is also developing few more IT towers in other districts as well. So as I told you, incentives, of course, greater infrastructure, reliable power, water, all that, and of course talent. We have been continuously investing on education and healthcare and developing the best talent pool. So not just in Hyderabad, we have talent pool in other districts and the tier 2 cities as well. So with that all, we would like to develop the state as well. Yeah, that is ours.
Yeah, sure. Abhishek, yeah, come in on that. And
Yeah. So, sir, I mean, while you're talking about industrial parks going to territorial regions, something that comes to my mind, for an employment generation, right? I mean, industrial parks is something that governments will always take an initiative. If a new dimension like plug-and-play parks, which is not kind of common phenomenon in India, but maybe through a public-private partnership could be developed, because the plug-and-play parks globally gives you a saving of 25% on OPEX, 75% on your CAPEX, and that's a huge attraction on top of the incentives and other benefits that you're willing to offer to the occupiers. Then probably, I think once this is done, you don't need to push, people will automatically get attracted over there. And as it is, the vision is very clear to have the entire ecosystem with respect to healthcare, hospitality, schools, etc. Employment opportunities as soon as it reaches. I think the areas will flourish and will see the next level of growth, which is kind of a vision over here and helps the long-term vision of retail Indian.
Thanks, Mr. Bhutani. It's my pleasure to tell some of the initiatives we took with respect to the plug-and-play parks. We have already on the way to our construction of our flatted factory complexes. These are the other word or the government word of plug-and-play infrastructure. We have already developed in 6 districts such 5-acre flatted factory complexes, wherein all the MSMEs, as the other panelists also have spoken, the competitiveness. To increase the competitiveness of the industry, we need to reduce their capital inflow, capital investments prior. So for that, we need to have lesser leased space at a cheaper price. So for that, the flatted factory complexes with average space of around 1500 square feet, more suitable for the MSME segments, and all is already being constructed, and 2 of the districts are ready for inauguration as well. And we are planning to set up more such flatted factory complexes in other districts as well. In fact, in our MSME policy that we launched last year, we have set our ambitious target of having such flatted factory complexes across all 33 districts. So we are working towards it, and I'm happy that I could answer that right away.
Well, we're glad to hear you have these policies in place. Of course, we'll hope to see more on the execution front and the results of some of these efforts that the government is trying to make. But Mr. Murali, back to the regulatory environment, and let me get you to answer more critically as well, so that some constructive feedback comes out of here. When it comes to large-scale investments, whether that be in energy, in manufacturing, other industries, what to your mind are still some of the hindrances you believe Telangana sees compared to some of the other states, and the ease of doing business there?
So coming from the core energy background, I will start with energy first. Telangana has not seen a lot of renewable energy investments getting into the state over the last decade. And I think one welcoming step that we had from the state of Telangana was the introduction of the clean energy policy, which actually addressed most of the issues. And I think on energy front, I think development of these large-scale renewable energy or any energy projects requires facilitation of land. And since energy is a concurrent subject, which means that we will have to be dealt between the central and the state governments. Alignment of the state's policies to the central government policies, be it the Ministry of Power or the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, is very critical. And both these ministries have become very, very dynamic now. They are no more static ministries. So I think the policy of the respective state should also be revised or aligned to these kind of a policies. And the second drawback I see with the state of Telangana is India has become a one nation, one grid, which means that now we are in fact one nation, one grid, one frequency. Okay, so we are connected throughout end to end, but not many central grid substations have been proposed in the state of Telangana. I think for the renewable energy offtake, like Mr. Trivedi had been talking about, availability of power. So now the interstate transmission system facilitates or allows us to buy power from any part of the country. So I think the state's persuasion with the center has to be a little more aggressive in terms of getting this national evacuation infrastructure backbone, which is the CTOL backbone. So I think that is one thing. And with so much of industrialization, with so much of commercial activity in and around Telangana, I think Hyderabad itself becomes a big power consuming center. But I think though the integrated clean energy policy has been put in place, the C&I policy, which has been the most awaited policy for the industry, would actually bring in more and more of especially the renewable energy players into the state. I think from an energy perspective, this is what it is. And I think from a setting up of a large industry perspective, the problem for energy is because we being concurrent, aligning to too many policies, and we still, while it has been a decentralized subject, still there is a element of regulation while we are setting up projects. But I think for industry, since their land requirements are less, I think Telangana has been by and large the best state in terms of the policies that are already in place. And I think the TS IPAS, which had been improved over a period of time. For example, I'll set a very small example of getting a Panchayat NOC. Now, Panchayat NOC is a very localized issue, okay? The guys on the local area do not understand the prominence and the importance of that industry, okay? So, this was a pain point we took to the government, and they have very welcomely removed actually this NOC. So, it's actually deemed NOC, and a lot of land and land conversion activities, which was a very critical aspect from the lender's perspective. So they have also addressed most of these lenders' perspective. And I think while I have told some negatives about energy, but when the clean energy policy was put in place, one welcoming step that I had seen was they had a round table of all the industry leaders to understand what has to be a better policy. Okay, I understand, having experience of so many decades, all policies will not address each and every issue, but I think as we start implementing policies, what we could find was there was a lot of, ability to actually address those issues and resolve those issues in the subsequent amendments. I think that's all about.
It's a lot of excellent points and a lot to think about. But Mr. Trivedi quickly wanted to add a point.
Yes. Continuing on energy, since Mr. Bhavesh Mishra and Nikhil Chakravarti from the government are also here. See, Telangana has always had a very proactive and a very nimble policy in every aspect. Now, in terms of energy, I just wish to, this is just a suggestion from my side, that a day will come when any amount of energy that we produce will not be enough to sustain the kind of development that we are seeking. A $3 trillion economy requires tremendous amount of power. So my request and suggestion is that the government should start looking at the small modular reactors and micro modular reactors for standalone captive power generation for large-scale enterprises. Thank you.
All right. Abhishek, would you want to add more on the reforms that can make industrial project planning, the kind of issues we were talking about here, more predictable, faster?
So when you talk about industrial, your mapping your supply chain becomes the backbone, and for that, and probably industrial happens outside your city, which is your territorial regions and within the state. The prime factor is connectivity. Today, by default, when we say that two cities have to be connected, we only talk about road infrastructure. But then globally, yes, there are alternate routes, alternate ways, which are much more cheaper. So that kind of reform should always be thought about. And because, having an alternate connecting path, which is for the freight, for the goods to be, carried forward, that's number one. Number two is what I personally believe. We all go with the standard definition of an MSME, which is defined as per the financial turnover or the scale of the investments that you talk about. Now, say for example, you talk about a 10 crore investment. So 10 crore investment in a steel sector is kind of nothing. In the garment sector, it's still substantial. In a pharma sector, it's good to start up. So I think that definition somewhere, if we are going focus, sector-wise, that definition somewhere needs to be looked at, or maybe a new terminology needs to be arrived at. Because somebody who's small in that scale, say for example, steel industry, I mean, you don't set up a project less than 100 crores. For some of the sectors, it's already a large scale investment. So you can't have the same lens that you look at that particular person with a 100 crore investment in the steel sector versus doing 100 crores. Say for example, Mr. Trivedi, I mean, his business, 100 crore investment goes like this in the data center world. I mean, it's like that. So probably for him, 100 crore is a very small scale person in the data center world versus 100 crore in the garment sector is kind of big scale. So somewhere that definition needs to be, kind of re-looked at and given hand-holding to the person in that particular category, who are small scale starting up, because they have to be big tomorrow. A standard definition kind of, just bases the investment and the financial scale doesn't matter. So these 2 points, that strikes me as a reforms.
Professor Tantri, let me slightly diversify from the large-scale industries we've been speaking about, because MSME is also a critical backbone for the growth of any country, any state, especially so for Telangana that's looking to diversify from services alone. How can some of the policies ensure that there is a more balanced growth, and when you're looking to dole out incentives as well, how do you balance them between the large industries on one hand, the young startups, MSMEs on the other, to ensure that it's not a lopsided growth that gets us to the 3 trillion mark?
So exactly the point I was thinking, you asked me the question I was thinking about. So most of these ease of doing business, and my request to policymakers also, is usually discussion happens with the incumbent businesses. The true ease of doing business is when you facilitate creative destruction. A PhD student sitting in Hyderabad Central University having an idea, can he beat these people sitting here? That's the question. That is where the true ease of business. I'm not saying that everybody should be beaten or anything. Creative destruction is where you have growth. The policy. What happens a lot of times is that we focus so much on giving some land, some subsidy, something to incumbent. What we don't realize, every time we help an incumbent, you're making the life of that newcomer so much more difficult, and you're costing the problem is the counterfactual. What would happen if a newcomer had come and challenged these guys and done something is never visible when you keep subsidizing. So when we do that, we have to subsidize for critical areas. We should keep in mind that the spirit of creative destruction is super important. For instance, and I'm so happy I worked with, my view of bureaucracy and politicians also has changed, because people are open-minded. Because one of the suggestions we made was, why is a random PhD student, not a random, good PhD student in Stanford and build a billion-dollar company, and why doesn't happen in India? One of the things that you have, ease of doing business. For example, MIT has something called as an engine. Now, one way of startup is you have this fancy, it's all important, it's required. What they do is, they have this, there are these equipments which require huge investments. And you have a very good idea as a small guy, you want to test this. You can't afford to buy this equipment, and it will cost you billions of dollars. Engine, what it does, it allows you to rent these things, very expensive equipment at a very cheap rate, so that you can test your ideas, develop products, and start competing. I think beyond subsidies and this, my urge to policymakers to think about those who are not at the table right now. They are equally important. In fact, growth is going to come from there. World over, growth has come from there. So I think along with those who are right now making life easy to those who are operating right now, equally important space should be given those who don't have a voice, who are not there yet.
Chaitanya, I wonder, as the spokesperson for the younger companies, you'd like to add on what more you'd like to see as perhaps some of the people that may not have a seat at the table, as Professor Tantri said it.
So the question is what more, okay. So obviously one, continue doing what government is already doing. Like I said, investment infrastructure is very critical. So these are, these pockets, right? I mean, probably high-tech city, or, maybe there is a pocket of data centers or medical devices. So what is important is, the investment on the infrastructure, it should continue. So that is when people like to come and work. So the first important thing is, availability of a quality human capital, and that happens only organically. And these are very, very highly correlated, great infrastructure and availability of the human capital. So for example, water clogging on a heavy rainy day, stopping companies working, it is not acceptable. I'm not referring to any particular city or area. So a trivial thing, but these things should be sorted out. And second, primarily, I can talk on behalf of technology companies. So the most important commodity is going to be the availability of the compute. So be it AI compute or a data center normal application compute, etc. That is one of the most important raw material that we take apart from human capital. So now I see a lot of data center investment is coming up in Telangana. So if some of it is made available to technology companies, so probably at a subsidized price or maybe to help us do a good amount of R&D, because AI compute is quite expensive, so that would be quite useful.
Yeah, but specifically in the area of R&D, in artificial intelligence and the promotion of these technologies and easier adoption, is there one thing, if you were to put on the table that could significantly move the needle in terms of ease of doing business, what would you say that is?
So that is, availability of the compute. So today, you fight for AI resources. So the irony is there is not enough compute available to meet up the demand. So if there is a good amount of compute that is available for the startups or for the companies to accelerating R&D, so that would be quite useful.
All right, we're running out of time, so I quickly want to do like a rapid fire sort of a round with everyone. Mr. Murli, I'll start with you on infrastructure bottleneck. If fixed, let's say tomorrow, hypothetically, will accelerate the industrial growth, including the energy sector's growth in the state of Telangana.
Can I
One infrastructure bottleneck, if it were to be magically fixed tomorrow, you think is going to accelerate the growth of the industry in the region?
I think Chaitanya spoke about the congestion, and I think Chaitanya spoke about, from ease of doing business, we also have to ease the traffic. I think that's very critical. That's very critical, and I think when compared to rest of the cities, I don't want to name the cities, but Hyderabad is still better off.
Okay, Nikhil, we hear plenty about what the government needs to do, what the incentives are, what are the policies that are needed. What would you like to see from the industry? Yeah, they're asking a lot of you. What do you want to see from them?
To be blunt, I don't want the industry to start incentive hopping across the states. If they feel that this state
don't go to the neighbors.
Yes, of course. Now in view of the competitiveness between the states, there has been a lot of incentive shopping. That's also a new word that we learned recently. So I don't mean to demean everyone. Of course, all the industries are very professional in their approach, what they want, what they need. Because of the competitive atmosphere, if the state is not competitive enough, if we don't provide enough power at reasonable cost, enough infrastructure, proper logistics, and proper water, obviously the costs increase. Obviously, there's no. I cannot criticize them for asking more incentives, because of all the time, all they're finally is asking is to make my industry more competitive.
Yeah.
I need this. So, but I always insist industries, if you feel that this is the right place, as Mr. Bhutani has already said, we are closer to both coasts. You can leverage both coasts here. We are hardly 50-60 kilometers away from my east coast, hardly a district. So you utilize these opportunities, utilize this favorable atmosphere, entire policy stability and infrastructure, talent mobility, and also best quality of living. So don't see the other side, be a little reasonable. We are happy to facilitate it in all other aspects.
Well, that's an excellent point. Yes. Don't go incentive shopping when we're trying to do our best. But Abhishek, a lot has been said about how Hyderabad remains so attractive. If you were to pick one city outside of Hyderabad that has the most untapped potential for industrial or official development, what would you say that city is?
tough to say right now because aspirationally there could be many, but then it depends that, you know, where's the infrastructure going to. And the development over there, the basic infrastructure and probably some of the ideas of like, you know, plug-and-play parks and all, the industry will follow that. And it could be any destination depending upon
You're not
where...
going to name it.
No, tough to say because, you know, I mean, if I can name, probably the infrastructure is not going. So depending upon the aspirations on their side, where they want to take it. But I can say that, yes, today the you know, manufacturing sector is open to going to exploring new areas. And that has been a phenomena everywhere. And they are looking more positively. And Nikhil, to assure you that the kind of clients that we are interacting, the next decade is not going to be about incentive negotiation. It is going to be about reliability. It is going to be about test of an ecosystem which can provide a long-term sustainable stuff. So that's coming your way. I think I mean, you were addressing my concerns, I'm addressing kind of you. But then yes, answering you, I mean, I don't pick up any spot, but then I think wherever the infrastructure goes, the development will follow. Because the sector is not averse to any particular location. It's not like that.
Oh, I was asking where infrastructure already is. Perhaps investors are overlooking, but Mr. Trivedi, top priority in the data and tech infrastructure space to attract more global investors here.
I think availability of subsidized land and power. Power. That's all that is required for data center industry. But adding to what Professor Tantri was saying, see, we in the large enterprise space, we attract all the lights, all the glamour, all the big ticket incentives that the government gives. But for us to be a $3 trillion economy, we can't have, say, 10 lakh people or maybe 1 crore of people in Hyderabad marching ahead and 5 crore people in the rest of the state lagging behind. That kind of inequality is not that what we should be aiming for. You know, opening a restaurant is entrepreneurship. Opening a beauty parlor is entrepreneurship. Opening a dairy is entrepreneurship. I mean, they also should be equally supported by all kinds of incentives. That is what I would like to say. Though I get a lot of incentives from the government. Thank you.
All right. Professor Tantri, one key talent or skill challenge that perhaps the state is overlooking.
I think high-end innovation. You know, we are still, for the country, forget about the state. You know, we are still thinking in terms of subsidizing production because as sir just now mentioned, beauty parlors and all that, we have to understand your non-tradable sector starts earning a lot only when you become very competitive in the tradable sector. If you remain at the low end of the tradable sector, your beautician, your dentist and your, you know, we claim PPP as a success. You know, PPP, high exchange rate is a mark of failure. The reason why you have a low PPP exchange rate because you're in a competitive sector, you're not competitive. As your competitive sector becomes, you know, where you go up the chain, rest of them will earn more. So we have to go up the ladder in everything. The point about 7%, 40%. So that requires high-end innovation. My suggestion and the you know, policy suggestion is to prevent this hopping. You know, make sure that you have the best people here. Then the capital has to flow. You have to go to Silicon Valley. You don't have a choice. You know, there is no need to give subsidy. You know, make this a place, attract the best people on earth, get the best scientists, best innovators here. Capital will come. You know, it doesn't have any choice because once you create this agglomeration effect, you know, there is no other choice for capital than to flow. I think we have focused too much on capital and less on talent. I think we have to reverse it.
All right, excellent point there. Chaitanya, you have the last word. You know, among startups, is there a tech segment you believe with Telangana's current capabilities, the state could globally lead in, say, 5-10 years down the line?
Okay, that's an interesting question. So, Hyderabad always produced world-class IT services companies. They're very, very large IT services companies, and now, you know, GCCs are also, you know, coming up a lot. But you know, where the real opportunity is creating large-scale product companies, technology product companies, be it AI product companies or SaaS product companies, software as a service product companies. So in terms of, you know, sheer value addition, their value addition would be, you know, very, very disproportionate. So the market cap or the revenue you produce, because end of the day you are betting on R&D and IP production, not just, what I would say, people as the commodity or a body shopping sort of work. So I think, there is a huge opportunity because of the sort of, quality talent that is available and that is willing to migrate to the city to produce a great IP and build very large product companies here.
Hopefully we see large product companies coming out of Telangana. On that note, gentlemen, thank you all for candidly sharing your thoughts, and I hope there was lots to take away for the audience, for the state government to continue improving the ease of doing business in the state, and thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Thanks so much.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, indeed, Telangana's rise as a business-friendly state has been driven by reforms, responsiveness, and a deep commitment to enabling enterprise. And we've heard all our leaders here on stage. Yes, the conversation has been very interesting from the leaders from global capability centers, financial institutions, technology firms, investment bodies. Their perspective have indeed defined what ease of doing business 2.0 must look like. I now request, yes, Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti to kindly please IAS to please do the honors in presenting mementos to all our panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Telangana, Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, doing the honors in felicitating our panelists here. I also request Vishwanan to please join in. Yes, I request. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Ms. Ritu Singh, Deputy Editor, CNBC TV 18. Thank you so much, ma'am, for moderating the session so beautifully. I now request everybody to kindly please step forward for a group photo opportunity. I also request Vishwanan, Dinesh, and please join in the group picture. I request sir to kindly please Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, NS Department. Ladies and our next panel discussion, which is inclusive prosperity and expanding opportunity for everyone. And I would now request our panelists to please step forward onto the stage. Yes, our members here are taking this opportunity to take a group picture along with Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti.
My industry's officials, we are all taking a small group pic. Please allow us to take a small group pic. Thanks.
rises transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana, where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad, once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, grows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India. Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world, generating millions of jobs and employment, while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Shri A. Ravindra Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047. Supporting this bold vision is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas, deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics, and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. With world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future. Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
For strategic development. Together, these three zones form the backbone of Telangana's long-term connectivity and economic growth strategy. In the CURE, the heart of Hyderabad, the state government is implementing some of India's largest mobility projects. 5 major elevated corridor projects are in progress and under planning. The Hyderabad Metro is set for a major leap. Alongside state-led projects, GHMC is upgrading roads, junctions, storm water systems, lakes and public spaces across the CURE. Together, elevated corridors, metro expansion and GHMC works represent a massive public investment of 72,000 crore rupees in the CURE over the next 5 years. This scale of investment will unlock new economic value. Better mobility means faster growth, higher land values and greater private investment. A spend of 550 crore rupees by the state in Kokapet triggered 27,470 crore rupees of private investment, a multiplier of nearly 50 times. Between the ORR and the RRR lies Telangana's next engine of growth, the PURE. This will create a high-speed mobility arc connecting Sangareddy, Narsapur, Chautupal, Amangal and looping back to Sangareddy. A dedicated 20-meter wide regional rail corridor along the RRR will provide fast, efficient, green mass transit across the PURE. The PURE will be seamlessly connected through 22 radial routes, each with a dedicated public transport corridor. These corridors will integrate future townships, industrial hubs, logistics zones and residential communities. Under the Economic Development Plan 2050, 13 industrial nodes have been proposed across the PURE. These nodes will anchor clean industries, logistics, electronics manufacturing, data centers, food processing and green mobility clusters. Beyond the RRR, Telangana is preparing for national scale connectivity. Each high-speed rail corridor will drastically reduce travel time, boost interstate trade and integrate Telangana with India's economic corridors. 2 new highways from Amangal, one to Bengaluru and another to Tirupati, will become strategic southbound mobility spines, boosting connectivity across the region. A dedicated freight corridor linking Telangana's upcoming future city to Bandar Port will unlock global trade access, enabling exports, logistics and industrial expansion. With these transformational projects, Telangana is building a future of unmatched connectivity. A future that brings industries closer, creates opportunities for every citizen, and places Telangana firmly on the global economic map. From the core urban region to the peri-urban belt and all the way across the state, this is a bold, balanced and visionary plan, powered by infrastructure, guided by planning and driven by aspiration. Telangana is a land designed by nature for prosperity and human progress. It is one of the few regions in the world blessed with a stable natural environment, free from major calamities like earthquakes, cyclones and floods. Telangana is naturally built for growth. Rich mineral reserves, fertile soil, abundant water and a climate ideal for living, wellness and tourism. From forests and waterfalls to ancient temples and sacred landscapes, nature and spirituality coexist here with rare harmony. And beyond nature, Telangana's greatest strength is its people. A culture of unity, inclusiveness and peaceful coexistence that welcomes talent, trade and innovation while staying rooted in tradition. At the heart of Telangana stands Hyderabad, a city that has never been shaken, never slowed, and never stopped evolving. Long before the IT revolution, Hyderabad was already building India's strongest defense and innovation backbone. HCL, BDL, BHEL, DRDO, and other strategic giants made this soil unbreakable. That heritage didn't just grow Hyderabad, it fortified it. Today, the same legacy powers a new era. A world-class international airport, elite education and training hubs, and an IT ecosystem that is expanding beyond limits. Hyderabad has become more than a city. It is a global ecosystem where defense meets deep tech, where learning meets enterprise, where tradition meets the future. A place where the world chooses to work, invest, innovate and build. And now this soil is evolving again. To take Telangana's natural strengths and industrial legacy into the future, the government of Telangana, led by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy Garu and Deputy Chief Minister Shri Bhatti Vikramarka Garu, has launched Vision 2047, a transformation blueprint to build Bharat's future city. Vision 2047 is built on a development framework where every pillar strengthens the next, creating a self-sustaining growth engine. It begins with the RRR-ORR Mega Connectivity Grid, linking every major route across Telangana. At each intersection, high-growth industrial clusters emerge, forming new economic power centers. These clusters grow into development zones, integrated spaces where education, spirituality, living and global-scale business coexist. Here, people don't just work, they learn, live and belong. Across these zones, 39 world-class road networks and industrial corridors give industries frictionless access to national and global trade. Every product moves faster, every business scales wider, and the grid pushes beyond Telangana. From Zero Point to Amravati and the Machilipatnam harbour, powering export logistics. From Zero Point to Karnataka, opening a western industrial gateway. Here, infrastructure accelerates growth, policy accelerates progress, people accelerate possibilities. Telangana isn't waiting for the future. It is building the world that the future will follow.
Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Come together, grow together. Let's all prosper here in this land of great history, technology.
Yes. Requesting for all welfare department video to be played. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, test. Requesting test.
I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which the oppressed have achieved. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Today, that very progress is coming to life in Telangana.
Yanamula Revanth Reddy ane nenu
The state is entering an exciting new chapter under the inspiring leadership of Chief Minister Shri Anumula Revanth Reddy. This government isn't just about policies and numbers. It's about real people and real change. The focus is on helping the poor and marginalized communities like SC, ST, BC and minorities experience true progress and respect like never before. Education is at the heart of this transformation. With strong support from the government, students from Welfare Telangana are now shining on the world stage. The youth are grabbing new opportunities, and every community's rich culture is being celebrated with pride. This isn't just development, it's setting the stage for Telangana's bright future. The Chief Minister believes education is the key to overall growth and welfare, and the results show it. Over 3,100 welfare educational institutions across the state are buzzing with life, thanks to the spirit of Telangana Rising. More than 7.6 lakh students from marginalized communities receive free, top-quality education here, with an impressive 98% passing their exams. These schools and colleges offer everything, from regular degrees to PG courses, pharmacy, fine arts, law, and exclusive colleges focusing on women's education. Free coaching for tough competitive exams like JEE and NEET is helping thousands get into elite institutions like IIT, AIIMS, and IIMs. And these dreams aren't limited to India. Through the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Mahatma Jyoti Rao Phule and Chief Minister's overseas scholarships, many students are now studying at world-class universities abroad.
హాయ్, నా పేరు పూజిత. నేను అంబేద్కర్ ఓవర్సీస్ విద్యానిధి ద్వారా వచ్చిన స్కాలర్షిప్తో యూకే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ యూనివర్సిటీ ఆఫ్ సౌథాంప్టన్లో మాస్టర్స్ ఇన్ పబ్లిక్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ కంప్లీట్ చేశాను. నాకు స్కాలర్షిప్ అమౌంట్ చాలా ఉపయోగపడింది.
Plus, welfare study circles are coaching thousands for civil services. And many of these bright minds are now serving our country as government officers at different levels. But it's not just studies. These welfare institutions care deeply about students' health and well-being. Nutritious meals, yoga sessions, regular health checkups, you name it. Parents can feel at ease knowing their children are in safe hands, sometimes even more cared for than at home. The 40% increase in dietary charges shows the government's commitment towards nurturing the young students with a nutritious and holistic quality food. When it comes to sports, welfare students are making a mark everywhere. From golf to cricket, boxing to sailing, rock climbing to mountaineering, they are winning medals nationally and internationally, making Telangana very proud. These students are also encouraged to innovate and turn their ideas into inventions that help everyday life. To help communities become self-reliant, the government has rolled out many self-employment schemes, aiming not just to provide jobs, but to create jobs. Whether it's starting small businesses or modernizing traditional skills, financial support and subsidies are available to help youth build a confident, dignified life. The Rajiv Yuva Vikasam scheme plans to invest 6,250 crore rupees to nurture 5 lakh young entrepreneurs from marginalized communities. Skill universities and training in cutting-edge areas like AI and robotics are preparing the next generation of global leaders from every background. Through the Indira Solar Giri Jal Vikasa program, solar-powered irrigation is lighting up 6 lakh acres of Podu lands, helping 2 lakh tribal farmers boost their productivity sustainably. Understanding that weddings can be a financial strain, schemes like Kalyana Lakshmi and Shadi Mubarak provides support to marginalized communities, SC, ST, BC and minority families. The government is also encouraging inter-caste marriages, standing by couples who face opposition, because breaking barriers is a key to a united society. This isn't just about money, it's about respect and social change. Telangana's culture is vibrant and diverse, and the government is proud to protect it. Funding for Medaram Jatra, the biggest festival in India, has doubled. A permanent temple is underway for the beloved goddesses Sammaka and Saralamma. Apart from emphasizing in celebration of tribal festivals like Sevalal Jayanti and Nagoba Jatra, warriors and great personalities like Komaram Bhim, Sardar Papana Gaud, Chakali Ailama are celebrated to honor their contribution and legacy. Praja Palana is a promise to people. Telangana Vision 2047 is built on a simple conviction that every citizen deserves dignity, opportunity, and a life free from discrimination. By 2047, Telangana aims to stand as a national model of inclusive development, a state where economic growth comes with equity, where social progress walks hand in hand with justice, and where development is celebrated not by a few, but by all. This is the path forward. This is Telangana Vision 2047. I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which the oppressed have achieved. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Today, that very progress is coming to life in Telangana.
యనమల రేవంత్ రెడ్డి అనే నేను
The state is entering an exciting new chapter under the inspiring leadership of Chief Minister Shri Anumula Revanth Reddy. This government isn't just about policies and numbers. It's about real people and real change. The focus is on helping the poor and marginalized communities like SC, ST, BC and minorities experience true progress and respect like never before. Education is at the heart of this transformation. With strong support from the government, students from Welfare Telangana are now shining on the world stage. The youth are grabbing new opportunities, and every community's rich culture is being celebrated with pride. This isn't just development, it's setting the stage for Telangana's bright future. The Chief Minister believes education is the key to overall growth and welfare, and the results show it. Over 3,100 welfare educational institutions across the state are buzzing with life, thanks to the spirit of Telangana Rising. More than 7.6 lakh students from marginalized communities receive free, top-quality education here, with an impressive 98% passing their exams. These schools and colleges offer everything, from regular degrees to PG courses, pharmacy, fine arts, law, and exclusive colleges focusing on women's education. Free coaching for tough competitive exams like JEE and NEET is helping thousands get into elite institutions like IIT, AIMS, and IIMs. And these dreams aren't limited to India. Through the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Mahatma Jyoti Rao Phule and Chief Minister's overseas scholarships, many students are now studying at world-class universities abroad.
హాయ్, నా పేరు పూజిత. నేను అంబేద్కర్ ఓవర్సీస్ విద్యానిధి ద్వారా వచ్చిన స్కాలర్షిప్తో యూకే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ యూనివర్సిటీ ఆఫ్ సౌథాంప్టన్లో మాస్టర్స్ ఇన్ పబ్లిక్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ కంప్లీట్ చేశాను. నాకు స్కాలర్షిప్ అమౌంట్ చాలా ఉపయోగపడింది.
Plus, welfare study circles are coaching thousands for civil services. And many of these bright minds are now serving our country as government officers at different levels. But it's not just studies. These welfare institutions care deeply about students' health and well-being. Nutritious meals, yoga sessions, regular health checkups, you name it. Parents can feel at ease knowing their children are in safe hands, sometimes even more cared for than at home. The 40% increase in dietary charges shows the government's commitment towards nurturing the young students with a nutritious and holistic quality food. When it comes to sports, welfare students are making a mark everywhere. From golf to cricket, boxing to sailing, rock climbing to mountaineering, they are winning medals nationally and internationally, making Telangana very proud. These students are also encouraged to innovate and turn their ideas into inventions that help everyday life. To help communities become self-reliant, the government has rolled out many self-employment schemes, aiming not just to provide jobs, but to create jobs. Whether it's starting small businesses or modernizing traditional skills, financial support and subsidies are available to help youth build a confident, dignified life. The Rajiv Yuva Vikasam scheme plans to invest 6,250 crore rupees to nurture 5 lakh young entrepreneurs from marginalized communities. Skill universities and training in cutting-edge areas like AI and robotics are preparing the next generation of global leaders from every background. Through the Indira Solar Giri Jal Vikasa program, solar-powered irrigation is lighting up 6 lakh acres of Podu lands, helping 2 lakh tribal farmers boost their productivity sustainably. Understanding that weddings can be a financial strain, schemes like Kalyana Lakshmi and Shadi Mubarak provide support to marginalized communities, SC, ST, BC and minority families. The government is also encouraging intercaste marriages, standing by couples who face opposition, because breaking barriers is a key to a united society. This isn't just about money, it's about respect and social change. Telangana's culture is vibrant and diverse, and the government is proud to protect it. Funding for Medaram Jatra, the biggest festival in India, has doubled. A permanent temple is underway for the beloved goddesses Sammaka and Saralamma. Apart from emphasizing in celebration of tribal festivals like Sivalal Jayanti and Nagoba Jatra, warriors and great personalities like Komaram Bhim, Sardar Papanna Gaud, Chakali Ailama are celebrated to honor their contribution and legacy. Praja Palana is a promise to people. Telangana Vision 2047 is built on a simple conviction that every citizen deserves dignity, opportunity, and a life free from discrimination. By 2047, Telangana aims to stand as a national model of inclusive development, a state where economic growth comes with equity, where social progress walks hand in hand with justice, and where development is celebrated not by a few, but by all. This is the path forward. This is Telangana Vision 2047. I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which the oppressed have achieved. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Today, that very progress is coming to life in Telangana.
యనమల రేవంత్ రెడ్డి అనే నేను
The state is entering an exciting new chapter under the inspiring leadership of Chief Minister Shri Anumula Revanth Reddy. This government isn't just about policies and numbers. It's about real people and real change. The focus is on helping the poor and marginalized communities like SC, ST, BC and minorities experience true progress and respect like never before. Education is at the heart of this transformation. With strong support from the government, students from Welfare Telangana are now shining on the world stage. The youth are grabbing new opportunities, and every community's rich culture is being celebrated with pride. This isn't just development, it's setting the stage for Telangana's bright future. The Chief Minister believes education is the key to overall growth and welfare, and the results show it. Over 3,100 welfare educational institutions across the state are buzzing with life, thanks to the spirit of Telangana Rising. More than 7.6 lakh students from marginalized communities receive free, top-quality education here, with an impressive 98% passing their exams. These schools and colleges offer everything from regular degrees to PG courses, pharmacy, fine arts, law, and exclusive colleges focusing on women's education. Free coaching for tough competitive exams like JEE and NEET is helping thousands get into elite institutions like IIT, AIIMS, and IIMs. And these dreams aren't limited to India. Through the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Mahatma Jyoti Rao Phule and Chief Minister's overseas scholarships, many students are now studying at world-class universities abroad.
హాయ్, నా పేరు పూజిత. నేను అంబేద్కర్ ఓవర్సీస్ విద్యానిధి ద్వారా వచ్చిన స్కాలర్షిప్తో యూకే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ యూనివర్సిటీ ఆఫ్ సౌథాంప్టన్లో మాస్టర్స్ ఇన్ పబ్లిక్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ కంప్లీట్ చేశాను. నాకు స్కాలర్షిప్ అమౌంట్ చాలా ఉపయోగపడింది.
Plus, welfare study circles are coaching thousands for civil services. And many of these bright minds are now serving our country as government officers at different levels. But it's not just studies. These welfare institutions care deeply about students' health and well-being. Nutritious meals, yoga sessions, regular health checkups, you name it. Parents can feel at ease knowing their children are in safe hands, sometimes even more cared for than at home. The 40% increase in dietary charges shows the government's commitment towards nurturing the young students with a nutritious and holistic quality food. When it comes to sports, welfare students are making a mark everywhere, from golf to cricket, boxing to sailing, rock climbing to mountaineering. They are winning medals nationally and internationally, making Telangana very proud. These students are also encouraged to innovate and turn their ideas into inventions that help everyday life. To help communities become self-reliant, the government has rolled out many self-employment schemes, aiming not just to provide jobs, but to create jobs. Whether it's starting small businesses or modernizing traditional skills, financial support and subsidies are available to help youth build a confident, dignified life. The Rajiv Yuva Vikasam scheme plans to invest 6,250 crore rupees to nurture 5 lakh young entrepreneurs from marginalized communities. Skill universities and training in cutting-edge areas like AI and robotics are preparing the next generation of global leaders from every background. Through the Indira Solar Giri Jal Vikasa program, solar-powered irrigation is lighting up 6 lakh acres of Podu lands, helping 2 lakh tribal farmers boost their productivity sustainably. Understanding that weddings can be a financial strain, schemes like Kalyana Lakshmi and Shadi Mubarak provide support to marginalized communities, SC, ST, BC and minority families. The government is also encouraging inter-caste marriages, standing by couples who face opposition, because breaking barriers is a key to a united society. This isn't just about money, it's about respect and social change. Telangana's culture is vibrant and diverse, and the government is proud to protect it. Funding for Medaram Jatra, the biggest festival in India, has doubled. A permanent temple is underway for the beloved goddesses Sammaka and Saralamma. Apart from emphasizing in celebration of tribal festivals like Sevalal Jayanti and Nagoba Jatra, warriors and great personalities like Komaram Bhim, Sardar Papanna Gaud, Chakali Ailama are celebrated to honor their contribution and legacy. Praja Palana is a promise to people. Telangana Vision 2047 is built on a simple conviction that every citizen deserves dignity, opportunity, and a life free from discrimination. By 2047, Telangana aims to stand as a national model of inclusive development, a state where economic growth comes with equity, where social progress walks hand in hand.
They are stigmatized. They are stereotyped. Their identity questioned. Their abilities overlooked. Their future in the dark. For several years, they have been denied opportunities, equal pay, a secure place in the society, and hence they had to resort to other ways to earn their living. But in Telangana, they are seeing a light that they have never seen before. The government of Telangana has introduced several initiatives to support their employment through training, counseling and inclusive recruitment.
ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిన రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి గవర్నమెంట్ అన్ని రంగాల్లో తీసుకెళ్తుంది మమ్మల్ని.
మెట్రోలో సెక్యూరిటీ గార్డ్ జాబ్స్ ఇచ్చారు, ఒక 50 మెంబర్స్కి ట్రాఫిక్లో కూడా ఇచ్చారు.
They too have dreams that they once saw as a child. They too have hope to lead a dignified and peaceful life. All they needed was a chance to prove that they are no less than anyone else.
నేనైతే చాలా గొప్పగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. నేను ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీని, నేను గవర్నమెంట్కి సేవ చేస్తున్నాను.
ఇంతకుముందు అంటే ట్రాన్స్జెండర్స్కి రూమ్ రెంట్లు కానీ ఇలా ఇవ్వాలంటే ఇచ్చేవారు కదా. ఇప్పుడు యూనిఫామ్ మీద వెళ్తే మేడం మీరా కొంచెం జాబ్ చేస్తున్నారని చాలామంది ఇప్పుడు చాలా ముందుకు వస్తున్నారు.
Telangana is the first state in India to be successful in appointing the transgender individuals as traffic marshals and security staff for the Hyderabad Metro Rail. These steps may not solve everything at once, but they open doors that were closed for far too long.
ఫ్యూచర్లో కూడా ఇంకా మాకు జాబులు ఇస్తారు, మా వాళ్ళు ఇట్లా బెగ్గింగ్ పని చేసి ఇట్లా జాబులు చేసుకుంటారనే ఆలోచన అయితే నాకుంది.
Change doesn't happen overnight, but once it starts, it takes everything ahead with it.
చెప్పాలంటే చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే ఒకప్పుడు ఇదే సొసైటీలో మేము విక్టిమ్స్గా ఉన్నాము. విక్టిమ్స్గా ఉన్న స్టేజ్ నుంచి ఈరోజు ఒక పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ సొసైటీలో ఒక పార్ట్గా మేము కూడా జాయిన్ అయ్యి పబ్లిక్కి మేము సేవలు అందిస్తున్నందుకు చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
Telangana is rising, and it rises higher when those once left behind rise with it.
I'll give you money, I'll also take care of your waste. What more? I'll give you money, I'll treat your sewage and give you back clean water. The government happily signed multiple contracts. Not one of those contracts is on the ground today. Not even one. Now, is government to be blamed? The answer is to an extent yes, because they should have realized that it's not practical. If that was the case,
Life is not fair with everyone. But that doesn't mean that one should not live life to the fullest.
చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి ఇట్లనే ఉన్నా లైఫ్. 9-10 ఏళ్ళ దాకా ఇంట్లో ఉన్నా.
ఇక చిన్నప్పుడు కాగితాలు ఏరుకున్నాను, ఇక ఆఫీస్ బాయ్గా పని అట్లా చేసుకుంటూ బతికేసినాను సార్.
మంచానికే పరిమితం కావద్దు, ఈ 4 మధ్యలోనే ఉండొద్దు, మనం కూడా బయటికి వెళ్ళాలి అని చెప్పి ప్రభుత్వం మాకు ఈ బ్యాటరీ వీల్ చైర్స్ శాంక్షన్ చేశారు.
నార్మల్ వీల్ చైర్ అయితే మనం ఎక్కడికైనా వెళ్ళడానికి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఈ బండి వల్ల కొంచెం ఉపాధి దొరుకుతుంది.
బండి వచ్చినప్పటి హ్యాపీగానే ఉన్నా. ఏదైనా షాప్ పోవాలన్నా, గుడికి పోవాలన్నా.
The Telangana government is empowering those with disabilities to rise above all odds and to move through the world on their terms.
ఎక్కడైనా స్టాల్ పెట్టుకుంటే చాయ్ స్నాక్స్ లాగా అమ్ముకొని చిన్న ఉపాధి అనేది పొందొచ్చు.
అంటే ఈ బ్యాటరీ వీల్ చైర్ తీసుకొని మేము బయటికి వెళ్తున్నాము, మేము కూడా బిజినెస్ చేసుకుంటున్నాము.
బతకడానికి లోన్ అప్లై చేసుకుంటే వెల్ఫేర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఉన్నది కదా, చిన్న కిరాణా కొట్టు మీద లోన్ కానీ అప్లై చేసినాను సార్. లోన్ శాంక్షన్ అయింది అనగానే నాకు జీతం ఎంతో కొంత సేవ్ అయింది.
From the Asara pension that provides financial stability to a wide variety of assistive support that restores mobility, access and independence, including hearing aids, electric wheelchairs, hybrid tricycles, motorized vehicles, mobility sticks, and digital devices like phones, tablets, and laptops for the visually impaired. The government is working to remove everyday barriers. Alongside this, marriage incentive awards promote social inclusion, reinforcing a larger goal to build an accessible, inclusive society where every individual can participate equally, live with dignity, and move forward with independence.
మాకు ఒక జాలి వద్దు, మేము కూడా బతకాలి, 4 లెక్క మేమున్నాం. మేము కూడా బయటికి వెళ్ళి మేము కూడా ఏదైనా ఒకటి సాధించాలి, ఏదైనా ఒకటి చేయాలనే ఒక తపనతో ఈరోజు మేము ఏదో శాతమైన కాడికి చేస్తున్నాం. మన ధైర్యమే మనకు ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తుంది.
With the right support, ability finds its way forward. Independence grows, confidence returns. Because when life breaks you down, rising up is the only option. It is said that age is just a number. But for many, age does not come with comfort. It comes with silence. It comes with a cost. With doors shut by the very people they once raised.
జనరల్గా రిటైర్ అయిన తర్వాత కానీ చాలా వరకు ఎవరు పట్టించుకోరు పెద్ద మనుషులు.
మాకు మేము బతకాలి, ఏ రోగాలు వచ్చినా ఏ నొప్పులు వచ్చినా మాకు మేము చూసుకోవాలి.
ఫోన్ చేయడు, నువ్వు ఎట్లున్నావా అని అడగడు.
Some are forgotten. Some are pushed away. Growing old should not feel like a punishment. It should not be a journey walked alone. That is why the government of Telangana has opened doors to a different kind of support. A pension that brings stability. Old age homes that offer shelter, food and medical facilities free of cost for those that need it the most. An online portal where they can apply for pensions, request assistance, report cruelty, and seek intervention, all from the comfort of their home.
అక్కడ నేను జీవితం మీద ఆశని వాళ్ళు పెట్టుకున్నా సార్. సీనియర్ సిటిజన్ వాళ్ళు మమ్మల్ని ఈ ఆర్డీఓ దగ్గరికి తీసుకుపోవడం జరిగింది. 2 సంవత్సరాల పైన పరిష్కారం కానీ సమస్య ఆర్డీఓ నాకు 5 నెలల్లో చేసిండు సార్. మాకు బతుకు మీద ఆశ కలిగింది.
They now have access to daycare centers where they can meet people of their age, share meals, work out, laugh at old memories, play their heart out, and make new friends.
ఇక్కడ వచ్చి ఫిజియోథెరపీ కానీ జిమ్ కానీ లేదంటే క్యారమ్ కానీ చెస్ కానీ ఆడుకునే అవకాశం ఉంది.
మరియు జనరల్ చెకప్ కూడా డాక్టర్స్ ఉంటారు.
పిల్లలు చూడకపోయినా మాకంటూ ఒక డయాస్ ఉంది, అక్కడికి వెళ్తే మేము ఆరోగ్యపరంగా కానీ అలాగే మా సమస్యలు ఉంటే కూడా చెప్పుకోవడానికి ఒక డయాస్ ఉందని ఒక ధైర్యాన్ని కల్పిస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి ఇది సీనియర్ సిటిజన్కి ఒక వరంగా చెప్పొచ్చు.
Old age does have its challenges, but with the right support, it can be peaceful. With the right community, it can be happy. And with the right care, it can be lived with dignity. It is said that age is just a number. But for many, age does not come with comfort. It comes with silence. It comes with a cost. With doors shut by the very people they once raised.
జనరల్గా రిటైర్ అయిన తర్వాత కానీ చాలా వరకు ఎవరు పట్టించుకోరు పెద్ద మనుషులు.
ఇక మాకు మేము బతకాలి, ఏ రోగాలు వచ్చినా ఏ నొప్పులు వచ్చినా మాకు మేము చూసుకోవాలి.
ఫోన్ చేయడు, నువ్వు ఎట్లున్నావా అని అడగడు.
Some are forgotten. Some are pushed away. Growing old should not feel like a punishment. It should not be a journey walked alone. That is why the government of Telangana has opened doors to a different kind of support. A pension that brings stability. Old age homes that offer shelter, food and medical facilities free of cost for those that need it the most. An online portal where they can apply for pensions, request assistance, report cruelty, and seek intervention, all from the comfort of their home.
అక్కడ నేను జీవితం మీద ఆశని వాళ్ళు పెట్టుకున్నా సార్. సీనియర్ సిటిజన్ వాళ్ళు మమ్మల్ని ఈ ఆర్డీఓ దగ్గరికి తీసుకుపోవడం జరిగింది. 2 సంవత్సరాల పైన పరిష్కారం కానీ సమస్య ఆర్డీఓ నాకు 5 నెలల్లో చేసిండు సార్. మాకు బతుకు మీద ఆశ కలిగింది.
They now have access to daycare centers where they can meet people of their age, share meals, work out, laugh at old memories, play their heart out, and make new friends.
ఇక్కడ వచ్చి ఫిజియోథెరపీ కానీ జిమ్ కానీ లేదంటే క్యారమ్ కానీ చెస్ కానీ ఆడుకునే అవకాశం ఉంది.
మరియు జనరల్ చెకప్ కూడా డాక్టర్స్ ఉంటారు.
పిల్లలు చూడకపోయినా మాకంటూ ఒక డయాస్ ఉంది, అక్కడికి వెళ్తే మేము ఆరోగ్యపరంగా కానీ అలాగే మా సమస్యలు ఉంటే కూడా చెప్పుకోవడానికి ఒక డయాస్ ఉందని ఒక ధైర్యాన్ని కల్పిస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి ఇది సీనియర్ సిటిజన్కి ఒక వరంగా చెప్పొచ్చు.
Old age does have its challenges, but with the right support, it can be peaceful. With the right community, it can be happy. And with the right care, it can be lived with dignity. They are stigmatized. They are stereotyped. Their identity questioned. Their abilities overlooked. Their future in the dark. For several years, they have been denied opportunities, equal pay, a secure place in the society, and hence they had to resort to other ways to earn their living. But in Telangana, they are seeing a light that they have never seen before. The government of Telangana has introduced several initiatives to support their employment through training, counseling, and inclusive recruitment.
ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిన రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి గవర్నమెంట్ అన్ని రంగాల్లో తీసుకెళ్తుంది మమ్మల్ని.
మెట్రోలో సెక్యూరిటీ గార్డ్ జాబ్స్ ఇచ్చారు. ఒక 50 మెంబర్స్కి ట్రాఫిక్లో కూడా ఇచ్చారు.
They too have dreams that they once saw as a child. They too have hope to lead a dignified and peaceful life. All they needed was a chance to prove that they are no less than anyone else.
నేనైతే చాలా గొప్పగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. నేను ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీని. నేను గవర్నమెంట్కి సేవ చేస్తున్నాను.
ఇంతకుముందు అంటే ట్రాన్స్జెండర్స్కి రూమ్ రెంట్లు కానీ ఇలా ఇవ్వాలంటే ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు కదా. ఇప్పుడు యూనిఫామ్ మీద వెళ్తే మేడం మీరా కొంచెం జాబ్ చేస్తున్నారని చాలామంది ఇప్పుడు చాలా ముందుకు వస్తున్నారు.
Telangana is the first state in India to be successful in appointing the transgender individuals as traffic marshals and security staff for the Hyderabad Metro Rail. These steps may not solve everything at once, but they open doors that were closed for far too long.
ఫ్యూచర్లో కూడా ఇంకా మాకు జాబులు ఇస్తారు, మా వాళ్ళు ఇట్లా బెగ్గింగ్ పని చేసి ఇట్లా జాబులు చేసుకుంటారనే ఆలోచన అయితే నాకుంది.
Change doesn't happen overnight, but once it starts, it takes everything ahead with it.
చెప్పాలంటే చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే ఒకప్పుడు ఇదే సొసైటీలో మేము విక్టిమ్స్గా ఉన్నాము. విక్టిమ్స్గా ఉన్న స్టేజ్ నుంచి ఈరోజు ఒక పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ సొసైటీలో ఒక పార్ట్గా మేము కూడా జాయిన్ అయ్యి పబ్లిక్కి మేము సేవలు అందిస్తున్నందుకు చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
Telangana is rising, and it rises higher when those once left behind rise with it. They are stigmatized. They are stereotyped.
The similar example is where the government is really encouraging manufacturing and job creation. So we have expanded from about close to 100 jobs to almost 200.
Life is not fair with everyone. But that doesn't mean that one should not live life to the fullest.
చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి ఇట్లనే ఉన్నది లైఫ్. 9-10 ఏళ్ళ దాకా ఇంట్లో ఉన్నా.
ఇక చిన్నప్పుడు కాగితాలు ఏరుకున్నాను, ఇక ఆఫీస్ బాయ్గా పని అట్లా చేసుకుంటూ బతికేసినాను సార్.
మంచానికే పరిమితం కావద్దు, ఈ నాలుగు కూడా మధ్యలోనే ఉండొద్దు, మనం కూడా బయటికి వెళ్ళాలి అని చెప్పి ప్రభుత్వం మాకు ఈ బ్యాటరీ వీల్ చైర్స్ శాంక్షన్ చేశారు.
నార్మల్ వీల్ చైర్ అయితే మనం ఎక్కడికైనా వెళ్ళడానికి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఈ బండి వల్ల కొంచెం ఉపాధి దొరుకుతుంది.
బండి వచ్చినప్పటి నుంచి హ్యాపీగానే ఉన్నా. ఏదైనా షాప్ పోవాలన్నా, గుడికి పోవాలన్నా.
The Telangana government is empowering those with disabilities to rise above all odds and to move through the world on their terms.
ఎక్కడైనా స్టాల్ పెట్టుకుంటే చాయ్ స్నాక్స్ లాగా అమ్ముకొని చిన్న ఉపాధి అనేది పొందొచ్చు.
ఇంకా ఈ బ్యాటరీ వీల్ చైర్ తీసుకొని మేము బయటికి వెళ్తున్నాము, మేము కూడా బిజినెస్ చేసుకుంటున్నాము.
Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. Telangana rising, state is so shining. It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing. Telangana rising, state is so shining, it's just amazing, the future is building. Come together.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister is here requesting everybody to kindly please take your seats. We are about to begin with the last session of Day 2, Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all about inclusive prosperity and expanding opportunity for everyone. Yes, we have with us Honorable Minister for SC, ST, Senior Citizen, Transgender and DW, Shri Adluri Lakshman. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, is here along with yes, Minister for Minorities, Welfare of Telangana, Mr. Mohammad Azharuddin. He is also here with us.
And you see, I'll go and look at it afterwards, but I can see something that's saying Telangana 2049 maybe on the side, 27, 47. You know.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an informative and extensive day. We've had some wonderful panel discussions, and now we reach towards the last panel discussion before we move towards the evening program of the day. Like I mentioned, this panel discussion is all about inclusive prosperity and expanding opportunity for everyone. And I'll be calling upon our panelists who will be coming onto the stage, and they will be exchanging, sharing ideas and wonderful thoughts. I'd like to call upon, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister for SC, ST, Senior Citizen, Transgender and DW, Shri Adluri Lakshman Garu, to kindly please come forward onto the stage and take seat on stage. I also request Minister for Minorities, Welfare of Telangana, Shri Mohammad Azharuddin, to kindly please join in and be seated on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a huge round of applause? We also have with us Shri Poonam Prabhakar, Minister of Transport and BC Welfare. I request you, sir, to please come onto the stage. Yes, I request Shri Poonam Prabhakar Garu, Minister of Transport and BC Welfare, to please join in. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a huge round of applause? Our minister, honorable ministers are here. It's time for calling on the panelists. I request Shri Reddy Subramaniam, IAS retired, yes, former Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Education, GOI, to kindly please step forward and join the panel here. I request Professor Sukadeo Thorat, former Chairman, University Grants Commission, to please step forward and take your seat on stage, sir. I request Professor C.H. Qasim, Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, OU, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. Thank you for joining in. I request Mr. Burra Venkatesham, IAS, VR Chairman, TG Public Service Commission, to please step forward and take your seat on stage, sir. I request Professor Surya Dhananjay, Vice Chancellor, Telangana Women's University, Hyderabad. Ma'am, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. I request Srimati Rachana Mudra Boina, Director and on the board, Human Rights Law Network, focused on rights of LGBTQI, to please take your seat on stage, ma'am. I request Shri Ganji Srinivasulu, Department Head, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, to kindly please step forward and take your seat on stage. I request Professor Amirullah Khan, Professor of Economics and Member Telangana Public Service Commission, to please take seat on stage. I also request Srimati Revati, Director, CES, to please step forward and take your seat on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, our moderator for the session, Srimati Anita Ramchandran, IAS Secretary, Women, Children, Disabled, Senior Citizens, Transgender Persons. I request you, ma'am, to please step forward and be seated on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists are here. Let me just say a few lines about each and every panelist member, starting with Sri R. Subramaniam IAS, retired, belonging to the IAS Indian Administrative Service 1985 batch. He has worked for 37 years, covering the entire gamut of social sector, including tribal development, rural development, poverty, elevation, education, and social justice. And he's worked for 4.5 years as Secretary to Government of India, heading higher education and the social justice departments. Thank you, sir, for being here. And now Professor Sukadeo Thorat, present position that is being held by him is Professor Emeritus, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, Chair Professor K.R. Narayan, Chair, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Kerala, Ambedkar Chair Professor, Calicut University, Calicut, Kerala, and he's published about 30 books and more than 100 papers, area of research deprived groups of SC, ST, religious minorities, caste, economic discrimination in market and government and poverty, education, untouchability, atrocity, human rights, strategies of economic development, inclusive growth, non-discriminatory and disadvantage reducing growth. Thank you, sir, for joining in. Professor C. Kazim, yes, head of Telugu department at Osmania University, is an accomplished academic with the MA, MPhil, PhD qualifications in Telugu. He also holds a PG diploma in journalism. His research includes significant work on Prapanchikarana and Vyatireka, Satyam and poetry. With over 18 years of teaching experience, he has served as principal chairman of Board of Studies and course writer for various academies. He has edited several notable publications and contributed extensively to seminars, journals, and magazines. We also have with us Sri Burra Venkatesham IAS. He is from humble background in small village Obul in the former Warangal district. Now it's called Janagaon district. In 1995, selected for IAS with 15th rank in the country, and he became topper in both Telugu states of that time. Currently serving as chairman of Telangana Public Service Commission since December 5th, 2024. Previously, he served as Special Chief Secretary, Education Department Principal Secretary to Governor and Vice Chancellor of JNTU University as additional charge, and as a World Bank Scholar. And at Columbia University in New York, USA, he pursued higher education in economic policy in 2004. We also have with us Professor Surya Dhananjay. She is an eminent academician, writer, researcher, administrator, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Telangana Women's University, Hyderabad, and she's recognized as one of the foremost tribal scholars in India. She's made significant contributions to Telugu literature, folklore, women's studies, and higher education leadership. With over 26 years of teaching experience, she rose through distinguished academic service at Osmania University, where she served as senior professor of Telugu before assuming the vice chancellorship. We have with us yes, Srimati Rachana Mudra Boina, and she's Hyderabad's based transgender rights activist and former chair of SITAL, SITAL's National COVID-19 Response, a board member of HRLN. She works extensively on LGBTQI rights and is a part of UNAIDS India's LGBTQI think tank. She has represented trans INCLO INCLO at 4 global convention and is an IVLP fellow of the US Embassy 2016. She is also founder of the Ladli award-winning YouTube channel Trans Vision. She's also co-founded several queer transgender collectives. And yes, Srimati Rachna has helped establish 33 My3 transgender clinics in Telangana, and she mentors community members in alternative livelihoods. We have with us Shri Ganji Srinivasulu, presently working as Assistant Professor in Vocational Training at National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities under the administrative control of Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. Yes, he has more than 20 years of experience in the field of intellectual disability and heading the Department of Adult Independent Living. And we also have with us Professor Amir Ul Khan. Amir Ul Khan, his present position held is member Telangana Public Service Commission. And yes, he's a development economist and visiting professor of the economics and public policy at the Indian School of Business. Professor Amir has worked at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and at Encyclopedia Britannica as executive director and editor. And Dr. Khan is now a member of the Telangana Public Service Commission and also a member of the Government of India's Technical Advisory Committee on Prices and Cost Living. Welcome, Professor Amir Ul Khan, yes, to this wonderful panel discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to listen to their views, their informative perspectives. I hand it over to our moderator, Srimati Anita Ramchandran.
Thank you. So, a very warm good evening to all the guests here and to all the distinguished panelists. I would request first our Honorable Minister Sir, Ponnam Sir to say a few words. Sir.
Hi, good evening. Welcome to all who are participating as a participant and debate. We need your good advice to give one good roadmap in welfare section. When the government planning 2047 vision, they can't achieve without welfare. So state government planning to include this welfare schemes of all SC, ST, BC minority. We are already in some schemes are there to execute to good education and skill development and etc. ఈ రోజు వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలందరితో పాటుగా ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసిన వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా తెలంగాణ ప్రజాపాలన ప్రభుత్వం 2047 విజన్ సమ్మిట్ పెట్టుకొని ఈ యొక్క మార్గదర్శకత్వం రోడ్ మ్యాప్ వేసే అందులో ఇంక్లూజివ్ గ్రోత్ అంటే 80% పైన ఉన్నటువంటి జనాభాకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ఎస్సీ, ఎస్టీ, బీసీ మైనార్టీల సంక్షేమం లేకుండా అభివృద్ధి అనేది అసాధ్యం. కాబట్టి ఎస్సీ, ఎస్టీ, బీసీ మైనార్టీలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి విద్యా వ్యవస్థ కావచ్చు, ఉపాధి కావచ్చు, రూల్ ఆఫ్ రిజర్వేషన్ అమలు కావచ్చు, స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కావచ్చు, హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ లేకపోతే అబ్రాడ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ కావచ్చు, అన్ని రకాల అంశాలకు సంబంధించి పెద్దలందరితోటి సూచన తీసుకొని ప్రభుత్వం ఒక మార్గదర్శకత్వాన్ని తీసుకొని భవిష్యత్తులో అన్ని రకాల అంశాలకు సంబంధించి ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తూ ముందుకు పోయేటువంటి అంశం కొరకు ఈరోజు యొక్క జరుగుతోంది ఈ యొక్క డిస్కషన్. తప్పకుండా ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళంతా కూడా డిఫరెంట్ ఎక్స్పోజర్, డిఫరెంట్ ఐడియా, డిఫరెంట్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు కాబట్టి తప్పకుండా వీఆర్ ఎక్స్పెక్టింగ్ లాట్ ఫ్రమ్ యూ. డెఫినెట్లీ యువర్ సజెషన్ విల్ బి వెరీ వెరీ యూస్ఫుల్ టు దిస్ గవర్నమెంట్ విత్ వాట్ వీఆర్ ప్లానింగ్. సో అందరికీ మరొకసారి పెద్దలందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు. ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసి దీని తదుపరి కూడా పెద్దలు లక్ష్మణ్ కుమార్ గారు, లక్ష్మణ్ గారు ఎస్సీ, అదేవిధంగా ఎస్టీ శాఖ, అదేవిధంగా డిజేబుల్ చూస్తూ ఉన్నారు. అజరుద్దీన్ గారు మరి అందరికీ తెలిసినటువంటి వ్యక్తి, మన భారత క్యాప్టెన్గా ఉన్న వ్యక్తి, మైనార్టీ వెల్ఫేర్ చూస్తూ ఉన్నారు. నేను బీసీ వెల్ఫేర్ చూస్తూ ఉన్నాను. అందరం కూడా ఒకటే ఆలోచన, మాకు తెలంగాణ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి నాయకత్వంలో ఈ ప్రభుత్వంలో ఒకవైపు ఇండస్ట్రీ వేనా, ఏరోస్పేస్ వేనా, ఐటీ తీసుకున్నా, ఫార్మా తీసుకున్నా, టూరిజం తీసుకున్నా, ఎన్ని తీసుకున్నా ఇంక్లూజివ్ గ్రోత్ కనబడాలంటే ఇంత పెద్ద సెక్షన్ కంపల్సరీ మరి ఆ యొక్క మార్గంలో ఉండాల్సిందే. అది ఎడ్యుకేషన్కి సంబంధించి ఇప్పటికే చాలా రిఫార్మ్స్ తీసుకున్నాం. వాళ్ళ యొక్క కామన్ డైట్ ఛార్జ్ను పెంచడంతో పాటుగా ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ ఒక ఇన్నోవేటివ్ ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ కాంప్లెక్స్లు కడతా ఉన్నాం చాలా పెద్ద ఎత్తున. సో ఎడ్యుకేషన్ మరొకసారి గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఒక మాట చెప్తూ ఉంటారు, గతంలో ప్రభుత్వాల దగ్గర అనేకమైన డబ్బు ఉండే, అనేకమైనటువంటి భూములు ఉండే ఇవ్వడానికి, ఇవాళ అవి లేవు. ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి ఇవ్వగలిగేది విద్య ఒకటే. ఆ విద్యను ఇవ్వడానికి ప్రభుత్వం అన్ని రకాల సంకల్పంతో ఉంది. అందులో పేదలకు, ముఖ్యంగా ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ బీసీలకు సంబంధించిన మాట ఒకటి చెప్తాను. రీసెంట్లీ వి డన్ ఏ వన్ సిపెప్ సర్వే. మా సర్వేలో ఒక దాని మార్గం ఆలోచన చేసి చూస్తే భూమి ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కానీ, కులంతోటి కానీ, డబ్బుతోటి కానీ వాళ్ళ ఉన్నతికి కారణం కాలేదు. వాళ్ళ ఉన్నతికి కారణము మనం పరిశీలన చేసి దాని మీద ఒక సర్వేకు సంబంధించినటువంటి మరి ఎక్స్పర్ట్ కమిటీ వేస్తే వాళ్ళ నివేదికలో వచ్చింది ఏంటంటే చదువుకున్న వాడే ఉన్నత స్థానానికి వెళ్ళగలిగినాడు. వాళ్ళ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ కులము కానీ, డబ్బు కానీ, లేకపోతే భూమి కానీ లేదు. ఓన్లీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఈజ్ ఏ రీజన్ అనే మాట చెప్పింది. కాబట్టి ఆ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ వీకర్ సెక్షన్ను బాగా ఇంక్లూజివ్ చేయడానికి ఉండేటువంటి మార్గదర్శకత్వం జరగాలని సందర్భంగా కోరుతా ఉన్నాను.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for setting the tone. Now I call upon Honorable Minister for Minority Welfare, Shri Mohammad Azharuddin sir, to say.
I think distinguished guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I think Punnam Prabhakar Sahab has already, said very nicely. The only thing I need to add is that, because it has to be an inclusive growth and it has to be everybody, every community, every caste and creed. We have to really work very hard to, benefit them, because especially with the minorities, SCs and BCs, I think still a lot of work needs to be done. I think with all your support and your wishes, I think our government has really worked very hard, and all the welfare departments under the guidance of our Chief Minister, I think been working very, very hard. But still, a lot of work has to be done, because we need support from you people. Because without the support of people and without the advice of all the great people who are sitting on this distinguished dais, I think it will be very, very difficult to achieve anything. But I'm here as a minority minister, and we are working in tandem. All the three of us, will work in tandem and make sure that all the welfare, scheme, all the welfare facilities which are supposed to be going to the people, I think it will be done very properly. It will be done in a very good manner and phase by phase. Because I think you need a lot of patience, because I think without patience we can't work. If you think that we are going to do something very quickly, because we don't have a magic wand, neither anybody has a magic wand, but I think the only thing we need to do is we need to show a lot of patience. But at the end of the day, if you work very honestly, if we work for the benefit of the people of Telangana, I think we will definitely succeed. And with our two very, very experienced politicians, Punnam Prabhakar Sahab has been very experienced, and Saab was very, very experienced, Atluri Sahab, and everybody who is here, I wish you the very best. I hope you really, enjoy this discussion and take something out of it from all the great people who are sitting on the dais. Thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our Honorable Minister for SC/ST and PWD, Senior Citizen Welfare, Shri Adluri Lakshman Kumar sir, to say.
Takes between 18 to 24 months if you're lucky. Pain is now in our country. Side of it.
Telangana Raising 2047 సమ్మిట్ సంబంధించినటువంటి ఒక ముఖ్య కార్యక్రమంలో వేదికపై సభాధ్యక్షుడైనటువంటి సీనియర్ ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్ అనితా రామచంద్రన్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా గౌరవనీయులు మా బీసీ వెల్ఫేర్ మినిస్టర్ పొన్నం ప్రభాకర్ గౌడ్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా మైనార్టీ వెల్ఫేర్ మినిస్టర్ అజారుద్దీన్ గారు, ఇక వేదికపై ఉన్నటువంటి గౌరవ ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్సు, ఇంకా చాలా గొప్ప ప్రముఖ పెద్దలందరికీ కూడా, ముందు కూర్చున్నటువంటి మా అందరికీ కూడా కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీలో గొప్పగా వెల్ఫేర్ గురించి గతంలో గొప్పగా పనిచేసినటువంటి కొప్పుల రాజు గారు, సీనియర్ ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసరు, మా కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీకి సంబంధించిన ఏఐసిసి సిడబ్ల్యూసికి సంబంధించినటువంటి నాయకులు వారు కూడా ముందున్నారు. చాలామంది ఈ వెల్ఫేర్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి స్పెషల్ సిఎస్ మా సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ గారు, మా ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్రటరీ బుద్ధ ప్రకాష్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా మా సెక్రటరీ మా కమిషనర్ శ్రీతిజ గారు, మా వెల్ఫేర్కి సంబంధించిన అఫీషియల్స్ అందరికీ కూడా, అదే ట్రైబల్కి సంబంధించిన సీతామహాలక్ష్మి గారు, ముఖ్యంగా ఈరోజు ఎన్నో రోజులకెళ్ళి కష్టపడి రాబోయే దేశంలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి నేతృత్వంలో గ్లోబల్ రైజింగ్ 2047 సమ్మిట్ సంబంధించినటువంటి దీనిలో భాగంగా వెల్ఫేర్ పరంగా గొప్పగా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో లక్షలాది మంది పిల్లలు వెల్ఫేర్లో ఎస్సీ కానీ ఎస్టీ కానీ మైనార్టీ కానీ బీసీ వెల్ఫేర్ హాస్టల్స్లో చదువుకుంటూ దేశంలో గొప్పగా ఐఏఎస్ ఐపీఎస్ అదేవిధంగా ఐఐటి IIITకి కార్పొరేట్ లెవెల్ స్కూల్స్ ఏ విధంగా ఉన్నాయో ఆ విధంగా చదువునిచ్చే గొప్పగా ఈరోజు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి నేతృత్వంలో మరి హాస్టల్స్కి సంబంధించిన కానీ స్కూల్స్కి సంబంధించిన విషయంలో మేము కానీ నేనుగా మా ప్రభాకర్ అన్న గారి కానీ మా బజార్ భాయ్ కానీ మా అఫీషియల్స్ అంతా కూడా మనం ఎంతో కష్టపడి ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఈ దేశంలో మంచి పేరు వచ్చే విధంగా దేశంలో రాష్ట్రానికి అన్న విషయంలో ముఖ్యంగా ఈ తెలంగాణ చైతన్యవంతమైన యువ రాష్ట్రానికి ఎప్పుడు కూడా అభివృద్ధి విశ్వసిస్తుంది. మన సమాజం అన్ని వర్గాలకు ఎస్టీ బీసీ మైనార్టీ వికలాంగులు అదేవిధంగా ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ ట్రాన్స్జెండర్స్ వ్యక్తులకు మరియు జనాభాలో గణన భాగమైనటువంటి ఇతర వర్గాలకు కలుపుకొని వెళ్ళడం ద్వారానే నేటి ప్రగతిని సాధించింది. నిజమైన అభివృద్ధి కేవలం ఆర్థిక సూచనల ద్వారా కాకుండా అన్ని వర్గాల సామాజిక ఆర్థికంగా ఎంతవరకు అభివృద్ధి అనే ప్రధానం ప్రవాహంలో సమీకృతమై మానవీయత కోణంలో కొలవబడుతుంది. భవిష్యత్తు గురించి ఆలోచిస్తూ ప్రతి పౌరునికి విద్యా నైపుణ్యం గౌరవము మరియు స్థిరమైన జీవనోపాధి లభించే విధంగా విజన్ 2027 అనే దార్శనికమైన రూపొందించటకు మరియు మాకు స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చినటువంటి ఈ లక్ష్యాన్ని సాధించడం కోసం సమానత్వం ప్రాధాన్యత డిజిటల్ పరివర్తన అవసరమైన మద్దతు సాధించటకు వాటిపై ప్రత్యేకమైన దృష్టి సాధిస్తుంది. దీనికి ఆధారంగా ముఖ్యమైన ప్రధానమైన అంశాలు పథక ఆధారిత పంపిణీ నుండి కుటుంబ కేంద్రితమైన అభివృద్ధి వైపు, విద్యా వ్యవస్థ మార్పు, హాస్టల్లో ప్రతిభా కేంద్రాలుగా మార్చడం, వికలాంగుల సాధికారిత, ట్రాన్స్జెండర్ వ్యక్తులకు సమాజంలో సమాన హక్కులు, భవిష్యత్తు ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ కోసం కావలసిన నైపుణ్యాలు, సామాజిక న్యాయం గౌరవం మరియు రక్షణ, డిజిటల్ గవర్నెన్స్ మరియు జవాబుదారీతనం, బాలికల సమగ్ర అభివృద్ధి ప్రత్యేక దృష్టి, తెలంగాణ అభివృద్ధి సంక్షేమ శాఖల కింద నిర్వహిస్తున్న వివిధ శాఖల వివరాల గురించి, ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ బీసీ మైనార్టీ సంక్షేమ శాఖలో ఈ క్రింద పథకాలు నిర్వర్తిస్తూ హాస్టల్ మరియు గురుకుల పాఠశాల అదేవిధంగా స్టడీ సర్కిల్, స్వయం ఉపాధి కోసం జీవనోపాధులు, అంబేద్కర్ ఓవర్సీస్ సంబంధించినటువంటి అనేక అంశాలు రాజీవ్ విద్యా విధానాన్ని ముఖ్యంగా ట్రైబల్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతంలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఏదైతే బ్యాక్వర్డ్ ఏరియాలో ఇందిరా సోలార్ జల వికాసం కింద కానీ అదేవిధంగా అనేక అంశాలు ప్రతి పౌరుడికి గౌరవంగా అవకాశం మరియు వివక్ష జీవితాన్ని అర్హుడు అని సాధారణమైన నమ్మకం ఒక విజన్ 2047 నిర్వహించడం కోసం 2047 నాటి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర సమైక్యతకు అభివృద్ధికి జాతీయ సమానక మారాలని మేము లక్ష్యంగా పెట్టుకున్నాము. ఇక్కడ అభివృద్ధి పంచుకోవడం న్యాయం హామీగా ఇవ్వబడుతుంది మరియు ప్రగతిని కొద్దిమంది మాత్రమే కాకుండా అందరికీ సమంగా ఫలాలు అందే విధంగా తెలంగాణ సంక్షేమ విజన్ 2047 సాధించడానికి అన్ని మార్గాలను వ్యక్తులను అందరూ చర్చించి వాటికి అమలు చేసే విధానాలకు సూచించాలని మనవి చేస్తూ, ముఖ్యంగా చాలామంది గొప్పవాళ్ళు ఇంగ్లీష్లో చాలా ఫ్లూయెంట్గా మాట్లాడినారు. మా తల్లిదండ్రులంతా గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతంకి వెళ్ళి ఆ వర్గంకి వెళ్ళి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు తెలుగు చదువుకొని తెలుగులో మాట్లాడుతున్న అన్యత భావించేంత మనవి చేసుకుంటూ మరొక్కసారి వేదికపై పెద్దలందరికీ కూడా మా వెల్ఫేర్ పరంగా, ఎందుకంటే మా ప్రభాకరణ కష్టపడి ఒక విద్యార్థి దశ నుంచి వచ్చినాడు, మా అజార్ భాయ్ కూడా ఒక మైనార్టీ నుంచి ఎంతో ఒక క్రికెట్ పరంగా ప్రపంచ దేశాల్లో క్యాప్టెన్గా గొప్పగా ఉన్నాడు. మన సామాన్య ఒక కుటుంబం నుంచి ఈరోజు రాష్ట్ర క్యాబినెట్లో ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ డిజబుల్ అండ్ ఓల్డేజ్ మినిస్టర్గా మేము ఉన్నాం. కాబట్టి గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి నేతృత్వంలో ప్రజాపాలన ఇందిరమ్మ రాజ్యంలో ఏదైతే వేదికపైన మా ప్రొఫెసర్ నాకు అందరికీ కూడా మాకు పెద్దన్నగా ఉన్నటువంటి మా కాసిం గారు, మరి వెల్ఫేర్ పరంగా చాలామంది ఉన్నటువంటి రిటైర్డ్ ఐఏఎస్ సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారు కానీ, మా సీనియర్ ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్ మా బుర్ర వెంకటేశ్వర్ గారు కానీ, మా అనితా రామచంద్ర గారు, చాలామంది పెద్దవాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. మీ సూచనలు ఈ సమ్మిట్ ద్వారా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో వెల్ఫేర్ పరంగా ఏ విధంగా ముందుకెళ్ళాలి, ఈ వెల్ఫేర్ పరంగా పేద పిల్లలు చదువుకున్నటువంటి హాస్టల్స్లో కూడా కార్పొరేట్ లెవెల్లో ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇచ్చే విధంగా మీ యొక్క సూచనలు ఉండాలని చెప్పి మరొకసారి మనవి చేసుకుంటూ తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
Thank you, sir. Chakati Suchanal Ichinanduku. And now we will move on to our distinguished panelists. Extremely distinguished panelists, I may say, are here. So the context is already set by our honorable ministers. As all of us know, Telangana, this as part of Telangana Rising, the global summit, we are having this panel discussion today on inclusive prosperity, expanding opportunity for everyone. And all of us know Telangana is a marching economy, a young state, but one of the expanding economies. But the development, all of us understand, doesn't mean just GDP growth. It means opportunities for all our communities who are not part of the mainstream, be it PWDs, be it women, be it marginalized communities. So without taking much time, I will hand over to our panelists. But before that, I would request, since we have another program at 6 o'clock, all of us may have to restrict. So I will first call upon Shri Thoratji, sir. Of course, we don't have to tell you about, sir is, I think, best placed to talk about, he's already written many papers on how Telangana is developed, but we need to look at the marginalized community. So over to you, Thoratji.
No, it's okay. The distinguished honorable ministers of Department of Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe, Minorities, and other backward caste, and the other divisions. I'm very happy to participate here in this particular session of inclusive growth.
Can you hear me?
How to develop policy so that the marginalized section of SC, ST, OBC and minority also participate in the growth. When we talk of inclusive growth, we essentially talk of a growth which will include the poor, which will help to reduce the poverty. But when we consider the different groups, I think the best word would be that we go for the socially inclusive growth, in the sense that when there is a growth in the income, the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, the minorities, and the OBC and other minorities should also have an opportunity to participate in that growth. And it is in the light of that, the government of Telangana has developed policy for each of these social groups. If we take the human development indicators, per capita income, educational level, poverty, housing, we discovered that there is a sort of graded hierarchy as far as the development is concerned. If we take scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and OBC, we discovered that tribals are lacking far too behind, followed by the scheduled caste, followed by the OBC, and the Muslim minority comes in somewhere in the third. But what is important is that the government has developed policy. If you take a look at the different policies, they have identified the problem of each of these minorities, and they developed a policy which are group-specific policies. For example, the scheduled caste particularly lack assets, land and business, education. Besides, they also face the caste discrimination in the form of untouchability and atrocities. So the SC department has developed policies to address the education problem, increase their ownership of land and business. Scheduled tribes are somewhat better in terms of ownership of land, but they lack in education. So there are policies for them to improve the education as such. OBC are slightly better off in terms of ownership of land, but they lag behind in education.
So that's on the
Muslims,
talent side that we're talking about.
They lag behind in education. They are somewhat better in ownership of business. So the most important thing is that the Telangana government has developed policies to address the specific problem of each of these groups. And as a result of that, we discovered that over a period of time, there has been an improvement in all the indicators of human development. Per capita income, nutrition, housing, gross endowment ratio in education. Also, there has been a reduction in the atrocities and untouchability over a period of time. I will only say that despite this improvement, because the distinguished honorable ministers are sitting here, I have a greater data, but I will not like to take time for that. There has been a good improvement, and I think particularly in education. The enrollment rate of scheduled castes are almost on par with others. Scheduled tribe is lacking, Muslim is lacking in terms of education. But there has been, over a period of time, there has been improvement. Despite this improvement, I will submit to the Honorable Minister that the gap persists between these social group, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC, and Muslim minority vis-a-vis the high caste and some of the other advanced crowd. So we have the policies which are in place, wonderfully placed. They address each of the problem, but the rate of improvement will have to be much faster if we want to reduce the gap between this marginalized section and the high caste and the other section. I think, and I'm quite sure that the Telangana government is aware about this. We have a special component plan, we have a special tribal sub-plan, there is a plan for OBC, and recently the Telangana government is the only state which has taken a step to introduce the sub-caste reservation. The scheduled castes have been categorized into 3 groups. The 9 castes, 9%, 5% and 1%. That will reduce the inter-sub-caste disparity that we have discovered. I was a member of the expert committee on caste census of Telangana, and this will help to reduce the inter-sub-caste disparity in the women development. I think these are some of the points I just wanted to share, and if there are some clarification, I will be very happy to respond.
Thank you, sir, for bringing in the perspective of fastening the growth. And thank you for telling us that in Telangana there's been really good improvement. But definitely, sir, we have to reduce the gap and fasten the growth rate. Now, I would request Rachna ji to give her insights.
Rainbow Salam, Satrangi Salam. It's really a great opportunity for me, being a trans person, to sit on par with the dignitaries like Alluri Lakshman Kumar Garu and other ministries and secretaries, whom I think that it's a history in the Telangana that a trans person sitting on the dais with the panel with these ministries. And a big clap for our leader, Revanth Reddy Garu and Alluri Lakshman Kumar Garu. I have a list of ministers actually, like of course Revanth Reddy Garu, who have been the pioneer of like the first schemes goes with Mahalakshmi, where more than 2,000 transgender persons are accessing free bus across the state. A big clap for Revanth Reddy Garu. And that posters goes sensation, and it has become a pioneer across the India. And one more project like traffic assistance. Now we have government, like our transgender people serving in government as traffic assistance is one of such initiative in India. So again, one more clap for Sitaka Garu, who is the minister, actually initiated and make it happen. And after that, 20 more transgender persons in metro as security guards. And Lakshman Kumar Garu, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for inviting us. Lakshman Kumar Garu, mostly, he is more than a minister, he is a good friend of our community. He invited us the moment he became the minister. He made us sit on the table. He talked to our issues, discussed to our issues, and solved all the problems and trying to resolve many more issues, which you have been seeing all these days, the crime and violence which is happening. We have a pride place in Telangana, which is not there in any place in any state of the country. So thank you, we being like the government, mostly, the Revanth Reddy Garu, Sitaka, Lakshman Kumar Garu, and one more gentleman, the Sridhar Babu Garu, who is actually, he has been so vocal in the assembly that some parliamentarian has smiled, just smiled on the term of person like transgender person. He raised voice on behalf of us. So we are in the good hands, and we are in the welfare of and the pioneer becoming the state, Telangana became the pioneer in the terms of transgender welfare. And thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you. But we would also like to hear on what are the issues that you face, apart from the fact that we are taking baby steps in the government, but definitely we'll come back to you. Sir, now I would call upon Reddy Subramaniam, sir. Sir, apart from all the great experience that you have, sir, we would also like to hear on how we can bring in structural changes in education to ensure that the marginalized communities get access. Thank you.
I'm happy to be here in this glittering show of the government. I'm very happy that they have not forgotten a vast majority of people whom the history has actually done a lot of injustice. So I'm very happy that the government has organized this particular thing. And I can tell you, I was in hall number 4, and the people here are more in number than in the hall number 4. It really shows only one thing. No society can go forward unless you take everybody along. A chain, they say, is as strong as the weakest link. If your link is not strong enough, all links have to be equally strong if the chain has to pull something. Today we are dreaming of pulling the entire population into a new a glorious future, 2047. Everybody is dreaming. These dreams will never come true unless you realize that every person, whether it is a trans person, a tribal, or a SC, or a minority Muslim, everybody is equally important. This is the true realization for a society which wants to progress. If you think that large number of people can be kept in the darkness and money is made by only 10-20% of people, such societies will not progress. So friends, I want to make it very clear that today, when you are talking about 2047, Telangana rising is a very powerful word. Rising shows transformation. You don't want normal change. Normal growth to hota hai sab jagah pe. So we are not talking about transformation. We are not talking about normal growth. We are talking about a transformation, a big change. That big change will come when the smallest persons are provided opportunity. Please, I think you must realize this. If we go back with this realization, I think we have done justice. Friends, we have 5 types of exclusion. When we are talking about inclusion, what it means? It means that we have excluded somebody. Then only we are talking about inclusion, right? So 5 types of exclusions. One, very clearly, of course, social exclusion. The entire the history of the Dalits, we have seen, such a sordid history, such a shameful history that we have had, where you have repressed. And then we have the tribals, we have all the social groupings we have, where the backward communities who have not been given the required opportunity. So this is one type of exclusion. Gender, friends, when we are talking about inclusion, normally the mind goes to the Dalits who are normally repressed. But look at the gender, the women. I think what is the population of women working? If you see the female work participation rate, it is very shameful numbers. It is below 20%. So, friends, I think we need to work on that. That is the gender exclusion. The third thing is geographical exclusion. The entire tribal communities, PVTGs, we have Telangana is known for a lot of rich culture of the primitives, of the tribal groups. There are people who are just kept out for a long time. And then you have remote rural areas, geographical exclusion. Then you have psychological exclusion. We have transgender, the entire community who are actually excluded even from the families. So these marginalized, they are marginalized because they don't get any opportunity. They are shunned by the society. So we need to really look at that sort of that excluded communities. So, and then of course economic exclusion is there. So friends, we have 5 types of exclusion, and the number of people who are excluded from the growth process, from the glitter of all this shining glitter, is very large. The numbers is very, very large.
I'm going to ask one last
So-
question on the broader GCC.
So
and
we
then
need
we'll do
to,
a quick
when
rapid
we are
fire
talking about
round.
2047,
The broader
we
question
should
is
take
more on the cultural shift that is
pledge
happening. Now, because of
that
AI today,
we
are
will
you now
eradicate
forced
poverty
to change
100%.
the way
So
that
this
you
is
do
nothing,
things?
I am not saying anything
Are
new.
you forced
This
to
is
change
a
the way
part
your
of the
organizations
SDG.
are
This is
working
called,
to a large degree?
it is called
Are
a
you forced to
sustainable
take a-
development goal,
a
which is,
startup kind of
which is
approach?
entire
But if that's not
world
the
is
case,
actually
it's
talking
something
about. So ప్రతి ఒక్క దేశం కూడా ఏంటంటే
For us, it's a
2030
little bit of,
లోపల
unique
కొన్ని
thing
ముఖ్యమైన
because we've been in the AI space
డెవలప్మెంటల్
for a
గోల్స్
long
అచీవ్
time.
చేయాలి. అది దట్ ఈస్ ఎ
We've used
గ్లోబల్
AI,
కమిట్మెంట్.
you know, the
దాంట్లో
traditional
ఏమన్నారంటే
statistical AI,
జీరో
stuff
పావర్టీ,
for,
అంటే
more than a
పేదవాడు
decade
అనేది
rather. So it was
ఉండకూడదు.
a natural progression
దానికి
from generative AI
దానికి ఒక
becoming
స్పెషల్
agentic AI
కార్యక్రమం మనం
grew.
చేయాలి. దెన్
It was a very easy
నో హంగర్.
transition for us
ఇప్పుడు
to be
మనకి
able to
తెలంగాణలో
build those
న్యూట్రిషన్
technologies
సంబంధించిన
into,
సమస్యలు చాలా ఉన్నాయి. దానివల్ల
for us,
న్యూట్రిషన్
it
నుంచే
was an
మనకి
easy
ఈ మొత్తం ఆల్ ద సో మెనీ మెంటల్ అండ్
your point
ఫిజికల్
in terms of
డిజబిలిటీస్
from an
వస్తాయి.
organizational
సో
perspective, I
ప్రాపర్
don't think
న్యూట్రిషన్,
it's a
నో
technology.
హంగర్ అనేది రెండో
It's more of a
సెకండ్
mindset problem. It's a change
ఎస్డిజి.
management
థర్డ్ ఎస్డిజి ఏంటంటే
and
హెల్త్.
we are hard at it.
చాలా మంది
We
ఏంటంటే
want
మనకి
first, you know, really
ఇల్ హెల్త్ వలన
to be an AI native company. We want
భూములు
everybody
అమ్ముకొని
to be
ఇప్పుడు
able
ఎందుకంటే
to think,
ఖర్చులు పెరిగిపోయినాయి.
think AI
Once you
first
fall
and be
ill,
able to leverage that
there is
to
a
do that.
there is a surety
So
that you will
we've
go
done a
into
lot
debt.
of that,
That is how
in the
our
last couple of
health
years.
system has become. So can we ensure that everybody gets a proper health through an improved public health service? That is the third one. Fourth one, education.
So there is
Friends,
applications
without
of
education is the foundation for anybody's life. I don't need to say.
structure of the
But
organization.
are we
In
giving
parallel,
them
we are
quality
actually
education?
looking
How
in
many
terms
of our
innovation,
graduates
ripping
today
out the organization
are in a
and
position
thinking about the
to claim work?
AI's
ఉద్యోగాలు రావట్లేదు సరే,
on a
అసలు
more
ఉద్యోగానికి నువ్వు సరిపోయి ఉన్నావా?
and the most sort of immediate
How
belief
good
that
is
we
our
have
higher education system?
actually
Are we training the
existing
people to
cakes
become
and
useful
candles
for the
and
society?
horizontal, vertical
అని మనం ఆలోచించుకుంటే చాలా చాలా
probably will be
sad
very
stories
different
వస్తాయండి.
in the future when you
So
write,
education.
uh,
Then
take AI support
gender.
and we're seeing that
How are we building up a really equal a society which respects women? So ఈ 5 SDGsని తెలంగాణ can achieve, should achieve. Why I say this is because Telangana has been in the forefront of welfare economics, welfare administration in the country. The great S.R. Shankaran worked here, and he laid foundation for a great welfare administration, and his name is now taken across the country. S.R. Shankaran గారు పని చేసిన ప్రదేశం. తర్వాత మనం చాలా చాలా అంటే మనకి చాలా గర్వించదగిన కార్యక్రమం మనం చాలా చేసాం దేశం మొత్తంలో. ది ఎంటైర్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్ విమెన్ ఇంటూ ఎస్సీఆర్ సర్ప్ ఉంది. అది ఒక పెద్ద మనం మీరు గమనిస్తున్నారు లేదా కానీ మేము బయట నుంచి దేశం నుంచి చూసినప్పుడు అదొక రెవల్యూషన్ అండి. రియల్లీ సర్ప్ ఈజ్ అ రెవల్యూషన్. ఇట్ క్రియేటెడ్ అ రెవల్యూషన్ బై బ్రింగింగ్ పూర్ పీపుల్, పూర్ విమెన్ టుగెదర్ ఇంటూ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ అండ్ దెన్ క్లెయిమింగ్ దేర్ స్పేస్ ఇన్ ద ఎకానమీ. తర్వాత సోషల్ వెల్ఫేర్ రెసిడెన్షియల్ స్కూల్స్ ద్వారా అసలు ఎంతమంది అండి, ఎంత అసలు ఏమాత్రం కూడా హోప్ లేని వ్యక్తులకి అత్యున్నత శిఖరాలకు తీసుకెళ్లిన సోషల్ వెల్ఫేర్ రెసిడెన్షియల్ స్కూల్స్. Yes, of course, he is one of the architects. So therefore మరి నేను కూడా so residential schools actually they created such a cream of people out of the poorest. So friends, ఇటువంటి ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇచ్చిన రాష్ట్రం ఇది, దేశానికి ఇచ్చిన రాష్ట్రం. సో దేర్ ఫోర్ మై అపీల్ టు యూ ఆన్ దిస్ అకేషన్ ఈస్ దట్ యూ బీ ప్రౌడ్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ యూ హవ్ డన్, బీ ప్రౌడ్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ యూ హవ్ గివెన్ టు ద కంట్రీ, బట్ యూ మస్ట్ రియలైజ్ దట్ యువర్ జాబ్ ఈజ్ హాఫ్ డన్. హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి 40 కిలోమీటర్లు దూరానికి వెళితే you see lot of poverty still, you see lot of malnutrition,
That was going to be the start of my
you
rapid
see
fire.
very
We were
poor
starting
quality
now.
schools.
Do you feel that AI is
So
going to take your
this
job?
is the time, because you are all sitting
You are
together,
here?
we are all debating, we are dreaming of a
I hope some
great
part of my
future.
job. Yeah, I want
This
it
is
to
the
make
time
it
for us to
easier.
reflect
I
on these
certainly don't want to
matters
be doing
and
everything
come
I'm
out with
doing.
an action
So
plan.
I could be
I can
doing
tell
a
you
lot
one
better,
thing,
I think,
if it is
so I
possible
do
in
hope
India, it is
does
possible
take
here.
some of my
because this is a great state, it has got great resources, lots of people who have worked here, lots of people working here. So please go ahead. We are there to support the government in any which way in taking this forward, and all the very best for this summit.
It takes away some part of the job as well, so which is perfect.
Thank you, sir, for bringing in the perspective of exclusion. Now I would request Venkatesham, sir, of course vastly experienced, to talk about the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid as well as how to deepen all the experiments sir himself had done and many other experiments that were here. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers and my esteemed co-panelists, a warm and all the visit audience, a warm good evening to all of you. So on this subject we can talk for hours and hours. There is no need, this 5-10 minutes is not sufficient. We can talk on this. And a very, very, very apt subject called inclusive prosperity. When you're talking about 3 trillion economy or 30 trillion economy for the country, 3 trillion for Telangana, it is definitely achievable. It's not a big deal for a country like India and a state like Telangana. We are the youngest state and we have lots of enthusiasm. The youngest kid makes the maximum noise. The youngest kid gets maximum attention. So we can do, and we are in the center of India. See, even Telangana's map also shows like a heart in the center of India. So I have no doubt whether India will achieve 30 trillion economy by 2047 or Telangana will achieve 3 trillion by 2047. In fact, we may surpass that also. It's not a big deal. But only thing is, what we have to learn, as all our previous speakers have said, very, very important point is our history is already telling us, unless you go inclusive way, you will not be able to sustain it. Because all the invaders, all the people whoever came to India, they came for what? Because we are wealthy, we are not poor. We were never poor. India was always a rich country. Because of that only, invaders by invaders, they came, they looted, they enjoyed. Some of them stayed back, they became part of India. And we continue to get colonized. Such a powerful country became colonized by a small country. It's like size of Telangana, England could colonize us. Why? Because we were not taking everybody together. That time also, why India, if the same projection if you have taken, if there is no colonization, India would have been the richest country in the world with 45 trillion economy by today. But why we are still languishing at 3.55? Because we are not taking everybody together. We have left out women, we have left out SCs, we have left out minorities, we have left out everybody. So only few of them were trying to control the entire economy. If we do the same mistake again, few people come and make money, and the wealth creation is not a big job in this fertile soil, in the beautiful atmosphere of India, wonderful nature. We have enough for everything. Though our country is 7th biggest in the world, so to say, in terms of area, but in population we are number 1 in the world. 7th biggest in terms of area, but we have maximum amount of land which is cultivable across the world. So like that, if you see anything, we are well endowed, well intelligent, very, very high intelligent DNA, but our way of thinking people as equals is somewhere is the problem. We always see in a different way. Some people are born to serve me, some people are born to be dependent on me. This kind of mindset has to change before the economy can really change. So while we do all this big model of going forward for making a very, very high resilient economy, we must also see this social transformation, and that's where the fortune at the bottom of pyramid is very, very important. Unless until we make the money from each one of them, not few of them at the top. There can be, for example, one Elon Musk, you somehow convince him and bring it to Telangana, we will be 3 trillion economy. It's not the issue. Issue is that each one of us should be empowered, endowed, we should be given learning, we should be given earnings, we should be given capabilities to participate in this economy, who own it, who progress through it, That is the most important thing. So let us all go hand in hand to make this realization in each and everybody's mind. And as the history is always pointing out why richest country at one point of time became colonized, why we lost all that wealth, because we were not egalitarian, we were not inclusive. Now it is high time. Let us make that promise, let us make that pledge that we shall be doing only when we are inclusive and egalitarian. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for telling us to learn from the mistakes that we made in history, which is very, very important. Now I call upon Professor Surya Dhananjay ma'am. Ma'am, being a woman, I would also request you to talk about women empowerment. Thank you.
అందరికీ శుభ సాయంత్రం. వేదిక విలక్షణమైంది. మేరు శిఖరాల లాంటి అతిథులు వేదికను అలంకరించినాను. ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి పేరు పేరున నేను మనస్ఫూర్తిగా నమస్కారములు తెలియజేస్తూ, వేదిక ముందు ఆసీనులైన వివిధ శాఖల నుంచి విచ్చేసిన అందరికీ, అధికారులందరికీ కూడా నమస్కారములు. ఈరోజు సమగ్ర శ్రేయస్సు కోసం ఇక్కడ ఈ వేదికలో పంచుకోవడము చాలా ఆనందం. నా అభిప్రాయం ప్రకారము కడగొట్టు గుడిసె వరకు కూడా అందరికీ కూడా సంక్షేమ పథకాలతో పాటు అన్నీ కూడా ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలు కూడా సమానంగా ఉండాలనేది నా అభిప్రాయం. నిజానికి ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఇచ్చిన అంశం ఏంటంటే గిరిజన అభివృద్ధి, గిరిజన సంక్షేమ పథకాల గురించి. తెలంగాణలో దాదాపుగా 4 కోట్ల మంది జనాభా ఉంటే అందులో 10% మంది గిరిజనులు ఉన్నారు. 10% మందిలో 32 తెగల వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. ఆ 32 తెగల వారికి నిజానికి వాళ్ళ అభివృద్ధి జరగాలంటే విద్య, వైద్యం, నీరు, జీవనోపాధి, వాళ్ళ సంస్కృతి, సంప్రదాయాలు వీటన్నిటినీ సంరక్షించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. నిజానికి ఇప్పుడు చాలామంది కూడా, ఉదాహరణకి మీ ముందు నేను ఉన్నాను, వారికి వాళ్ళ భాష తప్ప ఇంకొక భాష రాదు. ఇంకొక భాష అంటే తెలుగు కావచ్చు, ఇంగ్లీష్ కావచ్చు, గిరిజన భాష తప్ప ఇతర భాషలు రావు. అట్లాంటి వారికి వాళ్ళకి ఇంగ్లీష్ స్పెషల్ క్లాసెస్ పెట్టాల్సిన అవసరం. ఎందుకు స్పెషల్ క్లాసెస్ పెట్టాలి అని అంటున్నానంటే డ్రాప్అవుట్స్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంటున్నాయి. మగపిల్లలే కాదు, ఆడపిల్లలు కూడా ఎవరు కూడా చదువుకోవడం, ఇంకా ముందుకి రావడం చాలా తక్కువ మంది వస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ఉదాహరణకు నేను ఉన్నానని ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నానంటే నాకు కూడా ముందు భాష రాదు, తర్వాత తెలుగు భాష నేర్చుకున్నాను, ఆ తర్వాత ఎంతో కొంత మిగతా భాషలన్నీ నేర్చుకున్నాను. డ్రాప్అవుట్స్ నాకు 11th స్టాండర్డ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడే నాకు వివాహం జరిగితే ఆ తర్వాత నా కుటుంబం నాకు ప్రోత్సహించింది కాబట్టి నేను చదువుకొని పిహెచ్డి చేసి ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీలో ప్రొఫెసర్ని అయ్యి ఒక మహిళ తెలంగాణలోనే ఫస్ట్ విమెన్స్ యూనివర్సిటీకి ఫస్ట్ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్గా అయ్యి మీ ముందు నిలబడగలిగాను అంటే అది కృషి కావచ్చు, ప్రభుత్వం వాళ్ళు అందించిన సహకారం కూడా కావచ్చు. అందుకే నేను అంటున్నది ఏంటంటే డ్రాప్అవుట్స్ ఎందుకు ఎక్కువ ఉంటున్నారంటే వాళ్ళకి ఇంగ్లీష్ నేర్పించాల్సిన అవసరం చాలా ఉంది. ఆ తర్వాత 10th క్లాస్లోనే ఎక్కువ డ్రాప్అవుట్స్ అయిపోతున్నారు. 10th తర్వాత కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఉంటున్నాయి. అవి వాళ్ళు దానికి అంటే గిరిజనేతర సమాజంతో కంపీట్ చేయలేకపోతున్నారు వాళ్ళు. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకి స్పెషల్ క్లాసెస్ ఇవన్నీ ఉంటే బాగుంటుందనేది నా అభిప్రాయం. ఆ తర్వాత భాష గురించి అనుకున్నా, ఇది చాలా ముఖ్యమైనది, చాలా ప్రధానమైనది మన జీవితంలో. భాష లేకపోతే మన అస్తిత్వం లేదు. భాష పోతే జాతే నశిస్తుందనేది మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు. అందుకని భాష మీద ఎక్కువ ఫోకస్ చేయాలని నా అభిప్రాయం. వాళ్ళ సంస్కృతిని కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళ సాంస్కృతిక అంశాలను కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళ సాహిత్యాన్ని కావచ్చు, ఇవన్నీ కాపాడాలంటే భాషను మనం ముందుగా రక్షించుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. అందుకే గిరిజన భాషలకు ఏ ఒక్క భాషకు కూడా లిపి లేదు. గిరిజన భాషలకి లిపి తయారు చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందనేది నా అభిప్రాయం. అదే కాకుండా ఈ భాషల్ని 8th షెడ్యూల్లో కూడా చేర్చాలనేది ముఖ్యంగా నా అభిప్రాయం. నేను దీనికి డిమాండ్ కూడా చేస్తున్నాను. ఆ తర్వాత వాళ్ళ సాహిత్యాన్ని, అంటే గిరిజనులకు బోలెడంత సాహిత్య సంపద ఉంది, కానీ ఏ ప్రాంతాలలో నివసిస్తున్న వాళ్ళు ఆ ప్రాంత భాషనే వాళ్ళు వాడుకుంటున్నారు, ఆ భాషలోనే ఆ సాహిత్యాన్ని వాళ్ళు రక్షించుకుంటున్నారు తప్ప వాళ్ళ భాషల్లో రాయడానికి వాళ్ళ స్క్రిప్ట్ లేదు. కాబట్టి ఇది ఒకటి చాలా ముఖ్యమైన విషయంగా నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. ఆ తర్వాత ఇంకా కడగొట్టు గుడిసె వరకు కూడా వాళ్లకు సంక్షేమం అందాలి. చాలా వరకు కూడా మధ్యదళారులే ఆ సంక్షేమాన్ని వాళ్ళకి అందకుండా చేస్తున్నారు. తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వము చాలా సంక్షేమ పథకాలు, అభివృద్ధి పథకాలను తీసుకొచ్చింది, కానీ వాళ్ళందరికీ అందాలనేది. ఇప్పటికి కూడా రోడ్డు రవాణా సౌకర్యాలు లేని ఊర్లు ఉన్నాయి, గిరిజన ప్రాంతాలు. అట్లాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పటికి కూడా మీకు తెలుసు, ఉదాహరణకి చాలామంది మనం చూస్తూ ఉంటాము, వాళ్ళు డోలీలో ఎంతో దూరం నుంచి డోలీలో తీసుకొని వాగులు వంకలు దాటుకుంటూ హాస్పిటల్కి వచ్చేసరికి వైద్యం అందక చాలామంది చచ్చిపోతున్నారు. ఈ విషయంలో కూడా జాగ్రత్త తీసుకోవాలి. అంటే అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతుంది, అయినప్పటికీ ఇంకా కూడా దీన్ని బాగా చేయాల్సిన అవసరం అయితే ఉందని భావిస్తూ, మహిళా సాధికారత గురించి అంటున్నారు. అవనిలో సగం ఆకాశంలో సగం మహిళలు, దేంట్లో తక్కువ లేదు. మహిళ అంటేనే శక్తి, వీరనారి చాకలి ఐలమ్మ అంటేనే ఒక ధైర్యం. ఆ యూనివర్సిటీకి వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్గా ఉన్నారు. కాకపోతే మహిళ కూడు గూడు గుడ్డతో పాటు వాళ్ళకి మంచి జీవితాన్ని ఇవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం అయితే ఈ సమాజంలో ఉంది. వారికి సమాజంతో పాటు కుటుంబం కూడా సహకరించాలి. ఆ తర్వాత ఈ సమాజంలో మహిళని గౌరవించినట్లయితే మనల్ని మనం గౌరవించుకున్నట్టే. కాబట్టి ఎక్కడ మేడిపట్టి నాగలి దున్నే దగ్గర నుంచి నావికాదళం వరకు కూడా మహిళలు, కండక్టర్ నుంచి కలెక్టర్ దాకా ఈరోజు ఎందులో తీసిపోకుండా మహిళలందరూ కూడా అవకాశాన్ని పుచ్చుకొని అన్నిట్లలో రాణిస్తున్నారు. కాకపోతే ఈ అంశాల గురించి మేడం 2 నిమిషాలే మాట్లాడమని ముందే చెప్పారు. ఈ అంశాలు మీ ముందు ఉంచాను. ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. నమస్కారం.
Thank you, Surya ma'am. Ma'am has brought her individual experiences to show how important education is, how important language is. We don't normally think of language when we think of inclusive education, but ma'am has got a very important perspective, and ma'am has also talked about how opportunities are very important for women empowerment. Thank you, ma'am, and I must thank the panelists actually for maintaining the time. Now I would request Srinivasul Garu, who has a lot of experience in dealing with persons with intellectual disabilities, to give his perspective.
Honorable Ministers, respected dignitaries and attended participants of this hall. Thank you, ma'am, for selecting as a panelist for this afternoon session. Myself, I am Srinivasulu. I am representing from the NIEPID, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities. Regarding this inclusion and prosperity, the services are expanded from health, education, skill development, employment and sustainable livelihood. So these are the life cycle approach of services. From government and from the organization side, we are providing various services. After RPWD Act 2016 and New Education Policy, various services are rendering, especially the cross disability early intervention services. Telangana is the one state the early intervention services started from here. Now the CDIC, Cross Disability Early Intervention Services, expanded throughout the country. Almost 22 service centers are following the same kind of things, whatever we established in Telangana. That is a significant achievement. We have to observe the one thing. Not only the cross-disability early intervention services to 0 to 10 years age group students. There are provisions for the education, especially the Samagra Shiksha is providing the services to 0 to 14 years and whatever be the zero rejection policy. So we are providing some kind of educational materials, uniformity curriculum. The Disha curriculum we are providing to each and every one. It is a uniformed kind of thing. Not only that, government also implementing some kind of relaxation in board exams, then scribe facility for the students of special needs students in the different kind of class levels or whatever be the SSC, the higher level of education, and scholarships also we are providing in this education system. Coming to the skill development, there are various provisions. However, awareness needs to be increased regarding the skill development training. NIOS is there, Janashiksha Samsthan is there, PM Daksh is there, Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana, and free coaching scheme, employability skill. So there are various kind of services. So however, by increasing the awareness, we can reach to unreached areas for utilizing this kind of services to each and every one. Then the next one, employability. This is the toughest part in the disability sector. However, from the organizations, private sector, and some kind of self-employment loans from the government, especially the Dwakra self-help schemes, Mudra Yojana, NDFDC provisions, anybody can choose the platform for self-employment so that they can be sustainable on that particular selected area for lifetime employment and independent living aspect. So with this kind of provisions, government is implementing UDID card, then health insurance provisions through Ayushman Bharat and Niramaya health insurance, assistive devices through ADIP scheme, then some kind of free coaching provisions, scholarships, etc. All these kind of things the government is providing. So the special needs students has to utilize these options so that they can be independent in all levels and all areas. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for bringing in the perspective with regard to the PWDs, which is a very important segment. Now, I would request Professor Kasim Saab to please give his insight.
వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలు లక్ష్మణ్ కుమార్ గారు, ప్రభాకర్ గారు, అజరుద్దీన్ గారు, ఇతర ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్స్, ప్రొఫెసర్స్, ముందు ఉన్న పెద్దలు, మిత్రులారా, ఇంక్లూజివ్ అంటే కలుపుకోవటము అని అర్థం. ఎవరిని కలుపుకోవాలి? అభివృద్ధికి దూరంగా ఉన్న వాళ్ళని కలుపుకోవాలని అర్థం. అభివృద్ధి ఫలాలని అందరికీ అందేలా చేయటం అని అర్థం. సమాజంలో కొందరు అభివృద్ధికి దూరంగా ఎందుకున్నారు, ఎవరున్నారు అనే ప్రశ్న వేసుకుంటే ఎందుకు కలుపుకోవాలి, ఎలా కలుపుకోవాలో మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఎవరు దూరంగా ఉన్నారు? దళితులు దూరంగా ఉన్నారు. ఎందుకు దూరంగా ఉన్నారు? అంటరానితనం, అవిద్య, పేదరికం, ఈ మూడు ప్రధానమైన అంశాలు. పొద్దున ఒక మిత్రుడు ఫోన్ చేసి మాట్లాడుతూ, ఈ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి సంబంధించిన ఆఫీసర్, దేశంలో అంటరానితనం అయితే పెద్దగా లేదండి, అయిపోయింది, అభివృద్ధి ఫలాల గురించి మాట్లాడాలి అన్నాడు. ఆశ్చర్యపోయాను నేను. పెద్దవాళ్ళు చాలామంది ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ. ఇక్కడికి హైదరాబాద్కి 20 కిలోమీటర్ల దూరంలో ఒట్టినాగులపల్లి అని ఒక విలేజ్ ఉంది. సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీ పక్కన ఉంటుంది. ఆ విలేజ్లో బోనాలు తీసుకొని మాదిగ కమ్యూనిటీకి చెందిన వాళ్ళు గ్రామంలోకి వస్తే ఆ గ్రామం అంతా మాదిగ వాళ్ళని బైకాట్ చేసింది. ఇది హైదరాబాద్కి 24 కిలోమీటర్ల దూరం సంగతి చెప్తున్నా. ప్రతి గ్రామంలో ఇంకా చాలా చోట్ల 2 ఆ నడిపే క్రమంలో ప్రభుత్వం ఏం చేయాలంటే ఇప్పటికీ అక్కడక్కడ ఇంకా నిబిడీకృతమై ఘనీభవ స్థితిలో ఉంటుంది. విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో అంటరానితనం ఉంటుంది, కళాశాలలో అంటరానితనం ఉంటుంది, మంత్రిమండలిలో అంటరానితనం ఉంటుంది, గ్రామంలో అంటరానితనం ఉంటుంది, ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ మధ్యన అంటరానితనం ఉంటుంది. ఇది ఎట్లా ఉంటుందంటే ప్యూర్డ్గా ఉంటుంది, ఘనీభవించి ఉండదు. ఇది కాస్త ద్రవస్థితిలో ఉంటుంది, కనిపించదు. గ్రామంలోకి పోతే మనకు ఘనీభవించి ఉంటుంది. దీన్ని మార్చడానికి ప్రభుత్వం వైపు నుంచి కొన్ని కార్యక్రమాలు చేసినప్పుడే వాళ్ళు ప్రధాన స్రవంతిలోకి ఆ అభివృద్ధి శ్రేయస్సులోకి రాగలుగుతారు. ఏం చేయొచ్చు? ఇప్పటికీ ఎవరి బతుకమ్మ వాళ్ళు ఆడుతున్నారు, ఇప్పటికీ ఎవరి బోనాలు వాళ్ళు తీస్తున్నారు, ఇప్పటికీ ఎవరి బొడ్రాయి వాళ్ళకుంది. మీరు అన్ని గ్రామాల నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, మీ అందరికీ తెలిసి. దీన్ని మనము మార్చకుండా ప్రభుత్వం ఏం చేయాలంటే ఇవి సామూహిక సమ్మేళనాలు, సాంస్కృతిక సమ్మేళనాలు. సాంస్కృతిక సమ్మేళనంలో ప్రజలందరినీ కలిపి జరిపే ఒక పండుగను, ఈ పండుగలన్నింటినీ కలిపే కార్యక్రమాన్ని ప్రభుత్వం వైపు నుంచి తీసుకొచ్చినప్పుడు ఆ ప్రజలు సాంస్కృతికంగా ముందుకు రావడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ఇక రెండవది, అవిద్య కొనసాగుతున్నది. ఉన్నత విద్యలోకి వస్తున్న దళితుల సంఖ్య ప్రభుత్వ లెక్కల ప్రకారం 8%. 10th క్లాస్ వరకు 100 మంది విద్యార్థులు 10th క్లాస్కి వస్తే యూనివర్సిటీకి వచ్చే వాళ్ళ శాతం 8% మాత్రమే. ఇది ఒక్కొక్కరు మైనార్టీలు ఒకలాగా ఉన్నది, బీసీలు ఒకలాగా ఉన్నది, ఎస్సీలు ఒకలాగా ఉన్నది, ఎస్టీలు ఒకలాగా ఉన్నది. అంటే మిగతా 89% మంది డ్రాప్అవుట్స్ 90% మంది డ్రాప్అవుట్స్ అవుతూ ఉన్నారు. అంటే ఈ అవిద్యను మార్చడానికి ఏం ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి? విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలను ఎక్కువగా నెలకొల్పవలసిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. ఈ నెలకొల్పిన విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలు నాణ్యంగా ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ ప్రైవేటు విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలు వచ్చాయి, నాణ్యమైన విద్య అక్కడ అందుతుంది డబ్బులున్న వాళ్ళకి, ఉన్నత వర్గాలకి. కానీ కింది కులాలకి ఉన్నత విద్యలోకి వచ్చిన 1946లో డాక్టర్ బిఆర్ అంబేద్కర్ లేబర్ పార్టీ పెట్టినప్పుడు ఆ లేబర్ పార్టీ మేనిఫెస్టోలో ఒక మాట రాశాడు ఆయన. 46 సంగతి చెప్తున్నా, అంటే 80 ఏళ్ళ కిందటి సంగతి చెప్తున్నా. మనం ఇప్పుడు కేవలం గుమస్తాలను తయారు చేసే విశ్వవిద్యాలయాల్లో విద్యని బోధిస్తున్నాము అన్నాడు 46లో. ఇవాళకి గుమస్తాలని తయారు చేసే విద్య కన్నా ప్రత్యేక విద్యను మనం ఏమైనా బోధిస్తున్నామా? అంతకు మించిన ప్రత్యేకత ఏమీ లేదు ప్రభుత్వ విద్యాలయాలు. అందుకే ఈ దళితులు ఇప్పుడిప్పుడే ప్రభుత్వ విద్యాలయాల్లోకి వస్తున్నారు. వీళ్ళకి కావలసిన నాణ్యమైన, ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ప్రతి సందర్భంలో స్కిల్డ్ బేస్డ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అంటున్నారు. మనం పట్టాలు ఇస్తున్నాం, డిగ్రీలు ఇస్తున్నాం, కానీ నైపుణ్యం ఇవ్వటం లేదు. ఆ నైపుణ్యం ఇవ్వాలంటే కావలసిన ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ఉండాలి, బోధన నైపుణ్యం కలిగిన ప్రొఫెసర్లు ఉండాలి. ఆ విద్యలోకి వాళ్ళని తీసుకురావాల్సిన అవసరం ప్రభుత్వం వైపు నుంచి ఉంది. అప్పుడు మాత్రమే వాళ్ళు ఇంక్లూజివ్లోకి వస్తారు. ఇక తర్వాత భూమి లేని పేదలు ఎక్కువ ఉంటారు దళితులంటే. ప్రణాళిక సంఘం లేదా ప్రభుత్వ సర్వేలు చెప్తున్న ప్రకారం 98% మంది భూమి లేని నిరుపేదలు భారతదేశంలో దళితులు. తెలంగాణలో 89% మంది ఉన్నారు. ఈ తెలంగాణలో 89% మంది భూమి లేని వాళ్ళు ఉంటే భూమి అనేది ఆత్మగౌరవాన్ని ఇస్తుంది. ఎకరం భూమి 2 ఎకరాలు 3 ఎకరాలు. చనిపోయినప్పుడు ఆ మనిషిని పూడ్చడం కోసం భూమి లేని పేదలు దళితుల్లో ఉన్నారు. కనుక భూమి అనేది ఆత్మగౌరవానికి సాధనం. కనుక భూమి లేదని ఒక చర్చ ఉన్నది మనకి. ఎక్కడ భూమి దొరికితే అక్కడ కొని దళితులకు ఇవ్వవలసిన బాధ్యత ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఉన్నది. అప్పుడు ఇది సాధ్యమవుతుంది. ఇట్లా మనం ఒక క్రమ పద్ధతిలో ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళినప్పుడే ఈ ప్రధాన స్రవంతి అభివృద్ధిలోకి, ప్రధాన స్రవంతి ఆకాంక్షలోకి, సమాజంలోకి దళితుల్ని తీసుకురాగలం. ఇప్పుడు జరుగుతున్నటువంటి చాలా కార్యక్రమాలు నేరుగా సూటిగా వాళ్ళ మీద కేంద్రీకరించి చేయాలి. ఈ వేదిక మీద గురుకుల విద్యాలయాల నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారో నేను ఫస్ట్ స్టూడెంట్ని. ఎస్ఆర్ శంకరన్ గారు పెట్టిన సాంఘిక సంక్షేమ గురుకులంలో, ఎస్సీ గురుకులంలో ఫస్ట్ బ్యాచ్ స్టూడెంట్ నేను. ఒకవేళ ఆ రోజు మహేంద్రనాథ్ గారు ఆర్థిక శాఖ మంత్రిగా ఉండి, అంటే మంత్రి మండలిలో కూడా ప్రభుత్వం వైపు నుంచి మంత్రి పదవులు సంక్షేమ మంత్రుల పదవులు మాత్రమే దళితులకు ఇస్తారు. అలా కాదు. ఆర్థిక శాఖ ఎందుకు ఇవ్వరు, లేదా రెవెన్యూ శాఖ ఎందుకు ఇవ్వరు, హోంశాఖ ఎందుకు ఇవ్వరు అనే చర్చ కూడా రావాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. మహేంద్రనాథ్ గారు ఆర్థిక శాఖలో ఉన్నారు కనుక, ఎస్ఆర్ శంకరన్న గారు కమిట్మెంట్ ఆఫీసర్ కనుక వీళ్ళిద్దరు కలుసుకొని ఒక 10 మంది ఎమ్మెల్యేలను తీసుకొని ఎన్టీ రామారావు దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని ఒప్పించి 83లో సాంఘిక సంక్షేమ గురుకులాలు పెడితే ఇవాళ కొన్ని వేల మంది బయటకు వచ్చారు. ఇక్కడ గ్రూప్ 1 ఆఫీసర్స్ ఈ మధ్య సెలెక్ట్ అయిన గ్రూప్ 1 ఆఫీసర్స్ ఉన్నారు చాలామంది ఎస్సీ స్టడీ సర్కిల్ నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు. కనుక వాళ్ళకి ఒక ఆత్మగౌరవం, నమ్మకం, పలానా మా మినిస్టర్ ఉన్నాడు, హోమ్ మినిస్టర్, మేము ఏమైనా చెప్పుకోవచ్చు అని ఒక కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ కల్పించాలి. పలానా మా వీసీ ఉన్నది మా వర్గాల నుంచి వెళ్ళినటువంటి ఆమె అని చెప్పుకోవడానికి ఒక ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ ఉండాలి. అలాంటి వ్యక్తులు ఎట్లా తయారవుతారంటే ప్రభుత్వమే పూనుకోవాలి. పూనుకొని వాళ్ళకు కావలసిన అవసరాలు తీర్చినప్పుడే ఇది సాధ్యమవుతుంది. ఇది ఒక రోజు 4 నిమిషాలు మాట్లాడుకుంటే అయ్యేది కాదు. చాలా సందర్భాల్లో మనం చర్చించుకొని ముందుకు వెళ్ళవలసిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన మీ అందరికీ వందనాలు.
Thank you, sir, for they did something. Thank you, sir, for bringing the perspective of governments, bringing people in from the marginalized community into the decision-making process. Now we are really running short of time, so I would request Professor Amirullah Khan sir to bring the economic perspective, but we are really short of time.
Thank you so much, Anita. Thank you so much, everybody. I am a professor by training and profession. So, sir, I have a few questions for you. That's what professors do. Firstly, the first question I am asking all of you, especially my ministers, is, sir, what is the single biggest cause for poverty in our country? Right? First question, all of you. What is the single biggest cause for poverty in the country? The second question, what is the definition of prosperity? How do you get prosperity? You see, the title of this session is Inclusive Prosperity, not Inclusive Growth. What do you mean by prosperity, and where does prosperity come from? These are the questions. I'm not expecting answers. But sir, I want to tell you that Telangana, the problem with the three of you, I will tell you what your big problem is. The problem with the three of you is that you are ministers in the highest per capita income state in the country. Telangana is an example that is not like the rest of India. Now, for those of you who haven't seen the rest of India, we live in a different world altogether. The rest of India lives in a different world. For example, in Telangana, the female work participation rate is upwards of 55%. In UP, it is 30%. I went to a school in Adilabad and the students there complained saying that the fans are not working. And I was laughing. So the special chief secretary who was with me, he asked, why are you laughing? They are complaining. I said, sir, I was in Bihar yesterday, there is no roof. So your challenges are different. Your challenges, because you are in such an advanced state, we expect so much more from you. If you give to us what the minister gives in Rajasthan or MP, we are not happy with you. So that is your big challenge. The only point I want to make, sir, is that the single biggest cause for poverty in India is one episode of illness. Once somebody in one family falls ill, that family is poor forever. The single biggest determinant of prosperity is strong institutions. We live in a country where institutions are becoming weaker by the day. If you see what our central government is doing, the only thing they seem to be doing is weakening our institutions. Your responsibility is to make institutions strong, because strong institutions are important for the poor. See, if you are rich, you can get your security. If you are rich, you can go and meet any officer and get your work done. The poor require strong institutions. That is why, sir, the three recommendations I make for you for inclusive growth. First, let us build strong institutions in the country. It is in the state at least. That is your responsibility. The second is that let us not have targets for 2047, 2074. At least I won't be alive then. Let us have a target for 2029. Let us know that by the time your government ends, how many hospitals we will have, how many schools we will have. And once you do that, we will all vote for you. There is no question of not voting for you. And the third, sir, is that as far as Telangana is concerned, we have to compare Telangana like the Chief Minister has done. Our Chief Minister has constantly told us that I don't want Telangana to be like Bombay or Delhi or what. I want Telangana to be like London and Singapore and New York. Our competition is not Pakistan. Our competition is the US and UK. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for bringing in the issue of strong institutions. Yes, and as you rightly said, one health episode, climate issues, or any disasters, most affected are the marginalized. And now our last speaker, Revati ma'am, I really am sorry. I'll have to give you very little time.
Honorable Ministers, co-panelists and audience. I'm from Center for Economic and Social Studies. I'll throw light upon 2 or 3 issues that are there. Telangana is uniquely placed that 86%, 84 to 86% is socially disadvantaged population like SC, ST, BC minority. And also, therefore, we should have a socially inclusive framework for development. అంటే సామాజికంగా అందరినీ కూడా అభివృద్ధిలో కలుపుకుపోయేటువంటి పథకం అనేటువంటి స్ట్రాటజీ అనేటువంటిది ఉండాలనేది పెద్దలు ఎప్పుడో ప్రొఫెసర్ హనుమంతరావు గారు కూడా ఎప్పుడో రాశారు దీని గురించి. ఎందుకంటే ఈ జనాభా కేవలము వెల్ఫేర్ స్కీమ్స్ అందుకునేటువంటి వాళ్ళే కాకుండా వాళ్ళు కూడా గ్రోత్కి కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తారని, అంటే వాళ్ళకు ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇచ్చినట్టయితే వాళ్ళు గ్రోత్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ అవుతారు, గ్రోత్ యొక్క ఫలితాలను అందుకుంటారు అని. అందుకని ఈక్వల్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ అనేటువంటిది అన్ని సెక్షన్స్కు ఇవ్వాలి, అందువలన గ్రోత్ అభివృద్ధి ఎక్కువగా అవుతుంది అనేటువంటిది చెప్పచ్చు. ఇంకొక పాయింట్ ఏంటంటే మా సంస్థ నుండి చేసినటువంటి అధ్యయనాల్లో మేము ఎర్లీ చైల్డ్హుడ్ డిప్రైవేషన్స్ అనేటువంటిది చాలా వాళ్ళ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్లో చాలా ఫలితాలు అనేటువంటివి ఉంటాయి. అంటే ఎర్లీ చైల్డ్హుడ్లో వాళ్ళకి సరైనటువంటి విద్యను ఆరోగ్యాన్ని అందించకపోయినట్టయితే అది వాళ్ళ చదువుకునేటువంటి ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అవుట్కమ్ అచీవ్మెంట్స్లో తర్వాత ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్లో కూడా వాళ్ళు వెనకబడడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి మనము మన రాష్ట్రంలో గ్రాస్ ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ రేషియో ప్రైమరీ లెవెల్లో, సెకండరీ లెవెల్లో, ఈవెన్ హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ కూడా ఎన్రోల్మెంట్స్ బాగా పెరుగుతున్నాయి. కానీ క్వాలిటీ మీద ఎంఫసైజ్ చేసినట్టయితే అందరికీ కూడా ఈక్వల్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ అనేటువంటివి వస్తాయి అనేటువంటిది మనకు చెప్తుంది. అందులో ముఖ్యంగా విమెన్ గురించి మాట్లాడినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ ప్రస్తావన కూడా వచ్చింది కాబట్టి ఎక్కువగా విమెన్ ఎందుకు వర్క్ ఫోర్స్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ కావట్లేదు అంటే నాట్ ఇన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్, ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్, ట్రైనింగ్, నీట్ అనేటువంటి ఒక కేటగిరీ ఉంది గ్లోబల్లీ, నాట్ ఇన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్, ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్, ట్రైనింగ్. సో దాంట్లో విమెన్ ఎక్కువగా చైల్డ్ కేర్ తర్వాత ఫ్యామిలీ కేర్కు లోనే ఉంటున్నారు, కానీ వర్క్ పార్టిసిపేషన్లోకి రావట్లేదు. అది వర్క్ పార్టిసిపేషన్లోకి రావడానికి గల పరిస్థితులను మనం ఇంకా మెరుగుపరచాలి. ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ యొక్క పరిస్థితులు మెరుగైనప్పుడు ఇంకా కూడా ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ వల్లనే కాకుండా ఇంకా సామాజిక అంశాల వలన కూడా వాళ్ళు వర్క్ పార్టిసిపేషన్లోకి వచ్చేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి సామాజిక భద్రత, సోషల్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ముఖ్యమైనవి. వీటన్నిటి మీద కూడా మనం ఫోకస్ చేసినట్టయితే విమెన్స్ వర్క్ పార్టిసిపేషన్ అనేటువంటిది ఇంకా పెరగడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. నాట్ ఓన్లీ 52% కాదు, ఇంకా ఎక్కువ చేసినట్టయితే గ్రోత్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎకానమీ కూడా ఎక్కువ పెరగడానికి అవకాశం అనేటువంటిది ఉంటుంది. ముఖ్యంగా సెక్యూరిటీ, విమెన్కి సెక్యూరిటీ అనేటువంటిది అవసరం అవుతుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ దిస్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
Thank you. I really must thank all my panelists mainly for maintaining time and then giving us a wonderful perspective about how Telangana should march on. Do we have time to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience? Do we have time? Okay, so ma'am, I would please be brief and please ask, mention whom you want, which panelist should answer. One, just 2 questions, very brief. Thank you.
6 o'clock it's starting here. Started? Yes, it already started. Mic maybe. Please, ma'am, can we have this mic?
Brief, please.
Test.
Hello everyone, my name is Srujana Yadav, I am from Telangana. My question is to, anybody can pick up this question, it's a broader question that how do we make political participation of BC, SC, ST, OBC women not a tokenism? We are voting, great, but beyond voting, how do we make leaders, politicians and lawmakers who can also implement things at a very strong level? Because if it's BC, it's only at Sarpanch level. If it's women, it's only at the ward level. How do we make sure that all the communities who are socially marginalized are at the forefront, and this can be add on to what Professor Kashim garu cheppinattu, only ee shakalu ee panule gaakunda మెయిన్ స్ట్రీమ్ లోకి అనగారిన వర్గాలు సబండ వర్గాలు ముందుకు ఎట్లా రావాలి, రావడానికి విజన్ ఏంటి?
థ్యాంక్ యూ. క్వశ్చన్ ఇస్ గుడ్ క్వశ్చన్.
హలో 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 ఇప్పుడు 50% స్థానిక సంస్థలో మహిళలకు రిజర్వేషన్లు ఉన్నాయి. చట్టసభలకు రావడానికి కూడా రోజు ప్రాతినిధ్యం పెరుగుతుంది, తప్పకుండా పెరగాలని కోరుకుంటా ఉన్నాం. అది ఇప్పుడు అన్ని రంగాల్లో ఏ విధంగానైతే ప్రాతినిధ్యం పెరుగుతుందో రాజకీయాలు కూడా రావాలని అందరూ కోరుకుంటారు. దానికి మీరంతా గట్టిగా ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ మేము అందరం ఉన్నామంటే 30 సంవత్సరాలు కష్టపడుతూ వచ్చినాం కాబట్టి మీరు కూడా అందరూ రావడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. తర్వాత ప్రొఫెసర్ గారు, ఐ విల్ ఆన్సర్ ప్రొఫెసర్ సార్. For all weaker section communities, there is so many schemes actually, but that poverty removing, how we can achieve that thing is, recently Thorat Garu also expert committee, the expert committee is saying one thing, that education is only can remove that, achieve prosperity, anybody will go reach that prosperity levels.
One question from that side, that's all.
Yeah, Test. Yes, this will be the last question, dear friends, as the unveiling of Telangana 2047 vision document by Honorable Chief Minister. This will be happening right now, so I request everybody to kindly please adjust to this. This is the last question in the outdoor lawns. This will be followed by the drone show. So the unveiling of Telangana 2047 vision, ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Minister will be unveiling that, and we also have the drone show now. Last question, can we hand over the mic to him, please? So quickly, if you can introduce yourself and pose the question.
My name is Syed Mujahid. I have a question to the ministers, that the Telangana development has been seen across Hyderabad, but there are many corridors across the districts. There is a quick movement of the people getting into the migration. So what are the plans for the overall development of the Telangana across the districts so that we can stop the migration? And second part is that the development in Hyderabad is mostly seen at one side of the Hyderabad, that is giving the employment only to the other state people, while many of us has been asking and has been stated that the inclusive development is not happening. So what is the strategy for 2029 elections by the Congress government that will include all the people's development, that will show a ray of hope that we will have a development in the coming days?
Thank you.
I think it's a very, very simple answer to a very big question, which I did understand a little bit. But I think the most important thing is that, we have to have inclusive growth, because once you have that, there is no question about anything else going wrong. But if you don't include the minorities, all the SCs or BTs, however industries you may have in the state, if you don't improve the marginalized communities, it is very difficult for the state to prosper. And as far as districts are concerned, I think we need to really work more harder on that aspect, and everybody knows about it. I think the last election proved that the districts have been very kind to our party, and without their votes, with their participation, it would have been very difficult for us to be here. And I mean, it's a policy which the Chief Minister is going to make, and you will see the policy. Once the policy is out for all these things, then you will definitely know how the improvement will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure all of us would want to keep hearing from the panelists, but as we have time constraint, so I would quickly conclude. I'm sorry, I'll not be able to take any more questions. Yes. Strict warning from here. So the thing is, like, of course, all of us, that what's come out very clearly from today's panel discussion is Telangana has really come way ahead, but we have still a long way to go in inclusive development. But we are well on the path to ensure that no one is left out when Telangana is rising in 2047 or much earlier than that. So thank you one and all, and thank you for all the lovely audience and also the distinguished panelists. Thank you very much. We'll proceed.
Thank you so much, Srimati Anita Ramchandran, IAS. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, ma'am, for conducting this wonderful session here. And it's now time to felicitate all our esteemed panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request our Honorable Minister for SC, ST, Senior Citizen, Transgender and DW, Shri Adluri Lakshman Garu, to please step forward to do the honors in felicitating. I also request Shri Poonam Prabhakar, Minister of Transport and BC Welfare, to do the honors. And Shri Mohammad Azharuddin, Minister for Minorities Welfare of Telangana, to do the honors. I request our eminent speakers for the panel, starting with Shri Reddy Subramaniam, IAS, retired, to please step forward to receive the felicitation. Yes, Shri Reddy Subramaniam. I request Professor Sukadev Thorak to please step forward next for the felicitation. I request Professor C.H. Kasim to please step forward. Yes, Professor Surya Dhananjay. Ladies and gentlemen, as the felicitations are going on here, I request you to kindly please proceed to the outdoor lawns. That is where our Honorable Chief Minister will be unveiling Telangana 2047 Vision document, and we'll also be witnessing the drone show in the outdoor lawn area. So please proceed to the outdoor lawn area. Our Honorable Chief Minister will be doing the honors of unveiling the Telangana 2047 Vision. I would also request Srimati Anita Ramchandran, IAS, to please step forward to be felicitated. I request all our speakers to please remain on stage for a group photo opportunity. Yes, it's time for a group photo opportunity. Yes, Shri Mohammad Azharuddin being felicitated by Shri Poonam Prabhakar Garu. And our Honorable Minister, Shri Adluri Lakshman, felicitating Shri Poonam Prabhakar Garu. It's time for a group picture. That was indeed a wonderful panel discussion on inclusive prosperity and expanding opportunity for everyone. Request all the members here to please proceed to outdoor lawn area. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Minister will be unveiling the document, which is the Telangana 2047 Vision, and we'll also be witnessing the drone show. Please go ahead and witness it. This is your MC Sharon Amer signing off. Thank you.